Most everybody is here. We will make a start if we just confirm that we are rolling. Lovely. Okay, good. Well, good morning, everybody, and welcome to the Police Performance Committee of the Scottish Police Authority. I'd like to welcome committee members, authority staff, Police Scotland and COSLA attendees, His Majesty's Chief Inspector of Constabulary Craig Naylor and His Majesty's Chief Inspector of Prosecution Deborah O'Brien Demek will present their joint reports on citing witnesses in the Sheriff Court at item 5.3. We'll also have Kimberly O'Neill, who's an independent custody visitor, joining the meeting at item 5.4 to provide insights of her custody visiting experiences. If I experience technical difficulties and drop off the call today, Chris Cregan will kindly chair the meeting until I am back online. And I confirm there are no member apologies today. I should just say before I start, obviously I've taken over this from Alistair and will work very hard to fill the big shoes that he's left. What he hasn't changed is quite a daunting agenda, which is very, very full, and a huge volume of papers which have been obviously prepared very diligently and in great detail for us to go through. It does present some challenges for me as chair, and I would just seek the support of colleagues in trying to self-regulate and keep ourselves to time. And that will mean presenters need to take their reports as read and enable sufficient time for questioning, but also those people that are questioning, please keep your questions concise. I don't want to curtail debate. There's a lot of important areas that we have to cover, and I know there's lots of questions that we want to get asked and answered. So I don't want to draw anything short, but it's really important. This is a long meeting with lots to cover. I will ensure for all of you that were here last time, it was my first meeting, that there will be a lunch break today. That will be timed at around 12:20 and it will be half an hour. And there will also be an afternoon break as well for coffee, which we will run into as well. I want to protect both of those. It's a long time to get through this meeting and to enable the right levels of concentration. We will just need to step away. I don't have a break scheduled between now and 12:20. What I'd say is if anybody does need to step away, then please do just to suspend your screen and walk away from that. So that being said, we shall embark upon the day's proceedings. So firstly, can I ask members to confirm if they have any declarations of interest or connections in relation to agenda items today, please? Yeah.
Chair?
Yeah, go ahead, Amanda.
Yeah. Yes, it's a connection really. Just to, there's a discussion in one of the papers around the NHS 24 Mental Health Hub, and just to declare that I'm a board member of NHS 24.
Lovely, thank you. I don't think that will be problematic, but thank you for the declaration. What I should have said as well was I'm operating on, as you all are, it's quite a small screen, so if I miss hands, please do shout up and chip in. I shall try and be vigilant when monitoring hands, but I may miss them on occasions. If I do, please do shout at me. So no other declarations of interest then. Can I move to the minutes of the previous committee on the 17th of March and invite members to approve the draft minute of the Police and Performance Committee? I'm seeing some nods, so we're content with that. Thank you very much. If I can move to item 1.4 on the agenda then, where we have the rolling action log and the matters arising. So we have 9 actions on the action log, all of which are proposed to close. I'd like to draw attention to the Police Scotland briefing notes, which contain a really significant amount of detail and enormously helpful. So thank you to all of the authors and work that's gone into those. They're appended to the action log in relation to actions 001 to 006. Can I ask if members are content to close those 9 actions, please? And I'm seeing nods on those, so thank you. We'll take those as closed. So just a reminder before we move on to the substantive agenda items, I would ask that all presenters take their reports as read. and use their brief introductory remarks to highlight anything that's not included in the report, so that we can use the time for members' questions. And with that, I shall move us on to the policing performance report. And we've actually allocated an hour and a quarter for this, and for the first and probably only time today, we're 10 minutes ahead of schedule. So we can run a bit over, but I'd like to keep it an hour and a quarter if we can. Obviously, there's an awful lot of detail in here. I know we've got a lot of questions as well. But without further ado, for the next hour and 15, I'll hand over to DCC Alan Spears and Patrick Brown. You're very welcome. The floor is yours.
Good morning. Good morning, Chair. Good morning, folks. You'll be happy to know that Patrick and I won't speak for an hour and 15 minutes. I will follow your lead, Chair, and try and be incredibly brief. This is obviously the report for the last quarter of the year. Just a couple of brief comments from me. You'll see that the demand on policing that's reflected in what I hope you will find is a really comprehensive report is really, really high, demonstrated by the demand on page 20 when we look at mental health. But there are also some really incredibly positive headlines within here in terms of matters like handling our treble 9 calls despite the increase in calls. We can see a really effective and efficient way in which we're handling those calls. I think it's incredibly positive that the missing person demands on the service has reduced in the quarter, and at the same time we're seeing a significant increase in the number of cases that are reported through the criminal justice system, which I would suggest tells us that the levels of proactivity across the organisation are really, really high. There's no question that's set against the Chief's vision of less crime. We have a range of challenges, which I'm sure you will explore as it relates to increases in a number of crime areas. So I won't reiterate anything that I've said in my introductory report, and I won't repeat what's in the report beyond that, but I just wanted to temper the demands on the service with some challenges alongside some positive news. So as brief as that, I will hand over to Patrick, who will quite briefly draw out some more detail, and then hopefully we can open it up to the questions that yourself and other board members would have.
Thank you, Deb. Thanks, Chair. Again, I'll kind of keep my summary kind of very brief, just kind of highlight a couple of things. On the executive summary on page 79, there's a very good visualisation which just pulls out our key numbers at a really kind of high level. So I would draw your attention to that. I just want to kind of draw attention secondly to our key insight. So we have a key insight on youth engagement. This has been a big priority for Police Scotland over the last year. We've obviously recruited a youth engagement kind of team over the last period, and by the end of Q4 we've reached 1,000 children across 12 of the 13 local policing divisions, and in Q1 of this year we're picking up the final one. What's really important about that is the level of engagement with our community and with our young people is informing a range of preventative initiatives which we have covered in that key insight. The second key insight is on attempted murders. We've pulled this out because of the significant increase of attempted murders, an increase of 35.2%, between 25-26 and 24-25. So again, we've just pulled that out. And finally, as you know, we have received significant investment into tackling retail crime. So on pages 14 to 15, we've highlighted the really positive Operation Dinos, which has tackled the response and surge in organised and high value theft of shoplifting across the west of Scotland. So I just wanted to highlight those key insights. But beyond that, Chair, no further comments from me, just happy to take questions with myself along with colleagues. Thanks.
That's excellent. Thank you both for the brevity in there. That will enable us to make the best use of time for the questions. Huge amounts to commend in the report, and many of which you've highlighted in those insights. But I will now open up to questions, and we'll range across the whole breadth of the report, I suspect, in the scrutiny that we're going to exercise now. So questions, please, on the quarterly performance report. Yes, can I start with you, please?
Thanks, Chair, and thanks, Alan and Patrick. Thanks for the report. Really helpful. Loads of interest in there. I wanted to pick up on a couple of areas, and perhaps if I can just start with a couple of points relating to the key insights. So I think it's worth noting, Patrick, I mean, obviously you pulled out the key insights there in relation to youth engagement and attempted murders. I really would commend the work that's been going on in terms of prevention in relation to youth engagement. It would be interesting to hear a little about how those preventative, how the impacts of those preventative measures will be measured. And then moving on to attempted murders, and I was particularly struck, you've talked about the increase there, I was particularly struck by the data around in the domestic space around both victims and perpetrators. And it would be interesting to hear how that insight it will be used to drive activity in terms of prevention, with all of that in mind. Thanks, Chair.
Okay, thanks, Chris. Who wants to come back on that? Got Wendy first, and then Patrick. Wendy, you're on mute. Wendy, I think you're struggling to come off mute from your hand signals. I'll come to Patrick and let him respond, and then hopefully you'll have figured out how to get off mute button.
Thanks, Chair, and hopefully I will not steal the kind of ACC's kind of thunder on this. So to Chris's first point in prevention and how will we kind of measure it? So we are kind of building up the measures at the moment, and we'll hear some of those elements within our performance accountability framework presentation kind of later. But in particular, the youth engagement team are producing a year one report, which will kind of summarise in terms of the work that they have done, showcasing the best practice, and that will still have kind of some of the measures. Because of the kind of nature of the work, a lot of the measures at the moment will be kind of localised on particular high-risk areas. So, for example, we've highlighted in the report particularly the diversionary projects across Argyll and Western Bartonshire. So at a local level, we're hoping we'll see the preventative measures drop down in terms of the level of youth activity and criminal activity we've had. So part of Councillor Chalmers will hopefully see that through some of our local scrutiny, and we'll try to bring that through more of our performance accountability framework next year. But I'll stop there because I don't know if ACC Middleton is now come off unmute and may want to comment on the youth violence element along with ACC Sutherland before we come to the attempted murders question. Thank you.
Okay, Wendy, do you want to try again?
Thank you. Good morning. Can you hear me, Chair?
Yeah, we've got you now. Thank you.
Sorry about that. Yeah, thank you very much, Chair. So maybe Patrick mentioned, but we have a dedicated operation, Op Star Drop, which was started under Mark's leadership, and that sits under my Violence, Disorder and Antisocial Behaviour Board, and it has a very clear strategy and four very clear themes, of which the youth engagement work and the way we see it, the programme they've been running, supports those four strands. So together with that and the work that Derek Cree's team are leading in children and young people, it all feeds into Operation Star Drop and then up into the Violence and Disorder Board, which is where we measure the success and the performance collectively, not only with children and young people, but also attempted murders that have been highlighted in the insights as well. So I hope that helps, Chair.
It does indeed. Thank you, Wendy. And Mark, did you want to come in as well?
Thanks, Chair. I was kind of coming in on the back of trying to rescue Wendy if she was remaining on mute, as she alluded to, as the former owner of the Violence and Stop Search. I suppose thinking or taking it slightly broader, though. Guess you'll know better than me if we can finally find a way to measure and record prevention in its true sense. Will be a very rich forum indeed in terms of the scale of the challenge of trying to get further and further upstream and to really get behind some of those prevention measures and actually where they're making a real positive outcome, which is I know where Derek and Kat are trying to get. Obviously, we've got Claire Thompson and our team through in the Preventions Hub, who do a huge amount of work in this space, and all of that is governed through Kat's Policing Together board as well, which I think you're familiar with. On top of that, Wendy's already alluded to the internal governance that measures the activity and tries to measure the outcomes on the other side of that through Operation Star Drop and through the wider violence board. And then from my own perspective, obviously one of the briefing papers was on the arrest referral scheme. So actually, if we look at custody through a custody and prevention lens, how do we begin to look at generating more activity and better outcomes? And at the moment, we're doing a bit of work on that, as the paper alluded to see what more we can do in the arrest referral space to try and improve the consistency of support that we get across local authorities to try and drive a better prevention outcome. So a lot of the time I think we're left monitoring activity, but we are getting better at trying to look further beyond that to say how does activity generate outcomes. And some of the reports I think that Patrick mentioned round about that youth engagement piece will begin to talk to some of that as we move forward.
Yeah. No.
Thanks. I'm not sure if Gary's still there, is he?
Oh, hello. I'm back in the room.
Yeah, sorry, Gary. I wasn't sure whether you waited for me to come back in. No, thanks for those responses. Absolutely do appreciate the point you make, Mark, about the challenge of measuring the impact of prevention, but it is something that we will want to keep a very close eye on. And I think the learning from youth engagement definitely provides a really valuable lens to do that. Chair, can I just move on to my other question? That's okay.
I don't know if Patrick wanted to come back before that on the murder piece.
No, Chair, I'm absolutely happy to move on to Mr. Cregan's second question, which is around the attempted murder prevention, just to cover that. Is that okay?
Yeah, that's he's got another question after that as well, I suspect, but you carry on with it.
I'll do this one, and then Mr. Cregan invite you back in, and just to give a heads up to Detective Chief Superintendent Sarah Taylor, I'll invite her in a second to support on this answer. So as you can see, Chris, in terms of the attempted murders were a significant increase, and through our data we can still see that the number of people accused of attempted murder are most likely to be between the ages of 18 and 45. So there's a direct correlation of the early prevention work that we're trying to do through the youth engagement to ultimately prevent these instances of attempted murder, because the number of under 18s accused of attempted murder has increased and accounts for about 6.6% of the detected attempted murders. So there's a close alignment to the prevention work we're doing in the youth space. But secondly, the other kind of element that has contributed to the increase is the proportion of attempted murders against females has increased. This year, females accounted for 26.7% of the victims of attempted murders this year. Of last year, and 37.6% this year. And a big part of that is the murder of domestic murders has increased by 143.6%. So there's a lot of work going on in our domestic abuse prevention space. So at this point, I would just like to invite Chief Superintendent Sarah Taylor in just to give some insights into the preventative work that we're doing in the domestic abuse and public protection area. Thanks, Sarah.
Thanks, Patrick. Good morning, Chair. Morning, members. The figures that have been published are stark, alarming, and extremely concerning. And it's not lost on me that prevention is really our first line of defence in terms of tackling violence against women and girls. And I think for prevention activity to be successful, it needs to be embedded both at a national and local level with sufficient funding. In terms of our own aspects around prevention activity, obviously we have embedded our domestic abuse campaigns, which challenges men's behaviours. That was obviously launched last October, ran for a period of a couple of months. And the successes of that is, I think, included in a paper this morning. Other than campaigns, we obviously have our own domestic internal homicide reviews that are conducted. It's really important that we continue with that work because it identifies learning where we have got things wrong and that we can improve on from internally from a force perspective. But in addition to that, you'll be aware most likely that we have new legislation, whereas of April, nationally, there is new legislation in place in terms of domestic homicide and suicide reviews, which is a multi-agency review fora, where again, learning can be done. I think it's really critical to recognise that prevention is that multi-agency piece. In addition to that, we've obviously got a number of pieces of work and strands in terms of our domestic abuse prevention, MARAC, the Disclosure Scotland scheme again, which is highlighted in the report. The number of right to ask applications have increased, all giving women and victims of domestic abuse tools to ensure that their safety is considered, as well as working closely with partners in terms of additional support and wellbeing and welfare.
Yeah, lovely. Thank you, Sarah. Maureen, did you want to come in?
No, that's fine. Happy for Chris to finish his questions, but Sarah's just answered one of mine, so that's good.
Okay, that's lovely. Thank you, Sarah. I know we're going to come back to violence against women and girls later, but it's great to hear of the volume and breadth of the work that's taking place to meet what is a concerning and challenging rise in murder across the board, but particularly against female victims as well. So, Chris, did you want to come in with your second question now? Do you want to come in there firstly, or?
Yeah, well, I mean, just very briefly to comment on the response. Thanks so much for the response, Patrick and Sarah, for all of that. It's really helpful, and obviously, you know, I drew attention in my question to the attempted murders in the domestic space, and absolutely right, Sarah, that, you know, it's stark and alarming, and so I particularly wanted to provide the opportunity for you to talk about that prevention activity in this public space and take assurance from that. So thank you, Chair. If I can just turn to my other question on this report, and it's around mental health incidents, and obviously this is something that we've taken an interest in for some time, and there's a lot of work in this area. Obviously, what we're seeing is that small decrease in mental health related incidents, although I think proportionately a small increase. But we're also seeing referrals through the mental health pathway decreasing. And I just wondered if colleagues from Police Scotland could elaborate on what's happening in that space. I mean, I know we'll probably come to this further in the Chief Constable's assessment of policing in terms of future direction of travel, but just to understand a bit more about Police Scotland's take on what's happening in that space and what that data is telling us. Thanks, Chair.
Yeah, thanks, Chris. I think it'll be a theme that we continue to visit fairly repeatedly in a number of different areas. But Alan, did you want to come in for a start?
Yeah, thank you. This obviously sits within my portfolio, and I know Derek Cree is on the call and leads on mental health. So I'll make a couple of comments and maybe invite Derek to make an additional comment. It's interesting that actually right now, where we're in this meeting, the Chief Constable is meeting with NHS Chief Executives to talk about the demands on policing from mental health. I think what the data is telling us that the demand on the service is not reducing, and you can see that from the sheer volume of calls that come into the police. I think it also tells us that the pathway and the mental health index, which are the routes that we're trying to progress, are a little bit patchwork in terms of some local authority areas are really positive, and others is perhaps more difficult. But I think what it also tells us is that the pathway and the index are vehicles only to take us a small way down the road, and probably some of the longer and bigger and more sustainable measures we probably still have to take. There is a huge proportion of calls that we still take which actually have no bearing on policing. And I've said before at the board that we're using a sort of justice tool to try and tackle a health issue. So there are a number of measures that we would look to probably introduce incrementally going forward over the summer months that will have some further benefits in this space. But I think it's critical that we draw on the support of the chief executives from the health service. So I think that what we've done what we can. I think it's got limited, as I said, limited benefit to us as a service. So I don't know, Chair, if I can just invite Derek, who's leading on this, living and breathing it, just to make a few more comments. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Alan. Derek, did you want to carry on?
No, thanks, Chair. Thanks, Deb. Yeah, no, I'll just probably reiterate what the Deb mentioned there, and I think that we've probably exhausted all routes just now, and that's been 3 years of pathway work, the mental health index and DBI that we've been utilising, and really we've seen, I don't know, a shift of perhaps a 1% either way, positive and negative, in relation to the number of calls that are coming in. 85% of which continue to generally have no policing purpose to them from that one. I think, having looked at it now, again, we're moving into that space of prevention, and Deb mentioned it there. Whilst we can strengthen the mental health index and pathway and reduce that kind of reactionary aspect of our work, we really need the partners to step up and assist us with that. And I think it would be both the NHS chief executives and the local authorities via both COSLA and SOLACE that we'll be looking to assist and get that kind of whole system approach to do it. As such, hopefully some of the measures we look to strengthen in the next couple of months will assist reduce the demand on ourselves immediately, but we'll have to wait and see how that progresses.
Yeah, thanks, Derek. And it's great to see the chiefs engaging with chief execs today, because undoubtedly the answer lies out with policing itself and with our partners working together. So, Maureen, I see your hands up. Did you want to come in?
No, sorry, I'll just get my hand up to come in with questions when you're finished with Chris. That's all. Sorry.
Not a problem. I shall come to you next when Chris is satisfied that we've answered those bits. I know we'll probably return to mental health later as well in the Chief Constable's report. But Chris, is there anything you wanted to come back on?
No, that's helpful. Thank you, and I appreciate your candour, Alan and Derek, in terms of where we are. And I know a huge amount of effort has gone into this space, and the focus on partnership from Police Scotland's obviously been really strong. So I do appreciate your candour, and obviously, as Gary says, it's good to hear that engagement is going on right here. As you say, Chair, I think we'll come back to this in terms of perhaps elaborating on some of what you said in terms of the future when we look at the next item. But that's all from me for now. Thanks.
Lovely, thanks, Chris. So Maureen, third time lucky, over to you.
I don't like to cut across other people's questions, so thank you.
No.
And thank you. My first question was about the violence against women. It's a very alarming increase. So thank you, Sarah, and I know we'll come back to it later in the agenda. I think the other concern for me, and it's obviously really current too, is there's concern about the increase of hate crime and protest activity, targeting migrants and perceived migrant groups. As folk will be aware, COSLA's working with partners, including Police Scotland, through our community cohesion subgroup. And earlier this month, we met and discussed police data on hate crime. And I know that's really, really helpful to all partners. Members reflected that the partnership model between the Council and Police Scotland that operates in Glasgow works really well, and that learning from that is now taken to other areas of the country. So it'd be really welcome to know the reflections from DCC on this, and perhaps just that comment. I know the recent activity is really worrying a lot of our communities, and I've got regular contact with council leaders across Scotland who are really struggling to ensure they've got really good, strong, cohesive communities with all that's going on at the moment. So thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Maureen. And perhaps if I could just add to that, because obviously we'll have all been horrified to see the terrible scenes of mindless violence in Northern Ireland last night. And I know our thoughts will be to all of those affected, as well as the officers that are going to be policing a very challenging environment over the next few days. I know we also saw some limited unrest in Glasgow last night, and I suppose just adding to Maureen's question, are we able to get a bit, I know it's hot off the press, but are we able to have a bit of an update on the policing approach and some assurance that we've got sufficient specialist resource, and that we are obviously engaging with those affected communities locally as well?
I'll probably come back in if that's okay, Chair. I was probably intending on talking a little bit about this on the next paper, but I'll take it just now, where we talk about the year-end assessment of policing. And I think sometimes when we think about performance and measuring where we are, sometimes the exceptional demands that are placed on the service are the items that probably get lost a little bit in terms of looking at performance. So, you think about the year that's gone past, the demands that have came as a consequence of tackling serious and organised crime as it relates to Portlaoise, the demands on us to support, the presidential visit in the last financial year, responding to vulnerability. I don't need to go further in that area. But there's a huge demand that has an adverse impact on us in times, in terms of just policing our local communities and tackling the local issues. And again, policing of protests and events is another example of that, whether that be related to football or whether it be related to some of the worldwide conflict. I would often describe when Bex and I and other ACCs are on call, the volume of events and protests that we're overseeing are pretty exceptional. We can have anywhere up towards 50 to 70 events that are taking place across the country. And sometimes it feels a little bit that that's the demand that has an adverse impact on our sort of routine daily policing. The events of yesterday clearly had an impact on Police Scotland. We've seen probably 6 or 7 different protest events over different parts of the country, ranging from Edinburgh through Glasgow to Paisley to Ayr to Falkirk to Perth. On a positive note, the majority of those protests in the time that they took place were peaceful. I think we've got a lot of expertise in developing a proportionate policing plan to tackle those events, and we were able to, without having the detail of what might have emerged yesterday, we were able to stand up a policing structure and I think have an adequate policing response to how we police these events. It's always magnified because people look at social media and they see small elements of that. Our challenges yesterday in terms of policing of the protest was probably more pertinent in Glasgow. We had a really strong, effective and efficient conventional policing response to some of the protest activity in Glasgow, where we've seen somewhere around 300 protesters gathering and then marching through a part of the centre of Glasgow. A small proportion of those individuals involved were intent on creating a bit of disorder, and there was a little of that. There was a small number of assaults that we've responded to, and there was some arrests made at the same time. That arrangement was put in place as quickly as yesterday morning, which preceded the events in Ireland. Again, right now we have another gold meeting taking place, looking at what our policing response might be for today and the coming days, and I think we'll continue to look at what will be the right response. It's always set against the uncertainty of what that might well look like, but we've got a command structure and a team that are working through that. So the point that Maureen started with in terms of the impact on the diverse communities that we've got, not only in Glasgow but in different parts of Scotland, are not lost on us. I think the really important part for me, and I'll finish on this point, is we are very reactive, and Derek will know this. We've stood up the community engagement cell, and the engagement with communities, places of worship, religious leaders for us is massively important. We got ahead of that yesterday. We got letters circulated to community advisors and faith leaders, and that was about specific to Belfast and providing reassurance. So we are incredibly proactive in this space, and we'll continue to be in that space over the coming days. Again, maybe, Chair, if it's okay, just let Derek pass a comment, because this sits within his portfolio within Policing Together.
Yeah, thanks, Alan. Derek, I'll come to you first, and then Alan Waddle, I thought your hand was up as well. I'll come to you after that.
No, thanks, Chair. As Adette mentioned there, no, we're very proactive in this space, and we have a great relationship with the faith leaders across Scotland and the varied communities from that. We'd actually reached out yesterday morning, and ACC Payton had specifically sent out a letter to these individuals just to give that reassurance from that, and we had various conversations and meetings with them during the day and last night, and further this morning from that one. So it's very much in a good place from that. Community reassurance cell has already been put in place, and we'll just be monitoring that as we move forward and give that reassurance to anyone that's affected by this.
Thanks, Derek. Alan, did you want to come in?
The depth pretty much covered. All I was going to just say is, on top of that, is so to bring it to life, around about 2,200 protests we policed last year in Scotland, which is up about 20% in the previous year and up over 110% from 2022. So just bringing that demand out. As the DEP says, we've got structures in place which I chair, but supported by all colleagues on this call, involving all local policing divisions, Policing Together, colleagues from SCD, to make sure that, as Maureen's point, learning of good practice up and down the country is shared. Engagement with local communities has been done at both a local level with partners from COSLA, but also at a national level through Derek's team. So we're seeing that frequency of protest that we're quite sharp and match fit in this place at this moment in time.
Yeah, that's brilliant. Thanks, Alan. It's really good to hear the level of preparedness. I was always told that the time to learn to dance is not when the music starts, and clearly you've got everything lined up and ready in terms of community engagement and partnership engagement and all of the plans that go alongside that to operationalise it. Maureen, are you happy with that, or did you want to come back on anything?
Yeah. Yes, thank you, Chair. It was really helpful, and I think it reflects what I'm hearing from folk locally, and particularly the community cohesion subgroup, that everybody's working really well on this, and we are ahead of the game on it, and we've had quite detailed discussions within COSLA, particularly on my board, about how that's working. So appreciate everybody's partnership in this work. Thank you.
That's really good to hear. Thank you. Amina, I've got you next.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I'm just quite a lot of what I wanted to ask about hate crime has been answered there, but I still have a couple of things if I could raise them. So yeah, really helpful to hear about the approach and kind of just kind of how on the ball, I suppose, you are in this area. I suppose in terms of the complexity though of the drivers for it, particularly, for example, the protest that we've just seen last night and perhaps even into today. Given the kind of bad faith actors that are on social media that are sort of instigating a lot of this movement, I suppose my question is, what kind of, is there any work happening to tackle some of that from Police Scotland? Is there any kind of longer term work going on to, well, not just monitor, but I suppose proactively kind of almost disrupt some of that, call for retaliation and so on. And then just a couple of things more specifically on the report itself. There was mention of the issue with recording data that you've explained as kind of the context for some of the figures. So I'm just wanting a bit of clarity on how close you are to kind of resolving that, just to ensure that the data is as robust as possible going forward. And thirdly, it's very helpful to have obviously the hate crimes and incidents disaggregated according to protected characteristic. I suppose one thing I'm always mindful of is intersectionality and kind of how protected characteristics can often intersect with one another, so people can have multiple ones. So it was just really to get a bit of assurance that that aspect is also recognised by Police Scotland and perhaps even part of some of the discussions with stakeholders.
Lovely, thanks, Amanda. Alan, do you want to direct that somewhere?
Yeah, I'll maybe do just a little bit of orchestration. Alan's well placed to talk a little bit more about the protest activity and the impact of social media. I'll maybe ask Tom McMahon just to comment on the matter in relation to data. And again, Derek will offer a couple of comments in relation to hate crime, if that's okay, and that just keeps the conversation flowing.
Yeah, that's great. Thank you. Bex, did you want to come in before that, before I hand over to others?
Chair, all I was going to say was just the first part of your question was around sort of I guess from my perspective in terms of the intelligence elements of what do we understand around social media and how bad actors use that to drive protest activity. Just to sort of reassure you in terms of that, we do an awful lot of work to understand what that looks like within our intelligence function. So we have a direct feed into the teams under Alan, and I won't steal his thunder because he'll probably come in on some of that just in terms of so that we understand where, when and what might be taking place. But it's quite a complex landscape, as you might imagine, and sort of being able to have the technology to do that's really important for us. But we've got really good structures in place that feed into sort of the overt public order activity from sort of the covert elements. So hopefully that helps from that aspect. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Bex. And Alan, over to you now then, please.
Thank you. And Deb Smith probably just pointed in the direction of where I would have gone with that. So I think there is the straightforward, which is we can see somebody's putting something out that's clearly wrong information into the public domain with a view to causing hatred or disorder. And very quickly, our comms strategy and how we respond to that and the pace we respond to it is absolutely crucial. And that's something that we are really focused on with that link into colleagues in SCD and Intel. So that's the most straightforward. The more complex, which we are still working on with colleagues through SCD and into broader UK policing, is when you have bad actors from an international perspective or a pan-UK perspective in an online space that's incredibly difficult to police. So there, what's important is the assessment and the support we get from colleagues in that space. But it's a little bit like Mark was talking earlier on round about the prevention. This is the move towards the Holy Grail. So we're not entirely, we've still got work to do in that space with broader UK policing to get that to the position we'd like to be in.
Thanks, Alan. And Tom, can I come to you around the data insights, please?
Yeah, Chair, thank you. There's reference within the report to some of the challenges we've had around hate crime data. That pertains to work that we're now doing. We do with Policing Together colleagues, with Derek, around local quality assurance. There's an IT solution that we're looking to implement that should make it easier, frankly, to record correctly where a hate crime has occurred. That's, again, work ongoing. We're working closely, as I say, with Derek, with the crime registrars at local level to make sure that the data is as robust as it can be. But the direction of travel on hate crime has been clear for some time. So although there is an anomaly in the data, we've spotted that there has been some mistake. I don't think it's, I mean, anybody looking at events that are going on at the moment and just a general sense of kind of the work that we're having to put into community cohesion would know that there remains serious challenges around the scale of hate crime. So I don't want to minimise the issue. I want to give you some reassurance that we're addressing that and that we recognise that there's still the data points to continuing significant issues.
Thank you, Tom. I suppose there's a point still around the intersectionality piece, Emma, as well, isn't there, which hasn't been covered, but I'll bring Mark in and then see where we're up to. Mark?
Thanks. I just wanted to pick up on that intersectionality piece just a wee bit in terms of some of the elements that I touch on before the debt maybe, and Derek says a couple of words on it. I think that intersectionality piece is definitely recognised for what it's worth and is becoming more and more to the front as actually our data, whilst it's still challenging, gets better and better. And just a couple of the areas that I would draw out. So, from my own perspective, some colleagues will know that I lead our neurodiversity strategic working group, and actually that intersectionality with neurodiversity is actually where we see a significant amount of that crossover. We've recently been doing a bit of work with the Scottish offenders with learning disabilities. We've created a number of awareness videos and packages, and that's where we see actually where we have offenders who have got a number of protected characteristics, some of which is driven by that learning disability and neurodivergence, and how we can do better in that space. If we think about it through a stop and search lens, we look at our multiple times where individuals are searched multiple times, and the intersectionality piece that's in that, we do an exceptional amount of detailed examination of protected characteristics in the stop and search space, and all of that ultimately then comes through ACC Peyton's board, where we look at the hate crime, we look at that intersectionality and where it crosses over, along with our ability to identify and support repeat victims of crime as they come through, the causes of that, and how we can do better. So I think, if I was being honest, I think we have more to do in this space, and we've got more to kind of break our data down from silos but I think we are moving in the right direction, and importantly, I think we have that recognition of the importance of intersectionality and what it means for us moving forward.
Thanks, Mark. And Derek, did you want to come in?
Yeah, the ACC Sutherland actually picked up a few of the points there. Just that reassurance that intersectionality is very much at the forefront of our mind with that one. And to say the community relationship specialists and the role that Jane Gordon, our human rights advisor, plays in advising with this is really helping address the different protected characteristics and ensure that we're actually getting it right in that space. And again, the work with Tom is really driving forward the recording aspect of it, and we should be in a far better place as we move forward.
That's brilliant. Thanks, Derek. Amina, are you happy with that?
Yeah, the answers have been really helpful, actually, and it's great to hear that especially around the last point around intersectionality, that is an active area of work recognised, but also with a view to improve that data going forward. So helpful, thank you.
Lovely, thanks, Amina. Maureen, I see your hands up. Is that a legacy hand, or is that, do you want to come in again?
Apologies, no, I thought take it down, sorry.
That's no problem. Nicola, I see your hands up.
Thank you. I was keen to move the conversation on to cybercrime. Is that appropriate?
That's entirely appropriate. It's in the report, so we can go there.
Super. I just didn't want to move us on if we still had more to talk about in that particular agenda that Amina had raised. Thank you very much for the report. I'm continually struck by the breadth, the diversity and the professionalism across Police Scotland. It's quite incredible. I'd like just to turn our attention, please, to the stats in the report around cybercrime and elaborate and explore that a little further. I'm also keen, actually, to pick up a point on technology more broadly and how the narrative on technology is considered in this report, but we can come on to that in a second or two, if that's okay. In terms of the cybercrime piece, could colleagues from Police Scotland please elaborate a little further on the criteria for a crime to be tagged as such, as a cybercrime? And noting the decrease, what's the focus here on true representation of this type of crime? And then I'm also interested in the points in the report around crypto and cyber, and indeed the capacity and the skill sets within the organisation, as we think about that becoming an increasing trend. Connected to all of this is the report from the NCA and the future partnership opportunities that we may need to explore as we strengthen skills in this area. So a number of intersected questions there, but if I could kick us off, please, on that cybercrime criteria and then move us into the skills and the crypto dimension, that would be helpful.
Lovely, thanks, Nicola. Andrew's hand shot up very promptly, so I think he might want to deal with the first part of that at least.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. And just an answer to your question, Nicola, the cyber tagging thing certainly causes me some real issues in terms of how we actually understand what our demand is that's coming into Police Scotland from cyber and fraud crimes. So we certainly know that 90% of crime has a digital element in terms of everything that we're dealing with in Police Scotland, and that creates a number of challenges in relation to us being agile with technology to meet those demands and be able to interpret data and turn it into evidence to share it with our partners in COPFS. But more kind of challenging is in relation to the actual cyber and fraud type crimes. So they're not crimes in their own right, which is what makes it particularly challenging in relation to the kind of tagging side of things. So probably in simple terms only for me, when somebody phones up to report a cyber crime or emails in, a tag is applied by C3. So we've been working really hard with contact command and control around about the sort of tagging issue, and we've also been looking at closure codes in relation to how crimes are closed so they're properly recorded and it accurately reflects the demand that's coming into Police Scotland. So we know from speaking to the rest of the UK, our demand should look somewhere like 42% of all crime that's coming into Police Scotland is cyber and fraud related. That equates to around about 50 crimes a day. And as part of the cyber and fraud unit coming together as one, we have been introducing a practice where we try and review every cyber and fraud crime that comes into Scotland, so that we understand, where has that crime occurred, where's the criminal jurisdiction, what can we do to support the victim, and how can we take the investigation forward. So we've been doing that now for close on a year since the cyber and fraud unit came into inception. That's also done with divisions as well. So it's crime managers in each area that are doing that. So probably one of my priorities I've put for this year is actually trying to accurately reflect what the demand is that comes into Police Scotland in relation to cyber and fraud. And we are, trying to tie in with the Chief Constable's vision to do that, because I think it's really important to understand the demand. Because if you don't understand your demand, how can you support victims? How can you support the victim journey? How can you also then align your resources to meet that demand? So we're working really hard around about, educating officers to accurately record things with the proper tags. And we're also looking at the secondary catch-all in terms of closure codes, so we can properly understand what crimes are coming into Scotland that are cyber and fraud related. That's maybe the first part, and I'll maybe pause to see if you've got any questions in relation to that, or if others have got any questions.
Thanks, Andrew. Nicola, does that answer the first part, or do you want to come back?
Andrew, thank you. I think that's a really candid response, actually, and really reflective of the journey that you're on. It connects on so many levels to your data strategy and how you're thinking that through more broadly as an organisation. I think I wonder if it's worth a deeper dive on some of this in due course. But if we could perhaps explore the rest of the questions, particularly as we know crypto is becoming much more universally accessible to mainstream retail customers. We can see Revolut and many other new banks who are offering that as a mainstream service. It's going to become much more prevalent in our younger society and indeed right the way through. So keen to just also understand skill sets and capabilities and how we're partnering as we explore the future of digital crime.
Yeah, no problem at all. And I suppose that's really the kind of the founding idea with cyber and fraud coming together as a single division for Police Scotland. And certainly from my perspective, my background isn't in cyber or economic crime, so it was really interesting for me kind of coming in with maybe a major crime background and applying that sort of investigative mindset to how we kind of take things forward. So I'm probably pleased to report that I think we're actually in quite a good place, because I think from the sort of cyber investigators and the economic crime investigators coming together as one, we've done a lot of work in relation to, the new and emerging technologies and threats that are out there, specifically cryptocurrency, digital wallets, and how we kind of investigate that side of things going forward. So we have some really good links with the NCA industry partners. We also have a cyber special who actually works for a crypto tracking company. Unfortunately, she did work for Police Scotland before she went to work for the crypto tracking company, but we've not completely lost her skills, which is positive. We also have some really good links with our kind of wider American partners, and together with the sort of industry side of things, whilst funding for training is always a bit of a challenge, we do have really, really good links. And I'm pleased to say, that's reflected in some of our results this year, which are further on in my year one report. But 260 confiscation orders, accounting for £62 million in criminal benefits. Some of that does involve significant amounts of cryptocurrency that we've restrained this year. And also, that continued proactive protection in relation to the banking protocol, protecting over £2.6 million in fraud. And our own online crime teams safeguarding 550 children. So we do have three a north, east and west cyber investigations, and they are really technical in terms of their skill set and things like that. We are often asked to go and speak internationally around about the skills that we have and the training. I think, just in the next couple of months, somebody's going to Italy to talk about some of our kind of crypto investigations that we've done. So we are kind of seen as, certainly up there in terms of our skills and knowledge. So I do, whilst we can always be better, I am comforted by the fact that we do have some real good specialists that understand, those new and emerging threats. I'm often asking them to kind of speak to me in plain English, but they have that real in-depth knowledge around about how to take things forward. So certainly from that side, I'm very comfortable that we have the skills and experience to kind of meet that worldwide threat.
Thank you. Thanks very much, Andrew. I think you're acknowledging as well the reality of the world will become more digital, and it's that kind of physical versus digital crime, and how we balance that on a go forward basis. So I think that connects to that broader point around data tagging and understanding the current size of the issue, and then being prepared as we think forward on what that future size might be.
Yeah, thanks.
Brilliant, thanks, Andrew. Bex, did you want to come in as well?
Yeah, just Andy's covered really well kind of the broad questions there. There was a bit that I think is really important to draw out, Nicola, in your question around skills and capabilities. It's one of the things that we really struggle with in terms of workforce. You will know, and you'll have heard us talk about this in terms of our workforce mix, and the fact that our sort of 16/5 prevents us from using staff to the degree that I would like to. And this area in particular is somewhere that I think is absolutely key. You wouldn't train a police officer for years to deal with cyber and crypto investigations. They're complex, as we know, and really difficult. And actually, what we want to do is be able to change our workforce mix to bring in staff to be able to deal with this through university secondments, through apprenticeships, all of those things. Being able to work in policing for 12, 24 months on something like this for somebody would be fantastic, but we do struggle with that. However, we absolutely recognise that that's a real skills gap for us in terms of our capability build and the skills that we have within the organisation. We have a lot. I would like to bring in more. I see this as a real expanding area of work for us, not least in cyber and crypto investigations, but more broadly around digital forensics. We know most crimes have a digital footprint. So I'm really pushing in terms of that around the investment that's needed in that. But ultimately, with our workforce mix the way it is at the moment, it's really difficult to kind of bring in the volume and amount of individuals that I would like to in terms of the skills and capabilities moving forward. We will map that into our workforce planning considerations for the future, but it's definitely something that I will be pushing really hard in terms of that, because exactly like you, I see the way this is going. We are linked in really well, as Andy hinted, nationally and internationally with partners around it. And Policing UK is working through this issue, and it's not just us that are struggling with that. But I thought it was important to sort of highlight that point. Thank you.
Thank you both. I get a lot of reassurance, of course, from your thoughtfulness and indeed consideration on this topic, and happy to have a deeper conversation at the right time as well on this. Chair, I also just wanted to pull a thread on technology generally, if I may.
Just before you do, Nicola, can I just come back to Bex on that point around sort of like workforce? Because one of the benefits of a younger workforce is that they're obviously, you know, much more digitally enabled than many of our older workforce, and have a level of awareness. And I just wondered the general point around the organisational and investigative mindset and what we're doing to ensure that's fit for purpose now. Because I know when cops used to go into houses, they'd do intelligence reports around drug use and, you know, what clothes were laying around for descriptive purposes. And now you want to be more in the space of, you know, what routers are being used and those sorts of things. So is that being pursued across the organisation to kind of uplift everybody and then get the benefit of our younger generations in terms of their advanced digital awareness?
The short answer is, Chair, is yes. There is a lot of detail behind that, which I'll probably bring Andy in just in terms of some of the things that we're doing in that space, but it's absolutely where we need to be. Andy will probably talk about DigiDogs and other things as well that we've introduced, but I'll bring him in just in terms of some of the elements of that. But to reassure you, absolutely, I would like to do a lot more in that space, and I think we will as we move forward. But I'll bring Andy in just to talk more specifically about that. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Deb and Chair. So I suppose it kind of ranges on lots of different fronts in terms of frontline officers having the skills and knowledge to understand, you know, what they're looking for when they're doing a house search. I suppose it's, you know, most current for the frontline in terms of, you know, the fact that everything has a digital element. You know, your 90% of crime now has a digital element. Often the younger generation that are coming through tend to have are more kind of tech savvy, if you like. But from a kind of organisational perspective, we have a digital skills academy based at the Police College that is kind of seen as UK leading, if not worldwide leading, around about router investigations. So that's not for every officer, but it is for officers that need those skills and a clear pathway with proper accreditation to kind of get to an industry standard. So we have a number of officers that go through that. We also now have a digital training academy, both based at the college, where we're providing short updates for officers so that they can kind of reach in, even if, you know, perhaps they're from a different background and didn't have those kinds of skills. They can understand, you know, the threats that are out there and how to recover evidence and ultimately protect the public or trace missing persons is a really good example as easily as possible. Similarly, when the Cyber and Fraud Unit came into being, you know, I'm sure the group here would be interested to know, you know, how in the middle of the night would somebody, if they recover the device, be able to get it into a kiosk or need to get an examination done. We now have staff on call available to kind of talk through the technicalities around about, you know, recovering a device, making sure it's been packaged properly, it can't be remotely wiped and things like that. So we really have kind of pulled things together, professionalised our response, linked in with divisions to try and understand what the challenges are for the frontline. And, you know, I just hope we can try and build on that as much as we possibly can to make us more digitally aware and operationally effective.
That's brilliant. Thanks, Andrew. Nicola, I'll come back to you now. I just indulged myself there as chair for a second. I'll back to you.
No, thank you. Thank you. A couple of points, please, if I can. I noted in the report that there was a service outage, I think on the 26th of February, just in the C3 service centre. Was that the only outage that we've had since the new implementation of that service? And perhaps someone can talk a little bit more on that for a confidence perspective. And then my final point, I have two other points on technology. I note the volume of information that you're getting through from emails, 101 calls, and indeed through the broader 999 structure. I'm curious about how technology has been used to help really build the trends and insights from that. And my final point on technology was I noted there was limited information on transformation, particularly related to the thriving workforce. And I wonder if the leadership across Police Scotland could just help me understand how the transformation agenda has been considered as we develop the thriving workforce plan.
Okay, Mark, did you want to start?
Thanks, Chair. I'll kick us off in terms of the treble nine elements and response. So I think that the first thing is that bizarrely, as we move from analog to digital, we face new challenges that we didn't really have before under analog, and in some ways analog, and in some ways bizarrely, whilst we absolutely had to move from it for the future, provided a degree of stability that sometimes in the digital world that we don't have. Analog, it kind of worked. It maybe worked. Digital, it's either on, it's on or it's off. But in answer to your question, Nicola, ultimately, yes, that's really been the only. I mean, you'll be familiar with the Cloudflare update or outage that was a global outage that affected everywhere. The one that you referred to in February was a specific service provider, whereby, if you imagine, our calls come in, effectively queue, and then they're allocated to a service advisor based on availability as and when they become available. And what went down was our ability to route those calls for a very short period of time, and we picked up some learning from that, and we've now improved our business continuity in that space. So we've added in additional secondary and tertiary providers. So if that goes down, we effectively will jump straight to an alternative provider that allows us to route calls into those individual service providers. So from a C3 perspective, actually, we are still, I'm running a 6-weekly group about how we now optimise and use that digital technology and that digital platform in a more responsive way. And there's a whole range of technologies that are now available to us that weren't before, that's going to allow us to increase the way that we can interact with our public and communities, that's going to support our service advisors and our call handlers in a better way, and take some of that demand out the front end. Some small examples of what we've been doing already is that, now in one of the options that you can have when you come into our 101 system is simply to hit a button and be sent a link to our Contact Us form, which allows you to just say, I'm looking for an update on whatever, or I'd like PC, whoever, to give me a call at some point, and taking that demand out the service centre. So we're already starting to realise some of the opportunities that the new technology gives us, and at the same time we're learning as we come across some of those challenges. So that instance in February shouldn't happen again, as we've been able to improve our business continuity arrangements on the back of that.
That's brilliant. Thanks, Mark. Nicola, I've just got one eye on the next agenda item, and I just wonder if the question around insights and transformation fits more neatly into the Chief Constable's annual report. But as I said, just pen there, and I'll Bex, is that where you were going to come in on the insights and transformation?
Yeah, I was going to take that, Chair, if that's all right, or I can wait till the next item. Totally up to you.
Happy for that to go to the next item, Gary, noting the time. Yep. Yeah,
no, it's just because Chair's pleasure. I've got one question I wanted to ask as well. I just wanted to fit in as well. So if we can pick that up in the next bit, that'd be great. I just wanted to touch on the victim side that's mentioned in the quarterly performance report, and two elements to it really, which kind of tangentially do link to the cyber piece, because I note the fall in the number of Your Care cards being given to victims is reducing as long as the number deemed not suitable or unable to issue are increasing. And given that feels like a bit of a sort of like 20th century solution to a problem that's been around that long as well, I was interested to understand, what we're doing to really increase the care for victims and make sure they get the care they need, and linked to that as well, something which again is an age-old problem, is keeping victims updated in terms of level of satisfaction. And I wanted to know if there was any planned improvement action in relation to that for victims as well. So two elements to a victim question. I'm really interested to hear what we're doing to address those areas, please. Derek, first off.
Thanks, Chair. Yeah, the victim and witnesses aspect sits within the Policing Together portfolio as well with myself, and we currently have a bi-monthly meeting with the Executive of Victim Support Scotland. I think probably the figures are slightly skewed in that are presented in the quarterly report, just because we don't measure the referrals to our other third sector partners, of which they are really plentiful now in relation to the likes of Rape Crisis and the various other partners that support us from that one. Likewise, within this, because of the way we've moved forward with some of our investigative aspects and the fraud side from that, we've introduced more a major incident victim support protocol with Victim Support Direct. So these wouldn't be recorded as care cards put in place from that one. They're actually dozens of victims and witnesses as well that are now being supported in that manner. Likewise, we're moving ahead with technology and developments with digital division to move away from that kind of aspect of providing a victim support care card and moving to the digital aspect, along with further supportive links, bringing them into the more geographical locations for the support that's available within their area. And we're working alongside COPFS just to try and work that journey between ourselves, Victim Support Scotland, and COPFS to try and streamline it and make sure they're getting that over that kind of the whole system approach.
Okay, that's brilliant. Thanks, Dave. Really good to hear. I suppose in terms of then the victim satisfaction piece, and that's that's the bit where around all of the feedback that comes back in is keeping victims updated, is the bit where we seem to consistently let ourselves down a bit. What's the plans around that? I've got Wendy first off.
Thanks, Chair. So the performance framework that will be discussed later on the agenda, it's very much going to be driving our business across local policing, and myself and Tom and Katrina Payton have already had a preliminary meeting around what's going to be the focus of our attention. Obviously we've got the lion's share of resourcing across the organisation, and this very much ties into our area of business. Katrina and I have a follow-up meeting already in the diary in the next couple of weeks, and we'll be taking this forward. And I think it ties in really nicely to victim support referrals and everything that Derek has said, because victim support can very much manage expectations as well, which can then take demand out of the system in terms of Mark's world in contact. But we understand that we need to improve in terms of updates. But this also ties into summary case management and the approach that we take now to justice across Scotland, whereby we're getting earlier guilty pleas because we're doing earlier disclosure. And so therefore cases are not taking as long to come to fruition as they had been. So there are a number of different strands that all play into this, but I'm content that we're having the right conversations. And just similar to the CJ improvement plan that we had previously, we'll come up with a plan to take forward for performance across local policing, which will then feed into the DEPS board as well. So this is very much on our radar, Chair, just to give you that assurance.
Yeah, thanks, Wendy. That is really good to hear. Thank you for that. And Sarah?
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I just wanted to give you some reassurance, and certainly the committee's reassurance, that up here in Scotland, as well as using our local partnerships in terms of referral for support, which includes Victim Support Scotland, is that when cases reach Crown Office, we have a bespoke victim and information advice service that is given to all victims that are going through the judicial process. So that contact, update, etc., is discharged from a Crown perspective to ensure that victims are updated in terms of progress. They've obviously set up a new portal, a victims portal and witnesses portal, where somebody can log on and update almost real-time information about their case and its progress. So there's an awful lot of work that goes on in that space to ensure that victims remain at the forefront.
That's brilliant. Thanks, Sarah. Amanda, did you want to come in?
Yeah, thanks. Just on Sarah's last point, I just wanted to ensure that scheme for courts for victim support is, and I assume it is, fully accessible for people, for example, who don't speak English or aren't digitally capable. Just to kind of ensure that equity of access.
It absolutely is. I can guarantee that. I've seen it myself in action.
Brilliant. Thank you.
Okay, lovely. Thank you for that. Right, any other questions on the quarterly performance report? Okay, I don't see any hands, so I think we're running a little bit ahead of time, which is fabulous. But I suspect the optimistic allocation of 30 minutes for the Chief Constable's year-end assessment may mean that we claw some of that back. But let's keep going, because we're doing okay so far. Thank you for the quarterly performance report and all the responses. And I think, you know, the one bit with the breadth of work there is we don't necessarily always get to bring out all of the fantastic work that's done. So I wouldn't want this just to be a focus on sort of like scrutiny around areas that are challenging, because there are so many fantastic areas of work in that quarterly performance report. And I would commend all of the people that are involved in both the work and then putting the report together to articulate it so comprehensively. So thank you for that. A segue then into another excellent piece of preparation and work that's been done with the Chief Constable's year-end assessment of policing. And Alan, over to you for a start, please. And so we've got half an hour for this, but we can stretch that a little bit if need be, because we're ahead of time.
Thanks, Chair. It's again a very detailed report, and my thanks to Tom and Patrick and their team for pulling this report together. My introductory comments would have been probably focusing on the demands, and it's something that the Chief Constable herself has picked up in her foreword. So I will probably avoid repeating a focus on events and related matters as they impact the police. The report also, again, we haven't spent a lot of time on the demands around our call handling, but again, the report highlights the sheer volume of calls that are received through our contact centres, and both reports have touched a little bit on the quality of service I think that we derive from the treble 9 calls, so there's some detail within there. I'm probably just going to pass straight across to Patrick, Chair, to avoid repeating what I've previously said in relation to Maureen's question earlier. There's loads of detail, and I think the paper will be best served with a discussion addressing some of the observations and questions from board members. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Alan. Patrick?
Chair, I will take your steer, because most of my comments the Dep has already covered. I was going to focus on the areas of demand. Two other things that I would just pull out. There's significant overlap with lots of our data between this and the quarterly report, which marked the year end because it's year to date figures. What this paper does provide is on page 8 to 10 a bit of a look forward, and it also provides us detail on our progress against our 3-year plan milestones as well on page 16. But beyond that, Chair, in interest of time and taking your steer, I will end my comments there. Thanks.
Excellent. Thank you very much for the brevity, and we'll open it up to questions. Nicola, it might be appropriate now to come back to your point around the insights and the transformation piece. So I don't know if Bex wanted you to restate the question, or Bex, did you want to pick up from previously?
So Nicola, your question was around transformation in terms of a thriving workforce and how we manage that, I guess. So I suppose probably more broadly, as you will know, our transformation function is funded predominantly through reform funding, which is ring-fenced for transformation across Police Scotland. We discussed that at Resources Committee, and the amount of money that we have usually on average a year is around 20 million. This year, 18.8. Which, if you think about that as a percentage of the overall budget, is very small. Is probably my first point. So we have to make some really difficult decisions in terms of what we prioritise organisationally in the change, transformation, digital function, and we do that using a variety of metrics to give us a prioritisation list effectively, and it's a lot more complicated than that. I'm simplifying, but gives us a list in terms of the projects and programs that we think organisationally are the most important to deliver against. That will, to your point, support the workforce in terms of reducing demand, and 9 times out of 10 that will involve a digital element. So whether that's increasing the capacity that officers and staff have, reducing demand using a digital fix or a piece of kit for example, or something that the data science team have developed in terms of a capability, in terms of automation or anything like that. We will prioritise that across the system, which gives us our final sort of list in terms of the projects and programmes that we have. Those are, this year, we are over-programmed. I'm comfortable with that, as in year we manage that through natural sort of demand and projects and programmes and work that's underway. So I guess one of the categories we use is thriving workforce to make those decisions. Some of those are around our legal responsibilities and statutory responsibilities, i.e. we have to do some of that work as opposed to would like to do or should do. And often we find ourselves in the position where we are building infrastructure organisationally, and that allows smaller capacity to do some of the innovative work that I would like us to do in some of the spaces that we've talked about today in terms of, for example, cyber fraud, etc. So I guess the short answer is we absolutely prioritise things that will help our workforce in terms of reducing the demand on them or giving them some capability or kit to be able to do their job in a more effective and efficient way. But I'm really mindful that the budget we use for that is small. So we have to be really clear and really sort of careful and thoughtful in our considerations in terms of what that looks like. Mark talked about public digital contact and C3. I think we know that investment there in terms of demand reduction is key. If we invest in the front end around what comes in terms of policing, and we're able to reduce that or divert that or look at that in a different way or automate and use digital technologies so that people can self-serve in terms of what they want, that will reduce the demand that comes out in the front line, and that's really key. But that's one programme amongst many that we need to deliver against this year, such as phase 2 body-worn video, etc., etc. So I guess probably a long answer to your question, but hopefully it will give you some assurance that we absolutely do prioritise those areas. And there's lots of bespoke projects and programmes that I could talk to you about. I won't go into here, Chair, just in terms of some of the initiatives that we've done across the organisation, like uniform and things like that, that are really important to people in terms of making them feel valued and you know, a part of the organisation. But I see Alan's got his hand up, so probably wants to come in on some of that. Hopefully that helps.
Yeah, I'm sure it does. Nicola, you indicate before Alan comes in, you want to come back, I think.
Thank you. I think the story is well understood with regard to the budget and the budget allocation for transformation. And I think, Bex, you know, we'll all be aware of the delivery of projects alongside that. My question is much more about the signalling and the narrative and the strategic lens, and how that kind of leadership strategic lens through the reporting from the chief, the reporting in the year end, you know, what's our opportunity actually to really look at transformation beyond the budget and the projects and the broader impact that it's having as we transform and work forward in achieving the ambition 2030. And it was just an honest reflection that I didn't get that coming through from the reports that I saw.
Thanks, Nicola. Alan, I'll bring you in at that point.
I'll try and answer that last point. I might not. Apologies if I don't quite hit the mark, but I was just going to try and bring it to life. So the DEP spoke about the challenges in prioritisation and budget and etc. But I think thriving workforce is a thread that runs through all of our transformation, irrespective of the budgetary challenges. So I'm currently leading a body of work that I spoke to both DEPs and Nicole about in relation to the policing of events. So you heard DEP Spears talking about the significant impact that has upon our ability to police our communities, but it also has an impact upon our workforce. We're routinely having to cancel up towards 30,000 rest days a year to police events or police protests. So really significant. So all of the work that we're doing in that place, round about technical transformation, structural change within our RDU, our resource deployment unit, changing policy and practice, so how we influence some of the event companies or the football clubs or the local authorities and work with them to change practices. Yeah, of course, it increases our capacity if we do that right, but ultimately at heart it's about how we change and we transform for a thriving workforce. And actually, one of the conversations we had in this space earlier this week is how we tell that story better and how we sell that and make people aware. And that was an action I took away from that conversation. Beyond that, presented around about the transformation within roads policing and the body of work and our ambition in that space at a previous Policing Performance Committee. If we land that well, that has a significant impact upon our workforce, but also how we do it. So involving them as part of the shaping of the plans and involving them about how we plan to take it forward also contributes to a thriving workforce. So I think there are real gains and opportunities in this space, and certainly that's the very recent conversations I've been having in my portfolio, and I know from colleagues that's sort of replicated across the piece.
Thank you, Mark. I've got you first, and then I'll bring Tom in.
Thanks, Chair. Just a couple of really quick comments. I'm conscious of time, and just picking up on your point about how you feel the report landed, and I think it's a difficult space for us and a difficult space for the chief, because the report has to it has to be in that strategic space, but it also has to feel real for those who will read it, particularly for our officers and staff, in terms of what their understanding of that might look like. So I think some of the points that it draws out about transformation are really in there in terms of where we're headed. So the body-worn video rollout and the efficiencies that will bring, the work that Wendy and the judiciary have led on summary case management and the significant reduction on citations of officers is massive. And officers really feel that change in terms of officer citations and how that has impacted on them positively. There's an early lead out there in terms of some of the evaluation from the Policing for Our Communities work that's going down in the rollout and how that's beginning to reduce demand. So I think, taking your point on board, and Tom's going to come in, it's trying to find that sweet spot between, real strategic thinkers and actually making this report, particularly the annual report, feel real to those who will read it, and our officers and staff across the board, and where some of those transformation elements then, how do they then feel like they're actually impacting on day-to-day experiences for our officers and staff.
Mark and Tom.
Thanks, Chair. And Nicola, I don't want to repeat what colleagues have said. All I would want to give you some assurance on is that the capturing and communication of benefits is work that we're doing under DCC Smith's leadership. It's been given a real profile, and working with the comms function that sits under me, Tina McLucas's analyst function, and also with the Change PMO, we are completely committed to making sure that these quarterly reports take proper account of the benefits that are being delivered. It is an ongoing challenge. I think Mark and Alan have given you a flavour of how we've tried to strike the balance, but we'll take the feedback and try and get that right going forward. Thanks.
Thanks, Tom. Nicola, hopefully that gives you a little bit of reassurance.
Absolutely. Thank you all very much. That was very candid, and thank you, Alan. I think you put it much more eloquently than me with regard to that storytelling point. But thank you all very much. Very, very helpful responses.
Okay. Thank you, everybody, for that. Right, other questions then on the annual report, if there are any, please. Chris, I'll start with you, if I may.
Thanks, Chair, and thanks, colleagues, for the report. As I kind of trailed earlier, I wanted to just provide an opportunity at this point to come back to the mental health issue. I mean, the trend in the report is very clear. It's quite stark in terms of mental health incidents. And obviously we covered a little bit of this earlier in terms of where we're at, and you referred to some of the measures, or also the fact that you have plans for further measures coming up, and I just think it would be helpful to hear a little more at this point about plans for the coming year, and just where we're heading. I really appreciated the candor earlier on, so more candor is absolutely fine. This is not easy. I appreciate that, and appreciate the work that's gone in, but it would be helpful to hear a little more at this point, Chair. Thanks.
Thanks, Chris. Who wants to pick that one up? Derek, I've got you first.
Yeah, I'll pick that one up. As I say, I think the work that we've done can't be underestimated, and particularly the assistance of Amanda and the PDG. We have worked very closely with partners. As I say, with a degree of frustration probably with the responses we've had from that one. And in the immediate kind of future, what we're looking probably to do is really strengthen the mental health pathway to try and divert more calls to the kind of correct organisation, which would be NHS 24 in that first place. Now, that's only going to, we have a good opportunity to reduce the demand via that way, but it's not going to, if you want, really make a big dent in it from that aspect. So really moving forward, it's as well as strengthening the mental health index, we really need the buy-in from the 14 health boards across the country to geographically produce that kind of equity of service in each one. And there are good examples across the board. There's just a lot of probably that are somewhat lacking still in the response from that one. Further to that, we'll also be looking for additional training to the frontline officers for a needs assessment, which will equip them better to and give them the confidence to step back from situations that aren't a policing matter and provide that kind of reassurance to the individual in distress or crisis at that time. And we're doing that in conjunction with our colleagues HMICS, PERC, Crown, etc., just to make sure we get that right. Body-worn video is going to play a huge part in this, and the fact that it's now been rolled out across the country allows our officers to have that wee bit of extra confidence. And the work we're doing with both the health boards and the Scottish Police Federation and CARE in the respect of transfer of care will also be looking to strengthen that. Again, I don't think there's that kind of magic button or the cure that's going to be there straight away. I think ultimately we need to look at the prevention aspect, and it's going to be that whole system approach with our education, social work, health, and ourselves all working together. I think what we can do is try and reduce the demand as much as possible and put ourselves in a better place in the kind of year ahead, and ask our partners to step up and rely on them a bit more to fill that gap and provide the provision that should be there by those other services.
Derek, Chris, did you want to come back on that? Are you happy?
No, thanks, Chair, and thanks, Derek. You know, I mean, as I mentioned in my question, I completely appreciate there's not a silver bullet, and I think it's really helpful that you've drawn out the relationship between demand and prevention there. It's clearly something that we're going to want to focus on, as I said earlier, further during the coming year. So, but it's good to hear about some of the granular plans there, and I guess my other reflection would be in terms of that engagement that's going on right now, obviously with the Chief Constable and so on. There's something there, isn't there, about how some of the good practice that is happening in some localities, how we can really lean into that to drive progress in other areas. So, but thank you for the responses.
Thanks, Chris. I mean, Derek, I think the foundation for all of this is effective information sharing between agencies, isn't it? Is there, I mean, obviously there's some work going on there. How comprehensive is that?
I think what you find is, again, a lot of the work's really done by the police in relation to particularly data and providing that kind of cross-organisational briefings, so to speak, from that one. And I think, again, there, Chris probably touched on it, that I'm not going to say it's a plaster for this one, but a lot of what we're doing is we're going to reduce the demand, and it's more reactionary from that one. If we're going to move ahead and actually long term make a difference to not just ourselves but other partners like Scottish Ambulance Service and NHS, etc., we need to look at that prevention space, because it's the only way that's really going to work. So I don't, as I say, I think it's more long term solutions, and likewise we are sharing the data across the board, and in particular good practice, which is very much something at the forefront of the Mental Health Task Force, pushing it to both the various local authorities, but also the health boards, and we try and equip our divisional commanders with that data so they can bring it to their chief officer groups, etc., and push in that way, because I think it's one that it has to be worked from all angles.
Yeah, absolutely. Amanda, did you want to come in on that point?
Yeah, just I guess building on the point that Chris made about the amount of work that's going to be progressing over the year ahead. We made a commitment when we published the framework for collaboration that we would report to this committee on an annual basis. So we're due to bring our annual report to the September meeting of Police and Performance Committee. I think that gives us an opportunity to bring a bit more detail about what's been achieved in the year gone by, what we plan for the year ahead, and to add in some more of the performance information that we've been building over the year, just to give some of the data that sits behind the work that's happening. But Derek's right, a lot of the work that we're doing is about capturing more qualitative insights about the changes that need to happen rather than quantitative metrics. So we'll add a bit of both into the report in September, and hopefully that will provide more of the detail that committee are looking for.
Amanda, that's really helpful. Okay, I think that covers all the points that Chris had. I see a nod from Chris, so I'll come to Amanda next, please.
Thanks, Chair. Yeah, so I wanted to touch on the Police Scotland 2030 Vision 3-year plan biannual report. There's, you know, it sets out the year 2 of the plan, and there's quite a lot of activity carried over from year 1 and years 1 and 2. You know, over 70%, I think, of milestones haven't been delivered by end of year, and all of the milestones are not yet complete, carrying forward into year 3. So it's assurance that I'm seeking, I guess, about progress with those milestones, how they're sort of being prioritised, and are we on track to hopefully achieving those by end of year 3. Particularly, I suppose there are some milestones that are kind of perhaps more, well, they're all important, but perhaps a bit more specifically significant. And if I was to pick out, for example, an area where a bit more assurance would be helpful, would be around anti-discrimination training. So only 14% of that has been completed since its launch in 2024. So just to get an idea of timescales around that. And then I suppose linking back to some of the discussion earlier about the national picture around what's happening in the anti-racism space. I know that the NPCC are reviewing their guidance on the back of some of the national discussions about what's happened, particularly after Southampton, the horrible Southampton attack. But I guess I'm just seeking assurance that for the moment, the commitments to anti-racism remain a priority for Police Scotland.
Thanks, Amanda. I'll bring you in first.
Chair, thank you very much. Amanda, on the latter points, I'll ask Derek to come in on those around the policing together space and the anti-racism and discrimination training. What I wanted to give you some assurance of, and it's prior to the presentation that comes next on the agenda around the performance and accountability framework, we actually have the benefit now of close tracking of the commitments that were made in that first 3-year plan. We recognise that a number of them are off track in terms of delivery. The governance that we've got in place now in this space under DCC Spears through the Performance Board and the delegated expectation of portfolio management boards and local management boards around delivery is the push that the Chief has made very clear to us all, whether it pertains to scrutiny recommendations, audit recommendations, or commitments we have made. So I recognise that's not a full assurance to you. I'm confident that over the year we are currently in, with the scale of push that we're making on governance and the clarity of discussion we're now having and the level of accountability that the Chief and the DCCs are pushing, you will see a changed picture on this. But you can be assured that we're tracking it very, very carefully. This is not simply dropped into SPA and a kind of, shrug of the shoulders. We take this really seriously and we're committed to that. So thanks for the point.
Okay, and I'm looking for some other hands to come back on those other points.
Chair, if I make a couple of comments and then I'll pass to Derek if that's okay, as it relates to the questions around policing together and training. First and foremost, the heart of Policing Together portfolio is about the culture within Police Scotland. It's about our aspiration to be an anti-racist organisation and our commitment to progressing that. And so I think just to give Amina the assurance that we remain incredibly committed in this space, and we remain committed to rolling out that training. I think what we've tried to do is deliver some of that training in a targeted fashion, but we recognise that training also comes up against a range of other demands, both in terms of training for our officers and staff, but also in relation to the demands that's placed on us to police events. So there's demands in training, but we are committed in this space. I think one of the critical tools or barometers that this committee, and I know it will feature at the People Committee, is our culture dashboard. I think we remain an outlier in so much as we're probably ahead of any other force in the UK in terms of the creation and development and actual use of a culture dashboard, and that will be one of the tools that we will use going forward to ensure that we remain focused on achieving our goals in that space. So I think for us that's vitally important, and it's something that we're paying really close attention to. Maybe just allow Derek just to offer a little bit more granular detail.
Thanks, Alan. Derek, over to you.
No, thanks, Chair. Thanks, Deb. Yeah, just to pick up on that, again, it's very much the priority from that, and I think we've very much tried to avoid diluting the anti-racist training because we feel it's so important to get it right with that one. So that's why it's been very much in person across the board, and we're very keen to avoid using Moodle or such like from that one, even a train the trainers aspect from that one. So we want to have those that are really specifically trained and have that lived experience in particular to deliver that. So again, we'll continue to try and roll that out at pace. We started off with the executive level and those that are specifically require it within that kind of frontline aspect from it. And again, we'll try and move it out in a measured aspect from that one, and where at which stage we may be able to accelerate it once we're content that we have if you want, the key personnel in place, and we can roll it out thereafter.
Thanks, Derek. Amina, is there anything you want to come back on in there?
No, that's actually really helpful to have that extra context and detail. Obviously, I'm sure committee will just be keeping an eye on kind of the pace of delivery and the traction and momentum that's building. But that's quite assuring. So thank you.
Lovely, thank you. Katharina, your hands up.
Thank you very much, Chair, for allowing me to come in on this, because I think it's, you've raised such an important topic, and it's obviously very, very topical just now. I feel really reassured by the commitments which have just been made by Police Scotland that the anti-racism training is being taken seriously and it's being rolled out. So I think that focus is really important. But I think what I would quite like to kind of ask as well is, you mentioned that the NPCC are reviewing their guidance, and I suppose the policing minister down south in England as well kind of said this is something that needs to be reviewed. The reason why it's being reviewed is because there have been some concerns that despite the best intentions of the policy or the guidance that is in place, that it may well be leading to maybe some unintentional consequences. And we have heard the phrase, and I'm quite surprised it hasn't come up so far, as two-tier policing, and those I suppose concerns that potentially different ethnic groups are being treated differently, and the impact that the training that all of the police forces across the UK have quite rightly been implementing, that it may well have an impact on this. So I suppose I would quite just like to have some assurance from Police Scotland that there are no concerns with the training that Police Scotland is rolling out, that you're not concerned about unintended consequences of that anti-racism training, and that we that Police Scotland as a police force is not impacted by some of those considerations, which where I think some of the forces down south, as I say, it's been well documented in public debate recently that those allegations are being made. So just a bit of reassurance that we're comfortable that the training we're delivering does not lead to unintended biases. Is that what comments can you make to that effect?
Thanks, Katerina, and I'll come to Alan for that very topical matter, please, and then I'll bring Amina in.
Yeah, thanks, Katerina, for the question, and it's really valid and really current. And I would suggest that one of the reasons why we're just nudging our way through the organisation, and perhaps some might think we should have been further on in terms of the volume of people who have participated in the training. We've taken quite a considerable period of time to ensure that we get the balance of the training right. Before we started the programme of rolling out the training, we'd done a number of training courses in a very controlled environment, just to ensure that it is landing in the way we'd want to do. We've drawn the feedback from that. We've brought into that equation some of our professional reference group members who have supported us through recent events as it relates to a public inquiry. So there's a range of independence in terms as well, looking at the content of that. So I would suggest that it's been very measured and carefully worked through. And in the broader operational policing, we will always keep a careful eye on how we deliver that service and ensuring that we're policing in a proportionate and justified way. So there's a parallel track as it relates to that as well.
Thank you.
Thanks, Alan. Amanda, did you want to come in?
Yeah, just quickly. Yeah, that's really helpful assurance there. I suppose it's just worth bearing in mind that at the moment, the review is based on allegation. It's not, there hasn't been any data to support it. And there might even be, it's been a very impulsive, quick response, which, there's obviously political considerations there as well. But I think given the data that we have in a lot of the reports today around disproportionality, that is also supporting that, what we've kind of assumed was the position anyway, which is that it is generally people with protected characteristics that are they're perhaps not being given the support or having the outcomes that we would like. So it was just to keep that context in mind, but helpful discussion. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Amanda. And I'll just add my 2 pence worth. I think Police Scotland isn't necessarily a unique position, but it understands where it's been and it understands where it is, which is why I think the training is so very soundly grounded. And I think lots of other forces perhaps aren't in such a beneficial position as having done the groundwork that enables them to be in the position that Police Scotland find itself, would be my observation from what I see and from what I hear. So I think that's a helpful reassurance from yourself on that point. I wanted just briefly to return, if I could, to the Chief's report, and of course I can because I'm chairing it. I think it's a fantastic document because it sets out a huge amount of achievement across the year and articulates it very persuasively in a narrative form with case studies, and that's fantastic. And I want to obviously commend the force for all of the work that's done there. I probably wanted to return a little bit to the scale of the ambition because it is pretty enormous, and I think that's reflected in some of the progress which was touched on and Tom was talking about, and it's great to hear the kind of renewed governance and vigour that's around that. But I just think given the number of projects that are still in train and haven't delivered in year 2 when they were expected to, plus the level of ambition for year 3, there's only so much air in the balloon of sort of like organisational change and stuff. And I wondered if there was any scope for a degree of pragmatism and perhaps a reprioritisation within that, or are we kind of biting the bullet and doubling down and carrying on, because it looks quite daunting as I look through it in terms of the level of priorities that are there. And whilst there's the old thing, if everything's a priority then nothing is, and there's clearly some things in there which are going to be more important to us than others. Tom.
Chair, thanks for those comments. That's extremely helpful. The reprioritisation exercise that we're undertaking is ongoing. It fits with the refresher governance and the strengthening that I talked about earlier in response to Amina. There will be lessons learned from this first 3-year plan as we go on to develop the next 3-year plan that will be brought to the authority in March of next year. So that journey 27 to 30 needs to take proper account of the fiscal environment we're within, about the progress that's been made, and maybe some of the granularity that was included in that first 3-year plan around those commitments. That does not mean that we don't remain committed, but DCC Smith earlier gave a sense of the context, the constraints around budget and so on. So pragmatism, absolutely, in terms of prioritisation now, but equally the development of the next plan and the completion of the journey, if you like. I think that's where the real the focus needs to come, and I think that's work that we can probably do together and have the benefit of the support of SPA on. But equally, though, we don't want to resile from the commitments that we've made, so we're realistic about that, and I think we should maintain communication just about what that starts to look like as the summer progresses. Thanks.
Yeah, absolutely agree with all of that, Tom, and welcome the future involvement and engagement. So really good to hear. Thank you. Okay, any other questions from anybody on the Chief Constable's year-end assessment? Okay, I can't see any hands. So I'm not going to text Alistair just yet and tell him how easy this is, but we are 10 minutes ahead of time. We'll keep going with this pace and impetus, and lots of really good responses as we go on to 2.3, please. So Police Scotland Performance and Accountability Framework. And Alan, it's the double act of you and Tom again, I think.
Yeah, I'll just a couple of comments from myself, Chair, and then I'll pass to Tom. I guess a little bit about our ambition here is about enhancing accountability. That's our primary aim. I think that's then followed by, our aim to have, the availability of good data, and then that results in our ability to make good decisions. So that for me is what we are trying to achieve, and hopefully that's the framework in its broadest sense. And at that, I'll just let Tom come in and provide a little bit more detail before we take some questions from yourself and other members. Thank you.
Excellent. Tom, over to you.
Thanks, Chair, and thank you, Deb. So colleagues have the paper. I would emphasise that the development of this work, credit for which sits with Tina, Nicola and the team within the Analysis and Performance Unit, engaging across the service and with SPA counterparts, and we're grateful for that support as well, has been built on the back of the Best Value report. Strong push from that report that landed in January that we should call out what our strategic indicators of success would be. So they're central to this document. We've got a heavy reliance on KPIs, trying to keep those at a manageable scale so that they remain meaningful, but we do have scope to bring in management information as well, probably by exception, but it's perhaps a conversation we could have as well. There were points made earlier in today's discussion, Chair, around KPIs relating to prevention. Some of those are in there. There's a specific strategic indicator of success around whole system response to prevention. You'll see references in there. We also have management information about reoffending rates and re-victimisation on particular crimes. So again, we can hopefully bring that to the table. Equally, there is work ongoing, both on the academic research side, around assessing the Police Scotland's impact on prevention. And there's work that we're doing with the Edinburgh Futures Institute as well about access to partner data that will give us a stronger sense as to outcomes for individuals and for communities. So that's a commitment that we've got as well to fulfil what was touched on earlier. In terms of the mechanics of reporting, Going forward, we'll maintain quarterly performance reporting throughout the year. New commitment is a performance dashboard based on these KPIs going to the full authority meeting twice a year. So we'll deliver that for Q1 at the July meeting of the board, and we'll deliver it for Q3 at the March meeting next year of the board. And on top of that, we'll also have the continued maintenance of our half-yearly and end-yearly reporting, such as the committee has become used to, where it's a mixture of quantitative and qualitative data, case studies and insights and so on. And I would re-emphasise the point, ACC Middleton touched on it earlier, and it's a really excellent point. We are taking this work and it's now transferring into the operational tasking environment. It's been adopted by our regional ACCs to help them to drive management action and to hold their people to account at chief superintendent level and below. So again, using governance effectively by augmenting it with good data is the commitment here, and we're absolutely open to further feedback, but my hope is we can get the endorsement today and then we'll continue to report on this basis. Thank you.
Thank you, Tom and Alan, for that. I mean, I know there'll be some questions on this. Just, I'll take Chair's prerogative while people are cogitating around it. I mean, firstly, just to welcome the introduction of the balanced scorecard. I suppose it's great to see that developing, and we look forward to it coming in July. I think how policing performance is regarded as a conversation that's probably older than everybody on this call today, and it's one that will continue very much into the future. But I think it is really good progress, and you know, how you can achieve a simplification of an incredibly complex area without oversimplifying it, so you miss the ability to recognise good practice and hold to account as well. I suppose just some reassurance for me, Tom, around the constituent elements of that, because there are core components of a benchmarking exercise or a balanced scorecard which do require inclusion. So I mean, benchmarking is key amongst that, and I think that's a point that's been made repeatedly. We need to see the benchmarking where appropriate, accepting that it's not going to be necessarily something which is possible on all categorizations, but the baseline against previous year numbers as well. I think that's the 23-24 numbers that's going to be coming in this balanced scorecard. And then for me, the bit that is, and various different ways of representing the data, which will lean to you know, what's presented. But I suppose the really important part, Tom, as well, is the strategic narrative and the analysis that goes alongside the balanced scorecard piece as well. I welcome your thoughts around sort of like what's coming to July and how those things will be incorporated or not, as the case may be. But certainly, from my perspective, that would be welcome.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Just to come back on those points then, benchmarking absolutely will be a feature of this. We've done good work collaboratively, actually, with SPA officers, equally with the College of Policing, around what a benchmarking framework could look like for Police Scotland. So we'll make sure that features within here. In terms of that comparative piece, we're committed to the 12-month rolling data. So there will be a reference point looking back a year. And in terms of the strategic narrative and insights, I think that is the task for us, so that we don't, in presenting a balanced scorecard, essentially wrap it in such a heavy narrative that we miss the point. The data matters. The Chief has emphasised that point, and she wants to be able to call out where data movement is beyond what we would consider an acceptable control limit. So that will be the way in which we pitch. I think you will pick up similar themes to those that have been covered in today's discussion already around the areas of high threat, harm and risk. But I'd probably maybe just invite Tina, actually, who leads the analyst team that developed this work, and I know has taken all of the points that you've raised into account. But we will endeavour to get that work right, and we'll work with your officers as well, Gary, to make sure that the strategic insights that are presented to the board are appropriate and are the ones that would foment the right discussion. Thank you.
Excellent. Thanks, Tom. Did you say you wanted to bring Tina in? Tina?
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, just to add a little bit on to that. So in terms of the SPA scorecard to full board, we are also building in a baseline comparison to pre-vision. That was something that Amanda and I discussed as well in the build of this. So as well as looking at sort of previous year, the 12-month rolling average, we'll start to track, well, how does that look before we introduce the vision as to where we are now. We are actively monitoring a whole suite of management indicators that we will bring by exception, and we've talked a little bit in the framework about how we demonstrate something is an exception, and we build those sort of confidence limits. So as well as your look to the previous year, we use a sort of 5-year horizon alongside standard deviation and other statistical calculations to then really flag something if it's becoming an exception, something that we wouldn't expect, and that allows us then to investigate. We break that right down to very localised levels so that local command teams and other national divisions as well can look at this in a very granular way, which then feeds into their whole problem solving piece. So looking at the exception and then trying to understand and unpick that, and that always feeds back up into the performance framework and allows us to look for areas of best practice. In terms of what is intended to come to the SPA board is that high level snapshot around the key performance indicators, which will be augmented with some of the Chief Constable's year-ending, well, twice a year report as well that comes to that board. However, the deep dive will be in Policing Performance Committee, so through the quarterly performance reports, that's where we'll get the real breadth, but it allows the Chief and the Chair at the board to sort of set the scene, if you like, and then deep dive into the committee thereafter. That would be the intention.
That's brilliant. Thanks, Tina. I probably shouldn't admit it, but I'm genuinely excited to see the product. So, okay, good. Thank you for the update. I've got a couple of hands, so I'll start with Katerina, if I may.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you, Tom and Tina, for the report. And just sort of, similar to echo Chair's comments, I am also genuinely excited to see the product. I think the framework is a really important step forward because it does acknowledge very much that policing performance needs to be understood within a broader context. So really appreciate that, and I won't repeat the Chair's comments around the balanced scorecard. I suppose my one question is around the outcome focus. So as you're looking at the metrics that will be included, how will the framework help us as a committee to distinguish between activity, between output and real world outcomes, such as reduced harm, improved victim experience, and stronger public confidence?
Yeah, if I can come back on Katerina's points, thank you. Katerina, thanks. This is to build on Tina's point about the quality of the material that we build, that we bring in and continue to develop, whether it's through academic research or insight gathering and engagement within our own organisation, that gives you clarity about what the actual impact has been. So the scorecard will give a sense of direction of travel and where things perhaps are going in the wrong direction. And then we'll augment that when we come back to this committee, and we can have a wider discussion about what the felt impact of that is. So it won't, in terms of what I referred to earlier, in terms of access to partner data, that will really help. And we're trying to accelerate the work with Edinburgh Futures Institute about criminal justice outcomes as well. That is data perhaps that we don't hold. I've had conversations with the Crown Office very recently about how we can help them to improve the gathering of their data so that we can then connect it to the way in which we report as to what the CJ outcomes are. But that's work in progress. So lots happening. And I think we're looking forward to bringing it in July, because we can then start the conversation about being clear and transparent on where indicators are not pointing in the correct direction. And you can be assured that that's the conversation we're having internally as well. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thanks, Tom, and thanks, Katerina. Amina, can I come to you now, please?
Yeah, thanks. Thanks, Tom. Yeah, that was a really helpful point about kind of that longer term look at kind of benefits realization as well, which we'll be hopefully get there at some point. I suppose my question was more specific about the actual strategic indicators. I see that there's an indicator specifically covering kind of equalities and human rights for staff side workforce that will be captured. But in terms of capturing that as a snapshot for the public and communities, there doesn't seem to be an indicator, specific indicator for that. I do appreciate that there's this that feeds into a lot of work streams, and it might even be sitting in some of the management indicators, the wider management indicators that Tina has mentioned. So it was just to get a bit of clarity on that and whether or not we might need to look at including that in the KPIs that have been presented in the report. I am happy to endorse the report today, but it was just to get a bit more clarity around that.
Chair, if I can come back, I mean, I thank you for that, and thanks for the reference as well to the benefits reporting. Public confidence measurement, we've actually got significant amounts of MI that we can bring into this, and the benefit of the KPIs, if you like, is that they're supported by robust technical notes. We've automated the processes to generate them, but let's make a commitment today that we'll bring back specific public confidence data that perhaps addresses the perceptions and impacts on particular, maybe minoritized communities, not least given current events. And we can make sure that's a feature of the work that we do that we bring to the board in July, if that works. Thank you.
That's yeah, perfect. I'm happy with that.
Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you. Any other questions around the assurance and accountability framework? Okay. So we have actually run through the morning's agenda ahead of time. What I will just say in summary to the accountability framework is I think we really welcome the development of the balanced scorecard, and I think that's a fantastic way in providing evidence-based public narrative on progress that links through to the vision. And I think we're really looking forward, all of us, to seeing that at board in July. So really great piece of work, and will enable, I think, us to do our job really effectively as well. So really positive development. Thank you, Tina and the team, and Tom for the update on that and all the work around it. I am tempted to break a little early for lunch. We've been running for just over 2 hours now, so I'm going to break us early. We'll take a half-hour lunch break, and then we'll come back at 12:40, if that's okay for everybody, and get into the afternoon's agenda with 10 minutes on the clock in our favour. So thank you everybody for this morning and for complying with my plea to self-regulate and keep us on time. That's working very effectively, and hopefully we'll continue with that, and I'll get everybody away on time this afternoon as well. But really good morning, enjoy your lunch, and I will see you at 12:40. Thank you all. for your prompt re-attendance. Hopefully you're all refreshed and reinvigorated as we enter the afternoon session. Just so you can all plan appropriately, I plan to have another break at around about 2:30, 2:45, depending on how we're progressing. That will enable you to plan appropriate comfort breaks, etc. Let's move on to the afternoon session then, and we're into operational matters now. To start with the violence against women and girls update, which is allocated to you, Sarah.
Thank you, Chair. As the committee is aware, we published our violence against women strategy in 2023, and that was accompanied by a delivery framework spanning 3 years. The strategy and its implementation plan detailed a series of commitments and 86 actions across 4 strategic outcomes. Work has been going on for the last few months to review that work, and I'm pleased to say today that the strategy has been largely delivered, with 76 actions discharged and embedded within our business as usual activity. 6 actions remain ongoing, and they will be progressed as we move into our next iteration of our strategy, which we will come on to. And 2 actions are no longer considered necessary as they've been discharged in 2 of the actions that have already been completed. I think everybody has sort of read the performance report. We know that crimes of violence against women and girls are increasing. There is over 200 crimes a day committed against women and girls in Scotland. And this is probably a national crisis, in my own opinion. So we have to make sure as we move forward to meet those challenges that societal changes have brought, that we are agile in terms of our approach. So as we move forward and in terms of our new plan for the next few years, we are going to take a whole service approach, ensuring that national and local interoperability and collaboration is more connected, that we are able to deliver lasting change, adhering to the equally safe principles, which obviously Scottish Government and COSLA push. We've sat kind of outside that structure, and I think it's really important that that local national connectivity is also developed through our connections in with COSLA and Scottish Government. So to align ourselves with that unified approach that's recognised by other public sector services, private sector and third sector, as well as our own local partnerships that deliver equally safe at that local level, we're going to change our name to Equally Safe, Scotland's response to violence against women and girls. Now, the strategy that we're going to apply is not going to be overly complex. We're going to follow a 4P approach, which is a model, a policing strategy that is used in policing, most notably successfully within organised crime and counter-terrorism, to deliver on what we see is necessary to change societal behaviours and attitudes. So there will be 4 key strands. There will be prevention, which I touched upon earlier on. It's absolutely the first line of defence in tackling this. We will look at pursue, which traditionally Police Scotland, given that we are a policing service and law enforcement agency, we will lead on that. We will ensure that our protection element is covered, and we will also prepare, making sure that our staff and our workforce have got the appropriate skills, training to be able to meet the challenges moving forward. The other aspect is the incorporation of a 5th P, which is performance. And again, that's very important because we've got to be able to see what the impact of our activities is in terms of giving assurance and also taking on learning from the work. So effectively, over the next couple of months, we will develop our strategic threat assessment, which we will be able to incorporate into our framework and then report on a more annual, regular basis in terms of the work that is ongoing. But as I say, I think it's really important from a policing perspective that we align with the commitments from Scottish Government and COSLA, and the change of name will reflect that unified approach. I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Sarah. I am sure there will be some questions. I've got first out the blocks, I've got Maureen.
Thank you. Thanks, Chair, and thanks so much, Sarah. My initial comment, I think, is made in the fact that you'd recognised that this is an issue. The Violence Against Women and Girls actions in the Police Scotland SPA COSLA partnership plan are not referenced in the strategic links of the Police Scotland POG strategy. And I think it just refers, what you were saying. We need to make sure all these connections are made. And this creates a gap in how national commitments connect to local delivery through the Violence Against Women partnerships and local police teams, including local area needs assessments, which you will be aware, Sarah, we're doing a lot of work on through the improvement service at the moment to try and understand a bit more about what resources are needed at local level to tackle which, and I share your view that this is a national emergency. This is a real serious problem that we're dealing with. We also need to do that to support local knowledge sharing and shared activities. So I suppose, how will this strategy help drive the realisation of the VOG commitments in the Police Scotland SPA COSLA partnership plan to ensure robust partnership approaches with the Violence Against Women partnerships and local police approaches and consistent local applications? So I suppose it's just that to flesh out a wee bit more about what you were saying there, Sarah, and just so that I don't need to come back in with another question, just to mention that we've just launched in this last week, and I'll talk about it more in my verbal update later, but we've just launched a white paper on tackling violence against women and girls, which sets out much of what you were saying, Sarah, in a bit more detail and informs that we were going to take forward this work with a new Scottish Government and a new Minister. So thanks, Chair.
Thanks, Councillor Chalmers. It's a good question. So I've obviously been in post for the last 14, 15 months. And it comes back to that whole point of communication. How do we engage? How do we make that connectivity from a policing perspective from national to local? So by setting up of the framework and some internal structures, we will ensure that we are able to capture that delivery, and where we identify issues, things that are stalling or not progressing, because obviously you'll be very aware that funding is critical to deliver a lot of services at that local level. Then we can then work more collectively at a strategic level to try and push these issues on. But effectively, we will reflect more of what is included within the wider strategy.
Thank you so much, Sarah. Thank you.
Thanks, Sarah. Thank you, Maureen. I've got Chris next.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks very much, Sarah, and thanks very much for the report. Completely concur with what's been said about just how critical this is, and I really welcome what you've said about the development and iteration of the strategy, and particularly what you've said around focus on performance and impact and assurance and learning as part of that. Just a slightly narrower question, just as we are at that point in terms of the development of the strategy, it would be helpful if you could just say a little bit about, so you refer in paragraph 1.6 to the fact that the implementation progress report is going to be coming to Performance Committee at a later date. Obviously, that's going to be part of the lens through which we'll be thinking about the development of the strategy over time in terms of the progress that's been made to date. So it'd be helpful to hear when that's coming to Performance Committee, and also if you could say a little more at this point about those actions that are continuing and have been discontinued. Just a little more on that, just at this point of transition. Thanks.
Yeah, absolutely. So I'll take the first point. The progress report will need to go through our internal governance structures, so it absolutely will be there and presented at the next, probably, I'm not sure, maybe the next performance committee, hopefully, all going well. I've seen the draft progress report, and I think for me it demonstrates the activity and work that is undergone and been undertaken, in the last 3 years. It covered a huge range of activities, which, as Head of Public Protection, I'm very comfortable that that is now embedded in our everyday approach. The recommendations or actions that remain outstanding, some of them refer to some long-term pieces of work. So, for example, what was known as the Public Protection Delivery Programme, which now sits under investigation and safeguarding, which sits under my new ACC, Mr. Mayers. So that we know is a longer piece of work, which again will be critical in driving a lot of the activity that we will be undertaking as part of the new strategy. In terms of the two actions that remained outstanding, one referred to activity in terms of embedding an equally safe approach within our workplace, improving culture. So that was discharged under activity that was undertaken by professional standards. So again, there's going to be a real sort of detailed update into why that is now no longer being progressed, because effectively it was duplication. And likewise for the second one, which was really into the same theme, it has been discharged fully under a separate action. I think as we move forward, we have to be transparent in our activities. I said right at the start that prevention is the first line of defence. And I think for myself, that requires significant investment at a national level in terms of Scottish Government. Our prevention strategies aren't right. And so that's why we have a pillar. Now, I spoke earlier on about some of the preventative measures that we take as part of our daily job in terms of public protection, whether it's in terms of domestic abuse, etc. But that we now need to upscale that. And we actually need to talk about it. I think as a society, we're not talking about it, which is even more important that we align ourselves with our partners that we work with in this space. And the second question, apologies. Second part of your question, I don't know if I've answered that or not.
I think you have, actually, unless I'm forgetting what the second part of my question was. But I think you have, and I do take assurance from what you've said. I think it will be really helpful for us to have that progress, to have that implementation progress report, because I think, as I said, it's a really helpful lens through which to view the development of the strategy and the learning from the last 3 years. So I think that'll be a really important focus for us as a committee as we move forward. But thank you, and it's helpful to hear about those that are discharged and the mitigation. So yeah, I think you've answered my question. Thank you.
Thanks, Chris. Thanks, Sarah. I've got Emma next.
Thank you. Thanks, Sarah. Yeah, it's been a really useful report to just get a sense of where things are and what the direction of travel is. A couple of questions. So you mentioned in the report the alignment between the VOG plan and the SCTM action plan, the internal plan for tackling misogyny. I suppose I'm wondering if, as part of the reporting, the VOG performance reporting, whether relevant complaints data or information that goes to the complaints committee or the people committee will also be included in that performance reporting, just to get that sense of the alignment between both of the plans. And second of all, I mean, obviously it's a very challenging and complex area to address. understandably, as you've explained in the report. But given the rise in reportings that's been ongoing for a good while, in terms of the action planning, I suppose how is that being reviewed for efficacy? Is there going to be a significant change to approach in any specific areas? Yeah, so just to get a sense of a bit more of the detail there.
Okay, so in answer to your first point, which is a really good question, because I suppose to a lot of people, we then have two separate strategies, but actually they complement one another. And the aspect in terms of tackling sexism, equality and misogyny, that sits under our prepare pillar as part of our new plan. And that's about equipping our officers in terms of not only just training, but our culture, changing our culture, etc. So it will absolutely be captured as part of that framework in terms of how we report. I think the second bit is again quite critical, and I need to give assurance that just because we are redrafting and launching again, we are still doing the activities that are important. So that includes looking at rape and sexual crime, that includes domestic abuse. We're now focusing obviously in terms of prostitution, commercial sexual exploitation. So that work is all ongoing. And then we have the issue of the dramatic rises in online child sexual abuse as well. So if you think about violence against women and girls as a big umbrella, these spokes that I've just spoken about are very critical and important. So activities are still ongoing. It's how we now collectively push and promote that all of these different offences are actually violence against women and girls and are not standalone.
Yeah. Okay, that's helpful to understand, and it is. I do know that Police Scotland, this is a top priority and taken very seriously. Just on that last point though about the online abuses, I noted and I welcomed the update on the campaigns, the social media campaigns that are part of that messaging and kind of that wider work around cultural change more broadly in society. I guess I was just wondering though, I mean, it's a small segment of the population that are kind of engaging with that. And in terms of resource, I mean, how much of that is also going towards enforcing the online safety bill requirements with social media platforms in particular, and kind of working on trying to tackle or eliminate harmful content that is kind of resulting in a lot of the violence against women and girls and children.
Yeah, and I think that's key. So it doesn't just come down to prevention in terms of offenders, it's about making the online space safer for all. And obviously, you'd be aware that a number of rises in crimes, Nandi, it just reiterates Andy's piece earlier in terms of that online element. We're engaged at a strategic level, both with Scottish Government and the UK Government in terms of emerging, changing legislation to make that safer. And obviously, again, some of the work that we do with the NCA, looking at the future, because this isn't going to stop. Children and young people live their lives online now. And of course, we need to have the appropriate safeguards and measures in place. So those conversations are happening, and we're very much part of a lot of the working groups in terms of the online Safety Act, looking at children and young people, so that we can again lever and flex where we have seen real changes in dynamics and offending behaviour. But critical to that is also to maintain our focus on perpetrators, because we wouldn't have violence against women and girls offences if we didn't have those that perpetrated those crimes. And again, a lot of our targeted campaigns is now looking at a younger age group, because we are seeing that coming through, which again is really important, that we are capturing all those that could be in future perpetrators of these types of offences.
Yeah, and I think it's absolutely right that that balance needs to be there in terms of the approach to tackling this. I guess it's just that the two things do intersect, and so it's kind of trying to work on two different things at the same time. But happy with that response. Thank you.
Thank you, Amina. Katharina.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Sarah. Councillor Chalmers has already asked my questions around sort of the stakeholder engagement, so I'm not going to go there. I think we've had a really good answer around that. And Sarah, you just touched on the perpetrator focus as well. And I suppose what was going through my head is, what you've described is that you are applying a framework that you use, that Police Scotland use within serious organised crime to this area of offending. And I was just wondering what the benefits are of applying that methodology, and maybe what kind of some of the shortcomings are, because particularly thinking about the perpetrator, and this is just my, I suppose, analysis, or this is just an assumption on my part, but it feels to me that the perpetrators, when it comes to violence against women and girls, that it's a broader field. I would maybe put it out there as an assumption that members of society who are willing to engage in serious organized crime is possibly a different subset. But when we're talking about perpetrators against, in terms of violence against women and girls, is potentially a broader subset of society. And I'm pretty sure that in previous seminars and discussions, different types of statistics have been mentioned, but it's potentially quite a substantial proportion of the overall population who do engage in violence against women and girls. So I'm just really interested in understanding why you're taking this approach from serious and organized crime. What do you think the benefits are? What do you think maybe some of the shortfalls are? And probably an unrelated question to this is, what are there any broader asks that policing would have for the government as well? Because again, I'm quite conscious that government are obviously very focused, local government, but also national government are very focused on this area. And there is always considerations of further laws, regulations, etc., that might need to be implemented again to help tackle violence against women and girls. And I am always interested in what policing has to contribute to that debate in terms of, if this was different, the ability of the organization to tackle violence against women and girls would be materially enhanced. So two unrelated questions, I suppose, but I would be really keen to kind of get your views. Thank you.
Yeah, both very good questions. So why take an approach? For me, it's a recognised model in terms of a policing strategy. It keeps things really simple. It sets out very clearly what we want to achieve, and it's also measurable. Our last iteration was quite detailed, and having come into post, great amount of work was achieved, but trying to pull all that together to demonstrate progress every quarter was very difficult. So for me, it's about how do we keep this simple? And I'm not at all being derogatory to the subject matter, but simple enough that we are actually going to deliver an impact and a lasting impact. And I wasn't trying to be slightly, again, sort of, I suppose, inflammatory by comparing this to serious and organised crime or counter-terrorism. But it is a national emergency. And these are the approaches that we've taken in the past to deal with these types of aspects. I'm not worried about scale. I'm absolutely not worried about scale in society, because an approach like this has got the ability to upscale or downscale, and it allows us to flex resource where we need it the most. And as I say, we will have our strategic threat assessment concluded hopefully in June, which will be able to add a little bit more meat to the bones of the plan moving forward. In answer to the second aspect, what do we need from a policing perspective? I suppose it comes back down to funding. Legislation, absolutely critical, but we have to work with Scottish Government to make sure that any legislation is workable. And that's some of the challenges that we have. But what I would point out is that this is a whole systems approach. So every part of this cog has to be funded to be able to realise the ambitions, and that isn't happening at the moment. And I heard yesterday that Rape Crisis in Glasgow has actually closed its doors to new referrals. And when you think about the increase in rape and sexual crime, that's hugely impactful in terms of victims. So there probably maybe does need to be a bit of a national discussion in terms of how we can move forward. Unless we deal with the perpetrators, this is going to continue. It is a societal change that is required, and policing is just one part of the jigsaw, but we have an important part to play and we have a voice to be heard, but we need a government that will listen.
Thank you, Sarah. And I do wonder, Chair, maybe this is a conversation for one of her seminars, is what role do we have as the SPA in trying to push for that national conversation? You know, because absolutely, I think personally what we are seeing here is we are seeing the benefit within Police Scotland of the amalgamation of all the different strands, as you described, Sarah, into a more coherent strategy. And I think something personal, that's my personal view, I think something similar is possibly required at a national level, system-wide across all the different partner agencies. Again, very much, you know, we've started having this conversation around mental health and demand, and I think certainly, you know, I would welcome, if there is work already in the way, I might just not be aware of this, but I think maybe some more visibility of that would be required. I appreciate it's not for today for us to discuss, but you know, Sarah, to hear you speak of this as a national emergency, which I absolutely concur with, you know, this is serious and the time to act is now. Sorry, I'm going off on a tangent, but just indulge me. Just, you know, I've been speaking to a criminal defence lawyer a little while ago, and again, understanding just the sheer volume and the backlog of criminal cases that are mostly 90%, I believe, or thereabouts, are got a sexual element to them, and some of the accused are waiting years to get their court date, etc. So I mean, the scale of it is huge, you know, and it's just, I know that we look at this from a policing perspective, but I think we've got a role to play, Police Scotland and NSP, of really trying to raise the level of this at national level as well. Apologies, that's me off my soapbox now.
No, not a problem, Katrina, that's fine. Maureen, did you want to come in?
Just to kind of say, yeah, I agree with what Katrina was saying there. So our white paper that we published, and I'll make sure it's the links here for everyone to share. That's exactly what we're doing. We've got a job in local government to do to raise the visibility and make sure there's the communication with all partners around to put that at local level. But also our call to government is to raise that visibility and do that work with partners nationally. It is a crisis. And we hope to take that forward with the new minister, and I would really appreciate the support of Police Scotland and SPA to do that. That would be great.
Thanks, Maureen. I'm going to wrap it up there, Sarah. I mean, I think there's undoubtedly a consensus around the importance of this and the state that it's in terms of it being of crisis importance. It's definitely a big ticket item, and that's evident for Police Scotland from all the work that's been done and the energy and passion and enthusiasm that's going into the alignment of the new strategy amongst other bodies. That said, I think it's a crowded strategic landscape, and it would definitely benefit from some, you know, stronger clarity and rationalisation in some areas as well, to ensure all of the effort is being directed in the same direction. So I think there's probably an action for us to remit to the police authority, and clearly we're going to be talking about this for a long time, but I think it merits a further discussion amongst authority members and the board itself around what we need to do to try and influence and shape that. So we'll take an action there, probably into one of our seminar days. I think that's a good suggestion, and look how we progress it. But I'm going to draw it to a close there. We've used up the 10-minute advantage that we got earlier on and run over time, but it feels that's an appropriate use of that 10 minutes given the important nature of the subject area. and I thought we would all, if we were going to go over anywhere, it was always going to be there today. So that's a really helpful update, and good to see it. Continued emphasis on the energy and the importance that's being afforded to it. Some great results in the landscape, but clearly, given the scale of the challenge and some of the numbers going the wrong way that we heard about this morning, there's a lot more work to do, and we all need to double our effort and put our head down and get on with that. So thank you, Sarah, and thank you to your teams for everybody that's contributed to that. Right, I'm going to move us on if I can, and we're going to go on to outstanding warrants, and there's allocated 15 minutes to this one, Mark. So if I can hand over to you for an intro, and then I'm sure there'll be a number of questions.
Thanks, Chair. I will be succinct and hopefully maybe even get you some time back. Just kind of rewinding, this is a further update on a matter that has been here, I think, a number of times over the last wee while, and continues understandably to be an area of focus for this committee. So it's really an update in terms of where we are and the progress being made. As articulated earlier, I'll take the paper as read and call out 4 very quick points. One, for me, is that we continue to see an increasing demand in this space. If we go back to the Chief Constable's report at end of year and the pressure on staff, so we're seeing it, since 2022, a 16.5% increase in warrants, so that's nearly 8,000 extra that are being handled. The positive point for me is that we've managed to roughly retain our backlog round about the same level, so our disposal rate has actually increased over that period of time to maintain the backlog where we are. But for me, it's the so what piece in terms of that. So two elements. One is my focus is in the strategic space, working very closely with COPFS and other colleagues, focusing on that demand reduction and looking at new ways of working, and to try and stop some of that demand coming into the system. Meanwhile, the team under Chris Stewart's leadership are doing a fantastic job trying to improve the information flow that goes to our local policing colleagues and others who actually dispose of these warrants, trying to take the approach where additional information, additional data is improving governance at a local level, which is allowing us to take a risk-based approach to our disposal rates across these warrants, understanding, and of course, that these warrants are one backlog amongst many within policing. Unfortunately, when we think about, as a local policing commander, a local area commander, are you prioritising a warrant over a domestic package, over a crime investigation, over an event? So you have to balance all of that threat and risk, and I think it's important that we think about the totality of work that has to be dealt with within the local policing divisions. But we have launched our new warrants dashboard only recently, so we've still to catch up and see what impact and evaluate that and give a bit more detail on that if it's helpful. But from my perspective, as I say, that's where we're at, and that's the kind of main focus for us in this space at the moment.
Thanks, Mark. That's a helpful introduction. And Catherine, I'll come to you first, please.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Mark. Thank you for the reporting, for the voiceover. And it's good to hear that the disposal rate is going up. Your report mentions a new enhanced performance management tool, and I was just hoping that you might be able to give us a little bit more detail, and if you think that that's contributed, and if you've got sort of any anticipated benefits from this tool.
Yeah, so this is effectively it's an interactive warrants dashboard, which allows us now for the first time to really look at it takes all the information from Unify, puts it into an interactive dashboard, and allows us to look at how long has it taken before a warrant was issued before we get it in Police Scotland in a division. It will look at the average of each division in terms of how many days is a warrant active before it is then executed, and what that allows us to do, and it goes right down into the individual warrant. So every individual warrant is on this. So look at the warrant type that they have, the category, they can risk assess better. They can even then begin to look at nominals. So actually you may find that actually one nominal has 7, 8, 9, 10 warrants, and actually you can then You can then target nominals with numbers of warrants rather than risks. So there are a number of ways you can then target your resources to try and keep on top of your warrant demand. And one of the ways it's been really helpful actually is to look at that average days where a warrant comes into Police Scotland, is allocated and then is disposed of. And it allows you to do a number of things. One, it lets you to look at where are we seeing pressure in the system and where are we seeing good practice and how are we sharing that, so that we know that when we look at the size and scale of our divisions, you see a few outliers in there, and we're just beginning now to unpick that and understand, well, why is that? Why is this area performing better? Is it resource numbers? Is it overall demand, like I spoke about earlier, that's sitting across a particular area? So that went live about 6 weeks ago. So we've still to get a bit more behind that and get and see what value it's bringing. But I think what that really allows us to deliver is that local accountability and risk assessment at the local level.
No, thank you for that, Mark. That's really helpful. I mean, I always say if it's measured, it's managed, and it sounds like you're now in a better position to measure it and to manage this. And I'm glad to hear that you're now identifying the frequent flyers and potentially targeting those as well. So, no, really helpful. Thank you.
Thanks, Mark. Thanks, Katrina. I've got Nicola next.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Mark. That was really helpful, actually, really great context. My question relates to the Category A warrants. I wonder if you could elaborate a little on those. There's a number of stats in the report. I was just interested to understand how the 1,642 Cat A relates to either the total outstanding warrant number or the individual number, which there's a difference there, and then how we're prioritising to reduce that Cat A number.
Yeah, so the categories are actually set. This is one of the other bits of work that we're looking at is the categories. So the categories are actually set by Crown Office or by COPFS as it comes across into Police Scotland. Now, historically, what you would find is Cat A is normally a petition case, so a High Court or Sheriff and Jury case. Your Cat Bs will be summaries and Cat C will be everything else, and would normally include our fail to appear warrants within that system. So traditionally, Cat A would be your highest risk warrant. Of course, that doesn't necessarily mean that Cat A is necessarily our priority. So it's down to local commanders thereafter to look at what the threat and risk within that Category A warrant is. So it may well have been a serious offence, but it may well be it's for drug supply, which of course is a very serious offence. But you may have a Cat B warrant who has an individual who is for a domestic offence and there's still an outstanding domestic package, and there may be other risk, harms and vulnerabilities that may mean that you will go and target a Category B or even a Category C warrant over a Category A. So it would be normal that I would expect Category A to be much less in terms of its overall, which it is 1,600 out of the 10,000 or so that are outstanding at any one time. So you'd expect that to be low, and obviously that number continues to churn as well. So as you know, it's one of these ones, unfortunately, that you can never quite stop the conveyor belt coming in. So as you're clearing one, another one's coming in, and our disposal rate at the moment is 85%, which is the concern, because over time what we will see then is that number continuing to grow, which is why we're trying to increase the accountability of the information and at the same time look at the number of warrants that come across to us and how we can lower that number with COPFS.
Okay, so that's helpful, and linking that to the point that you made before about the dashboard, I think that broader picture then starts to help understand how prioritisation will actually happen in practice, and give the depth or the insight perhaps that scrutiny allows. So that's helpful. Thank you.
Thanks, Nicola. Thanks, Mark. Maureen, I've got you next.
Thank you. Thanks, Chair. Mark, thanks so much for the report. I think the report highlights the codependency with wider services such as housing, social work and health, and the impacts of the pandemic. I'm just also thinking of the current context that we're in with the pressures of the prison population. You will know that our housing services in particular are incredibly stretched, but we're really keen to collaborate and really would be interested in any views from Police Scotland on how we could better avoid these problems upstream. If there's anything more we can do in that space.
Thanks, Maureen. There absolutely is, and I think there's already a lot of work ongoing. So, you know, we've worked previously on the antisocial behaviour working group and the report that came from that. I think actually a lot of what is in there is mirrored across here in terms of that. You know, we spoke earlier about youth engagement services. So when we look at housing, youth engagement services, you know, community-based services that are in the prevention space, that has to be where this starts, because ultimately what you want to do is try and stop the workflow coming in. Within the prison population work that is ongoing, we are working with local authorities and with a range of other partners, including housing, including mental health services, to look at how do we actually reduce short-term remands. And so I think there's a huge amount of work. And then looking forward, the government have obviously still to pick up the report that Martin Evans produced in terms of the Sentencing and Penal Commission, which again referenced the need for investment into community-based services to try and move into that prevention space. So likewise, I'm happy to take any conversation off table and keep moving this forward if we can. Thanks.
Thanks, Mark. Thanks, Maureen. Mark, just a brief one, and to return to your, I'm interested in the segmentation view of the new system that you're talking about, and I'm wondering if it's possible, you may not know the answer to this, but how interoperable is that with other systems? Is it possible, for example, to wash any nominal data with, for example, a VORG flag against that, so you can prioritise within categorisations within that system?
Yeah, there's a bit of work to do still to do that. It comes from the Unify system, which is ultimately a crime system. So there's the ability within the Unify system to do bits and pieces, but at the moment it is a bit of a standalone. So it does require you to look at a number of different databases or a number of different dashboards to look at that. So. But the fact that we have our local intelligence officers and our local community officers looking at that, you'll know from your own days there'll be some well-kent individuals that pop up very, very, very quickly and are like, let's go and have a look there. But yeah, your point's well made. There is still a bit for us to do to try and expand it even more and get those risks being flagged for individuals rather than needing that local knowledge or to check another system.
Yeah, so having been Bedfordshire previously, well Kent had a completely different connotation, but I absolutely follow it. So that's good. Thank you for the paper, Mark. It's good to see there's lots of progress in there. I think given the recent implementation of the new system, we'd probably be keen to see that come back to another performance committee to see how that's embedded and how that transformation's following through and delivering into performance itself. So I'll let you work with the team to figure out the appropriate timings for that, but it probably feels like 6 months or so back here to have another look and a bit more detail at some of the actual deliverables from that system. Okay, good. I can't see any other hands in relation to that. Okay, so I will move us on to the next item, which is the stop and search and prevent, which we've allocated 25 minutes for. I think Katrina is joining us for this, for the stop and search element. I don't know if she's here yet. I can't see her. Derek, is it coming to you?
I believe so. Yeah, I think Katrina's still on her way in from that one. I know from the previous meeting, I think she was detained on from that one.
Okay.
So I'm conscious of time, and I know Dave, I think, is picking the one up after this from that one.
So Dave's going to pick up prevent after you. He's got 25 minutes for the two, so we'll go with about sort of like 12.5 minutes each if we can.
Perfect. I'll keep it open for questions for this one. I think the paper obviously provides a good overview of our last year's activity for stop and search, and it confirms this is a key operational tool for us, used to prevent and detect crime, safeguard communities, and support that intelligence-led policing. We're conscious that stop and search is still a contentious subject, not just across Scotland, but across UK policing, and it is a significant intrusion in personal liberty. And I think we're at pains still to emphasise, both internally and externally, that its use must be lawful, proportionate, intelligence-led, and subject to strong governance and scrutiny. The performance activity figures kind of speak for themselves from that one. And again, we're still generally getting that kind of 25% positivity rate, which again feeds into our intelligence-led aspect from that one, and one that we're very much targeted, and our approach is proportionate across the country from that one. You will see there's regional variations from the report from that one. And again, that's very much down to a combination of the intelligence-led population, the distribution of events during the year, etc., and just that kind of traditional work where we have the high concentration, particularly in G Division within Glasgow City Centre from that one. Governance, again, still been key to this, and we have a number of governance structures from that one. There's 100% supervisory review with all searches and ongoing dip sampling and audit process that we have in place. Compliance with the Code of Practice remains extremely high, still over 99% when we take the administrative errors into account from that one. Looking at that kind of fairness proportionality, again, the vast majority, as you would expect, are white Scottish from that one that are subject to stop search. However, we do have a higher proportionality ratio for Black African Caribbean groups. Again, this has probably risen in the last year, again, due to intelligence-led policing, other issues we've had with our county lines gangs and specific intelligence-led operations in both the east and west from that one. Complaints and scrutiny probably gives the best impression, underlines the governance that is in place for this one with such a tiny percentage of complaints in comparison to the number of stop searches from that one. And again, there's no issues identified through the year from that one. The key developments coming ahead will be body-worn video, which we're looking to integrate specifically into the stop search database. So it'll be linked automatically when you actually complete the stop search from that. So digital division are working on that just now, and that will really kind of provide greater scrutiny and greater protection for our officers and the members of the public that are subject to stop search. The Code of Practice under review and the revised version is expected in September 2026 from Scottish Government. So we've commented on that, and that obviously includes a number of different interim guidance following the 2025 UK Supreme Court ruling on definitions of sex. And that's impacted on our search procedures internally, which we've both strengthened for our own staff and for members of the community from that one. I suppose the key assurance messages moving forward is that we continue to remain proportionate at all times with this, and it's very much, we believe it's a key tool for us as we move forward, used in that kind of proportionate manner with the governance overriding from it. And happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Derek. An awful lot in that summary and an awful lot in the paper, so I'm sure there will be questions. And I'll start with Amina, please.
Thanks, Derek. That was a really comprehensive overview and a lot of detail in the report. So I just had a couple of questions. Well, I guess the first is around that proportionality approach that you phrased. I suppose for me, despite the context that's been given, you know, the significant differences for the ethnic minority group for the last 2 years, it is still concerning. There's a question around if the rates of stop and search are 3 times more. Does that also mean that the intelligence around that is also, you know, almost 3 times more in volume? And in terms of the positive rate, I mean, it is significant, but then that does leave me wondering about the remaining sort of 75%. And in light of, I do appreciate that the volume of complaints is low, but in light of the complaints related to this particular issue, well, I don't know if they are related to this issue. So, are there thematic reasons that are coming through in the complaint that would, you know, provide another level of assurance for us? And then the second one is just, well, it is again around that outcomes piece. I mean, you've provided the briefing note on the arrest that was requested at the last meeting, which has been helpful. But of course, it does explain that the relevant data isn't necessarily available, and neither is the data on the criminal justice outcome. So just to get, again, a bit more assurance and around where we're at in terms of outcomes.
Oh, perfect, thanks. I mean, I'll just try and break that down and remember
Yes.
through from that one. As I say, I think it's key that we continue our efforts to build that kind of trust and not discourage officers from taking lawful action where there's a genuine public safety concerns. We're very conscious of the ratio from that, and not only do we utilise that or look at it within the governance structure for stop and search, but also within our ethics committees and within with our community advisors and the IPAC group, etc. From that one, again, we're always very keen to understand where that, if it's a, shall we say, a concentrated number within, like for example, Glasgow city centre, the Four Corners, or is it perhaps within Inverness where we've an increased area or increased concentration of the county lines aspect from that one. So again, it is really, if you went into it almost in forensic detail, to look and make sure that it's appropriate in relation to that, and particularly where we're looking at that disproportionality and race from that one. And again, there's nothing that's come out from anything of any investigations that we've looked at, and very robust measures from that one. So as I say, it's one we continue to monitor, and it's one, as I say, it's been discussed at length within our governance groups and procedures, in particular sex and gender aspect from that one. So again, happy to keep or discuss it at a later date. I'll keep you updated with that one, but I think it's one that we'll continue to monitor. But there's no obvious reason that we can see for that at this time, other than intelligence-led policing, and again, they've been fully justified for the ones that we've seen for that one. I think the next aspect was in relation to the outcomes or the recording for that? Yeah. So again, that's something we're working extensively with Digital Division for. Obviously, the system's been in place for a while in relation to the Stop Search database. Our forward-facing figures that we publish are probably ahead of anyone else in the UK, and I feel we're getting there with a lot of the outcome recording. I've discussed this actually with ACC Middleton as well, and we don't actually, again, right now, it's more we record the outcome and the disposal, as opposed to if it was an arrest. A number of times you might find somebody searched as a result of them being arrested on warrant and such like, so it doesn't excuse the figures in a certain way. So I think what we're looking ahead is when we build the body worn video into the digital aspect of it and put across, can we then create potentially another field where we can record the outcome in a more nuanced fashion that would give you a kind of better picture from that one. And I see ACC Middleton's got her hand raised there, so probably want to come in.
Okay, Wendy.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Derek. Yeah, I mean, you're absolutely right, Derek. And I think what we'll also have to do on that is when the code of practice is finalised, we'll just have to put that through the wash too in terms of our data and what we're capturing and what we need to capture. So Derek's right, this is a bit of an evolution with the database. But we will make sure that it's reviewed and it reflects then what we need it to reflect going forward. But as you can imagine, there's a prioritisation, and I'm quite popular in terms of my requests of digital colleagues, so we'll have to just take our place in the queue as well. But I think we're alive to all of the issues that you raise, and we're really focused around that data quality bit as well. Thank you.
Yeah, that's helpful. And I think, I mean, it is obviously something that I'm sure a committee will be keen to maintain oversight over going forward. And you know, there is a very robust governance and assurance arrangements that are detailed in the report as well. So I'm sure, I'm hoping that there will be a lot of engagement there as well to try and unpick some of the, particularly around the disproportionality aspects. So look forward to updates.
Yeah, thanks, Amina. I mean, I share Amina's interest in the disproportionality as well. I think, yeah, it's not to say that you shouldn't have any disproportionality, because if you didn't, you'd be the only force in the UK that doesn't. But it's how well you understand why you've got that disproportionality is the really important thing. So I think it's definitely one we'll return to. Catherine, we'll bring you in as well.
Thank you, sir. I've got a different question in relation to stop and search. Yeah. Okay. So thank you. My question was in relation to stop and search of children and young people. And again, members and colleagues, I'm sure, will be aware that there's been some media reports sort of between 2024, 2025 of stop and search of children. So I just wanted, I suppose, to give Police Scotland colleagues an opportunity to talk about any safeguards that are in place when it comes to stop and search of children and young people.
Again, I come in with that, and again, it's another contentious subject from that, and I think we've touched on it a number of times throughout today, that we're very much moving in the prevention space with our youth violence and our young persons, and engagement is the way we'd like to go down. You'll see there was a decrease in searches this year, and again, I know they spoke about the knife amnesty at the weekend, which is again is another contentious issue that will be for discussion at another point. We very much, again, like to be focused and intelligence led with children. There's been a narrative in the last year in relation to the youth violence and knife crime going up. That's probably not actually reflected in the figures in relation to youth violence from that one. And again, it's probably been a more, shall we say, focused or smaller period last year where this occurred from it. I think moving forward, we'd like to see a reduction of the searches of children where we can. However, again, it has to be nuanced by the kind of changing priorities that we have. And again, I think probably education is the way forward for all of this, hence the reason we really utilise the SVRU, our youth engagement workers, and a number of different third sector partners to try and move in that direction. ACC?
Wendy?
Yeah, Chair, if we can just come back in, support Derek around this as well. So I mentioned Operation Star Drop earlier that Mark had instigated last year, and the 4 themes, of which weapons is a key theme, Katarina. So Stop Search remains a really viable tactic in that space, both for the young person's safety and for everybody else's safety as well. But it all comes back down to the lawfulness, the proportionality, the necessity, and very much an intelligence-led approach to that. We are very cognizant, as all police officers are, around the rights of children under UNCRC as well, making sure that we really do prioritise human rights and a trauma-based approach too, and I think you'll hear more about that as well. So it's not something we use lightly. I think I would offer that reassurance in terms of Stop Search with children and young people. I think anything we do in terms of the rights of children and young people, we really do give a great deal of thought to. But I also wouldn't want to put officers off the tactic, which is a really well accepted, and as you've seen, really good governance, really good operational grip around the use of it. But at the same time, recognising that young people are carrying weapons at times for their own security. They feel vulnerable. We saw that through the work that has been referenced already that the SVRU are leading, and the voices of young people. So we know that they're feeling unsafe, and that's why they can be carrying weapons as well. So it's a really viable tactic. I suppose we're really conscious of it. And I've certainly taken notes today. Derek and I will pick up after this meeting as well, just to make sure that we can give you that assurance going forward at whatever point, Chair, that you feel is appropriate around this, because we do understand the impact of the tactic. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for that, Wendy. Katrina, I take it you're happy with that?
Thank you.
Super, thanks. I want to move this on to prevent, but just before I do, because as you talk about the viability and effectiveness of the tactic, I do think it merits some further exploration of the disproportionality between West and East as well. Because we have got, knife crime is an issue in Dundee, yet the stop and search rates are much lower, and there can't be a huge intelligence gap to warrant such disproportionality between the use of such a tactic between East and West. So I think we will return to it, and I think I'll invite the team to link up with Police Scotland to figure out how we do that best. But I think there's some bits in there that merit some further exploration and discussion. And some of them have been touched on today, but a really helpful report and really helpful summary. But I'll draw that to a conclusion now and pass on to Dave Ferry to cover the prevent piece, please.
Thanks, Chair. Good afternoon, members and colleagues. So I've been asked by ACC Stuart Houston to speak to the annual Prevent Assurance Report, and that details the ongoing work to safeguard those at risk of becoming terrorists and those who support terrorism. So the paper within the pack sets out the general position for the annual assurance. However, as a precedent of that report, prevents one of the strands of the UK government's counter-terrorism strategy, or contest as we know it, and it has 3 main strategic objectives. Firstly, tackle the causes of radicalisation, safeguard and support those most at risk of radicalisation through intervention, identification and offering support, and also enabling those who have already engaged in terrorism to disengage and rehabilitate. So essentially, Prevent is a safeguarding strategy, and it works in a similar way as other programmes they're aware of, designed to safeguard people from becoming involved in gangs, drugs abuse, physical and sexual abuse, etc. So we don't do this alone. We rely on statutory and non-statutory partners to engage and assist and identify someone who may be vulnerable or susceptible to radicalisation. And these vulnerabilities and susceptibilities can make people at risk of becoming terrorists or supporting terrorism. And Prevent really works upstream, looking at how to identify those and the root causes, and looks at providing early intervention to divert people away from those patterns of behaviours. So here in Scotland, the Prevent Delivery Unit, which sits under my team within CT Policing, provides that policing response. It accepts referrals and concerns from statutory and other partners, and those referrals are triaged, assessed, deconflicted to see what risk is present there, if it fits within the criteria of Prevent, which we'll come on to in a minute, and where support, if needed, can be provided. So where Prevent relevant concerns requiring intervention support are identified, the process can take one of two routes. The first one being Prevent case management for support through a Prevent multi-agency panel known as PMAP. In England and Wales, it's known as Channel, or via a police-led partnership, which is a PLP route. The difference between the two is that PMAP is led by the local authority, is a consent-based process, and partners work together with a person, create a support plan to ensure that threat, risk and harm to that person is reduced, and they're supported away from their intended course. If the concerns can't be managed within that process, or it doesn't meet, for instance, the Prevent thresholds, or say, for instance, consent's not provided, but we still have concerns, then we can move to a police-led approach, and that's taken to manage and mitigate risk. Safeguard and support people through a case management plan. Partners are brought in also to mitigate that risk as deemed appropriate, but that will be bespoke to the threat perceived or need to be managed, and that's taken separately. So for the purposes of today's report, I should highlight that 41% of individuals referred into Prevent in the reporting period have progressed to that PMAP process. That's lower than it was in 24-25, which saw 57% referred into PMAP, and that's consistent with the referrals being made into Prevent, whereby several of those referrals can be categorised as no ideology identified. And what I mean by that is there might not be any indication of a terrorism mindset, but it might, for example, be a fascination with extreme violence. So those referrals wouldn't progress to PMAP, but might still be subject to other safeguarding and multi-agency processes for intervention, because we still have those concerns. We need to get to the bottom of it and see what we can put in place. So of those that do go into that PMAP process, 65%, so around 2/3 of those referred in, are adopted for Prevent support and go right the way through the process. So that gives a kind of indication in terms of volume. So of note for this committee is that in March of this year, and after consultation with police and divisions and the SPA, Police Scotland Prevent Delivery Unit undertook a self-assessment. This is a requirement set by the Scottish Government to complete such an assessment every 2 years, and that's to ensure that we continue to deliver against the Prevent duty benchmarks, of which Scottish Government have the lead. The outcome of that assessment was that most of those benchmarks were assessed as met. One was partially met, and that's due to the absence of a policy around those police-led partnership panels, and we just need to get some work around about the consistency of that. We're in the process of providing that framework to underpin that work so that PLP will be able to be shared once complete, and it should meet the needs of that self-assessment benchmark. And we're working alongside, as part of our action plan, with a view to implement that, subject to that Scottish Government approval in this coming year. In terms of impacting issues at this time, you'll see there has been an increase in referrals to Prevent Delivery Unit, around 60% when based across the 5-year average, but actually this year, last 12 months alone, 40% or over 40%. Increase in demand has required that we look to enhance the resourcing model. We've done that with officers identified that are undergoing training as we speak to progress into new posts, but we continue to monitor that and align our response, because it's important that we have the appropriate personnel in place to effectively manage the caseload, deliver our engagement strategy, internal and external with partners. But that trend has been consistent, so it is expected that will continue to increase as we see those referrals coming in. Mentioned before about those that aren't maybe pure terrorism, but coming in under different ideology, for instance, or different threats. So it's important that we put that through the process and understand what we're dealing with, so that we can better safeguard the communities that we serve. So in terms of
can I just pause you there, please? Because I know we've compressed you a little bit, but all the members have read the paper, and I just want to make sure we allocate sufficient time to ask some questions. I know we've got some, So unless there's something that's not in the paper you wanted to add, I'll open it up to questions.
No, I was right at the very end anyway. Cheers,
okay. Well done for getting through it so quickly. Thank you. Right, questions, colleagues, please, for David. Chris, over to you.
Thanks, Chair, and thanks, David. Thanks for the report and the presentation. It's very clear. I've just got a question in relation to repeat referrals, which is something the committee's taken an interest in previously in understanding the volume of repeat referrals, and it would be helpful to hear something from you about how repeat referrals are considered by Prevent Case Management. Thanks.
Okay, so to give some reassurance, repeat referrals are quite low in percentage terms in Scotland, in terms of year on year. So to give you an idea, over the last 5 years, we've had just short of 68 from memory repeat referrals come in the last 5 years. Some of those are repeat, so you can get similar names coming back in. So as you can expect, repeat referrals or multiple referrals as classed as a UK national referrals policy, which has been in operation since 2025, are looked at and given enhanced oversight and governance. So those referrals have to look at the original referral and then look at the new referral, basically overlay them and see whether or not there's been any impacts, if anything we've done has impacted on the risk, has it reduced it, has it increased it, looking at is there anything from the new referral that's impacting on the risk that we need to manage. So there is an enhanced process round about that. It's done again collectively through partnerships to give that enhanced picture. So there is actually more scrutiny on those referrals, but they are lower in number, like I said, in Scotland. So if a multiple or repeat referral does not meet the threshold for Prevent through PMAP, for instance, it will still be considered through Prevent through a case officer attending that. So there's that belt and braces piece, so we make sure, but absolutely, when somebody's coming up again and again, it's important that we have that enhanced overview, and that's what we do.
Thanks, David. That's helpful and provides the reassurance I think we were looking for. Thank you.
Yeah, I think it does. Thank you, David. I've got Amina next.
Yeah, thanks, David. That's quite a comprehensive overview, and the report is very detailed as well, which is helpful. So a few questions from me. Similar to, I suppose, the stop and search. So the report details that obviously the safeguarding tactics and any disruption are proportionate. I suppose my question though is, how do we know that? I mean, is there external scrutiny? I suppose, what's the governance and assurance there? I appreciate we have the self-assessment and obviously Scottish Government oversight there. But in terms of, so a bit more clarity around that, and also in terms of the PDU, is there much legal advice thought, when deciding around cases? Just again, wanting a bit more clarity on the process there. There's a second question which is around, this is about, well, the referral data that's publicly available. And there's some of that's quite concerning, particularly, for example, the extreme right-wing concerns accounting for the highest proportion of referrals, and that being kind of, the first time that's kind of been at the top of the category. I suppose it's a broad question, but it's about, I suppose for the average person, for a long time there was perhaps an image of your average person who's susceptible to terrorism or involved in terrorism, and given that changed profile, I don't know how much the general public have caught up with the actual data. So in terms of public communications and campaigns to kind of tackle outdated views or misinformation when it comes to terrorism, is there any work in that area happening? And then finally, just a bit of clarity, when you say that we're 65% higher than the national rate, what is that really telling us? That's just a bit of a newbie question, maybe, especially in light of the fact that we're also expecting a 40% increase to be shown for 25-26 data. So a few questions there.
Okay, I'll take them from the top. So the first one related to, in terms of our reassurance round about how we can understand the risk and if we're making things better. So through PMAP. So if we're going through PMAP, obviously we've got professionals through education, health, etc. So actually, the people we have to engage with persons going through this, whether or not that's people that are new into prevent, so they haven't done anything, come through school and showed some behaviours, they're obviously met. There's taken through professionals. There's a pathway for them, and also within disengagement and desistance. That was the word. That's for people who have already in the system have had these thoughts before, have maybe moved to it, and actually how do we work with them? So actually there's lots of professionals involved in that PMAP process around the table, and actually there's lots of not just anecdotal but professional expertise in regard to how you engage with these people, how you take it through. That's always evolving, because it probably leads on to one of your other questions round about there are differences. What we thought terrorism was 10 years ago is perhaps slightly nuanced now to what terrorism is now. So that's always changing, and there's always case studies round about that. And actually, we're really good as part of the UK network in sharing some of that. So that perhaps hopefully answers your first question. The second question was round about, you mentioned legal advice. I'll maybe answer that last. I think I maybe need a little bit more clarity on the askers for that one. In terms of number 3, extreme right wing, etc., and what that kind of comms plan looks like. UK National Policing, I think it was a couple of years ago, actually put out what Face of a Terrorist, I believe it was called, and it actually showed you the difference in, it was a lot of people's faces. Who do you think within this is a terrorism? It was a little bit clumsy, but it actually got across the message in terms of this is what people think what a terrorist looks like, this is what a terrorist looks like now. Again, that changes all the time. So, at the minute we're dealing with people who are dealing with more traditional terrorism, if we talk about Islamic State, for instance, but also extreme right wing when you're looking at a 14-year-old child at home being radicalised online. That's a massively different approach. Now, the public are informed through that comms strategy, that national comms strategy. Could we get better at it? Yes, I think we could. But very much we need to make sure our comms are very much aligned with the UK national strategy, with contests being nationally led, of course. In terms of your fourth point, I'll come back to number 2, which is about legal. It's not a 65% increase on the rest of the UK. 65% is actually higher than the rest of the UK, which I think sits about 58%. So it's still an increase. We are higher. Our understanding of that is very much down to our assessment process. We're one force, we're one area, and actually our engagement is possibly economies of scale easier within Scotland, being one police force and having the bodies come into that PMAP arena. So actually, the quality of referrals that are coming in, we are able to triage them very quickly and actually say that does meet the threshold, because actually what they're actually reporting in is actually meeting what we need, as opposed to having to go back out and ask questions. So hopefully that answers those 3 points. In terms of the legal advice, so I didn't really follow the question on that one.
You're on mute.
Apologies. Yeah, it kind of followed on from the assurance you gave around the scrutiny and the professionals that are involved. I suppose expanding it more, though, it's more about, in cases perhaps where maybe the application of the law is not so clear cut. I mean, for example, obviously we've had a lot of contention around the protests around Palestine and whether people being arrested on the basis of counter-terrorism was appropriate or not. Even given that the judge who ruled on the prescription himself kind of said that he hadn't intended the law to be applied in the way it had been. So it's in those kind of circumstances is there a process for seeking legal advice? So there's always a process for seeking legal advice, whether that's within force. We actually also link in very heavily with Jonathan Hall, KC, who is the UK's lead for legislation in this space. We actually met with him. I met with him along with ACC Houston about 3 weeks ago, talking about how legislation is impacting, what things we find useful, what things might be required in the future. And actually, some of this stuff is really relevant to prevent, because actually, if it gets to the point where somebody has moved on to commit a terrorist offence, perhaps prevent has failed, because this is actually about prevention, as the name suggests. So it's
There is access to legal advice, but also there is the bit around about proportionality and necessity, getting in early and making sure that actually, if we think there's a suspicion that somebody might be going down the wrong track, how do we get in there early? How do we do it to keep them out of the justice system completely? That's the whole point of prevent. But in terms of that access to legal, it's always there, whether or not at force level or again that national level, and actually straight into UK national government as well.
Yeah, thank you.
Thanks, Amina. And David, hopefully, probably just one final quick one from me. Prevent's incredibly important. I'm also aware it's been around for a long time. It's a statutory duty, and sometimes people think that terrorism stuff doesn't happen around here, it's somewhere else. So just an assurance that prevent is absolutely still a priority for Police Scotland would be good.
Chair, absolutely have my assurance it is a priority for Police Scotland, and we will be taking it forward. And actually, there are, hopefully from the assurance report, you'll see there are things that we can get better at, and we're making steps to make that the case.
So, David, brilliant answer and a nice way to wrap it up, and I am indeed assured. Thank you very much. Okay. Thank you, folks. I will move us on. We've gone a little bit over there, but I think that's worth doing it on those two subject areas again. Hopefully, we'll try and talk a little bit back on the cyber piece. And Andrew, I'll hand to you. I'm going to give you 15 minutes if I can. And again, if you take the paper as read, that'd be really helpful. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. And I'll certainly do that and be probably fairly brief, given that I've probably covered some of this already earlier in the committee's questions. So, yeah, afternoon, everybody. I'm here to present the paper on behalf of ACC Houston in relation to the Cyber and Fraud Unit, and it's our one-year progress update. So I'm just going to touch on a few things as I go through the paper and then make sure I leave enough time for questions at the end. So, by way of an introduction, the purpose of this paper is to mark the 1 year of a unified cyber and fraud unit, a division within Police Scotland which supports the whole of policing across Scotland. The reality, as I touched on earlier, is that 90% of all reported crime now has a digital element, and we've moved in the creation of the cyber and fraud unit from a fragmented reactive landscape to a single strategic command. And what does that mean? Well, the operational impact of that is that we now have a unified structure. We operate a 4P model, much like lots of other areas of policing, around about prevention, preparedness, protect and pursue. And really the reasons behind this is we know that it's impacting widely across the whole of Scotland throughout the UK, and in fact it's a worldwide problem for us, the threat from cyber and fraud. We have, as part of this restructure, had a significant financial disruption in relation to 260 confiscation orders, as I touched on earlier, and we've recovered £62 million in criminal benefits. And this is about the proactive prevention as well. The banking protocol we've got in place protects victims from fraud, and in the last year we've protected, we've recovered over £2.6 million in fraud. And also our online child protection teams work closely with Sarah's team in public protection and have safeguarded over 550 children. As part of bringing these functions together, prevention, this year, as in 2026, we've launched Cyber Choices, which is apt, considering we're just following Dave Ferry's side of things with the prevention strategy, because Cyber Choices is very similar to the CT Prevent, and it's around about being able to divert vulnerable individuals from cyber-dependent criminal activities. So the here now, I probably want to just touch on the fraud strategy a little bit. So internally first, we are prioritising our internal coordination and triage to standardise the victim journey across Scotland. You probably want to ask me about the report fraud position, given that the rest of England and Wales has moved across to report fraud. That's a decision we've not managed to push on just yet, because we're evaluating external models that are out there, and currently they don't meet the specific needs of the Scottish public, particularly in relation to the 101 service, and we've got a distinctive legislative framework that makes some of that challenging. However, what I would say is our current priority is to build the internal expertise so that any future integration is on our terms. And what I'd like is the committee's support to advocate for the wider banking and industry partnerships to stop fraud at source. That is how we'll solve this together. Just going to touch on the challenges which are within the paper slightly. So digital forensics, I'm a regular presenter at the Forensic Services Committee in relation to the challenges we have in relation to digital forensics. So we've seen a 56% increase in device seizures since 2024, which is massively challenging for us as an organisation. But we're managing this via a risk-based triage model with the Crown Office to ensure zero impact on justice outcomes. Again, you might ask me some questions about that. I'll be happy to provide a bit more detail. And we've touched on earlier in relation to the data accuracy, in relation to the 12.5% decrease in cyber tag crimes, and I think we've probably kind of covered that. And it really is our priority to retrain our staff, look for practices and procedures to ensure we get a consistent picture of what the threats are out there coming into Police Scotland. So just in conclusion, before I move to questions, so the cyber and fraud unit has moved from design to delivery. My focus and Police Scotland's focus in this particular area is around about sustainability, matching our forensic capability to digital reality and professionalising our frontline response. Happy to take any questions on the paper or anything else.
Yeah, thanks, Andrew. You were right. I was going to ask you about report fraud, but I noted it was there in the Chief Constable's report as well around the progress and the challenges around that. So I won't ask that one and invite questions from others if there are any. I know there are some. So I'll start with Nicola.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Andrew, for that overview, and indeed your comments earlier on in the questions with regard to the quarterly report. It was very helpful, and I think we've covered a number of topics there. I think the paper was a really useful, informative piece, actually, and it's fantastic to see the progress that you've had in the last year. So really to be commended there for sure. As I understand, this has been a significant piece of work for you. I suppose now as we look forward and the lessons learned, my thoughts are, touching on our comments earlier, the demand for this is going to continue and going to grow. We know that resources across the organisation are competitive in a number of ways, and we have to be thoughtful about that. So perhaps you can help me with that kind of strategic intent within the organisation to ensure that we're moving in the direction that we need to with regard to that. So that would be one aspect of the questions I'd love a bit more information on. And then secondly, it's actually, as you deal with that backlog and continue to have that backlog, what is the actual need to reduce that backlog? What would need to happen to see that backlog reduce, and what benefit would you realise from all of that?
Yeah, perfect. So I suppose the strategic intent and direction, I take it you mean in terms of the threat from cyber and fraud, and take the digital forensics as a kind of separate question? No,
I think it's overall. I think it's the whole world of digital crime. I think it's overall, and this is a ever evolving learning landscape for everyone, and so that kind of strategic intent and cultural support across the leadership to kind of make sure that as we lean in and understand more about this particular type of harm to people, how does Police Scotland ensure that it's given the resource and continued focus that it will need on a go-forward basis?
Yeah, no problem. So I kind of think about it in almost kind of three different stages. So I think a little bit around about the external environment that we have, and I'll maybe talk about the police environment internally, and then probably touch on the stuff in relation to digital forensics and how we kind of manage that. So I think for me, kind of coming into cyber and fraud, probably what I did is look at what's happening in the rest of the UK, and then probably perhaps throughout the world in terms of what kind of frameworks are there out there to support those public-private partnerships in relation to how do we work at industry and banking to mitigate and minimise those risks at source. So there's some really successful models across the rest of the UK, but also the US, the national NCFTA and things like that. And I'm working really quite closely with SC3 and others in Scotland to see, how can we get a strategic group to have those discussions basically, banking and tech companies are the enablers for some of this crime. So how can we work really closely with them at the earliest possible stage to stop things at source, disrupt things at source before they come into policing, before they turn into investigations. So that some of that is really at quite an early stage at the moment. But I would say, I've definitely got the ear of Scottish Government around about some of that. And so we're having some really interesting discussions around about how we would do it. But for me, I'm quite an impatient person, so a lot of this stuff doesn't happen quick enough for me. So I'm pleased to say, we are looking at cyber resilience centres, models that are down south, and how we can kind of bring that to policing in Scotland. Some of that is at a really early stage, but I would be happy to kind of come back and maybe discuss that a little bit further, because I think that's the space where we need to be. We need to have a public-private partnership with industry and banking, where we can come together, highlight the threats that are coming into policing from the public, and actually look at what the options are to disrupt those threats at source. So I think that's quite a different place for us to be, but I think that is the direction we need to think of in that sort of external environment. I think as we come into policing, I think a lot of what I've spoken about forensic services before is we have made digital evidence recovery become quite a specialist thing, and I think we need to take a couple of steps back and think about it differently, because with 90% of crime having a digital element, we need to educate our frontline staff on how to recover evidence in the most appropriate way, so that not everything goes through a digital forensics lab. And that's probably been a message that's been kind of coming out loud and clear in the last 12 months. So we do have a vision for doing that. We're actually in a really good position in Scotland in relation to a digital evidence sharing capability. So screen recording for victims of crime, so that we don't take their mobile phones and devices off them when they're a victim of a kind of lower tariff crime. We're really trying to push that quite hard. And some of that is actually the envy of the UK, because a lot of people from England and Wales have come in and kind of asked me how that would work. The next stage that we're in trying to introduce, and again presented at Forensic Services Committee, is bringing our cyber kiosks up to date, because they've kind of fallen out of date in terms of the technology, but there is a commitment from Digital Division to push forward the funding for that. So we're about to go out with a tender process to get our cyber kiosks much more modern, and with an aspiration to be able to ingest data, tag the relevant parts of evidence, and send that directly to COPFS, which would be a real step change for us. But it will require extra training for frontline and digital first responders. Is a notion that we want to probably introduce across divisions. And then thirdly, thinking about our labs that have kind of got the greatest training, greatest knowledge, but also the greatest demand at the moment, giving them the right tools and capabilities to allow them to recover evidence from encrypted devices and all sorts of other means. So I feel I've kind of pulled that apart quickly. There's maybe a couple of points you want to kind of touch on, but for me, it's round about getting the external environment absolutely right in relation to how we work with industry and public and private partners, getting our frontline response, trained, competent and comfortable with technology, and maximising the use of our specialist skills that sit within the digital forensics labs, and also giving them the ability to go out with organised crime teams, major investigation team, and do live digital forensics at source. I shouldn't forget about Sarah in terms of public protection, or she'll get upset. But really, that's where we want to be. We need to modernise our practice in relation to digital forensics. We've got, I think, the support of the police behind us. We've got some governance to get through. Obviously, the funding is a real challenge for some of that. But I'm happy with the scrutiny I've got around that you'll ask me back to Forensic Services to come to account for where we are. And I think with COPFS as well, we're all on the same page trying to do the right thing, but we do understand it's challenging at this particular time.
Thank you. Very, very comprehensive, actually, and very, very well thought through. So thank you for those responses. I can't help but ask, is there something that the SPA and we as a committee can do to help you in your endeavours there with Scottish Government and that public-private partnership? And would that be a useful action for us to be considering as we move forward and support the plans afoot?
I do wonder, if I'm honest, probably getting the division up and running, really getting my head around digital forensics in the first 12 months. It's probably only been in the last 6 months I have been like, right, what's next? What more can we do? And actually understanding our demand coming in around about the cyber tagging is probably what kind of took me to the position where I'm like, do you know what? If we know we're getting this amount of demand coming in, it can't be. It's not something we'll police our way out of. So actually, we need to think about how we do it differently. I wonder if it's maybe just happy to take an action, of course, but I wonder if it's worth maybe bringing something back just in the next couple of months, because I think there's probably a few developments.
Okay.
I maybe can't quite go into here, but I could probably bring something back that might be worthy of further discussion.
Okay, thank you. Thanks very much, Chair.
Yeah, thanks, Nicola. Thanks, Andrew. I think we'd welcome that coming back, and I think we'll probably be able to add to that position as well with some of the expertise that we've got from members on the authority. So it's really helpful. Bex, I saw your hand was up. I take it Andrew probably covered what you were going to say in his very comprehensive response, did he?
He did, as I thought he probably would. We'd really welcome that, Nicola, in terms of some support around that, definitely. I suppose just to reassure you, from a strategic resourcing perspective, cyber and fraud is of real importance to us. In fact, the digital element of work, whether that's in the DF space, cyber fraud, or much wider across the organisation, that's absolutely where we need to be, and it's a real consideration for us. So maybe a bit of a discussion kind of off table, Chair, with Nicola and others just around what more we can do in that space. Definitely would welcome that. So thank you.
Very happy to do that.
We'll capture that to make sure it happens. I don't know if it needs to be an action, but we definitely want to make sure that happens. So that's good. And Andrew, I'll pick up the question that you said we'd probably want to ask you as well, just for completeness, around the digital forensics and ensuring that is mitigated when it comes to impact on justice outcomes. If you could just give a little bit of clarity around that, please.
Yeah, I have to be honest, probably when I came into this space, I probably wasn't aware myself of quite how challenging it was in terms of the demand. And I'm sure the committee understands that, it isn't just Specialist Crime Division that everything comes through in terms of digital forensics. And unfortunately, with the cyber kiosks starting to kind of fall out in terms of their current technological capability, it means that almost every investigation in Scotland has some sort of digital element that has to come into the lab, which makes it particularly difficult. That's why we have a gold group running at the moment with COPFS, which is kind of chaired at a particularly high level. And really in amongst that, we've kind of taken on the joint approach that's on us both agencies to try and find some solutions. And I'm pleased to say, I know I can't really speak on behalf of the Crown, but they've really come to the table with some solutions for us around about building a proper unified forensics gateway that is similar to physical forensics. So really we can look at what is the highest risk in terms of investigations, and what do we need to prioritise getting through and getting the evidence recovered from the data that's been received. So that is an ongoing process. The numbers are quite alarming. I know there was media reporting recently around about 8,000 devices we have in a backlog, but for a single country and a single force, we understand everything that's in that, and it's constantly risk assessed to make sure that there is the smallest possible risk in relation to losing any criminal justice cases. And this is a regular discussion that we have all the time between COPFS and police, to make sure that we're supporting victims of crime, and to make sure that they get criminal justice, they get the justice outcomes they deserve as part of that. So whilst it is a challenge, I think the fact that we're all sitting around the table and looking for those solutions is a really positive one. And in fact, we have found through these discussions proportionate examinations for some particular devices, proportionate reporting for some crime types, and we're seeing some real benefits around about that may allow us to tackle our backlog more effectively.
That's really helpful. Thanks. It's really good to hear that goal group and the work with COPFS as well. So excellent. Good. I don't see any further questions. So I'll move us on to the next item on the agenda, which, Derek, we're coming to you again. We're making you work hard today, aren't we? And I've allocated 15 minutes for this, Derek, again. So if you could take the paper as read, that'd be really helpful. Thank you.
No problem at all. And I'll be quick then going through just this kind of summary and leave time for questions from that one. I say this is something that I think we're in a really great place with from that one. The paper outlines a long-term approach to embedding that trauma-informed practice across the organisation, ensuring we've got that compassionate, person-centred and responsive to those engaging with policing. From that, the plan obviously aligns with the Police Vision 2030 and the Chief's ambitions for that one, and she's very much been passionate about this and ensuring that we get this in place for it. I think taking aside that it is actually statutory with the Victims and Witnesses Justice Reform Scotland Act, this is very much something we're not taking from a standing start. It's something that's been embedded in our culture and policing, certainly for the last 20 years or so, as far as my involvement, and it's very much embedded across the VOG space, SARA space with child investigation, solos, our trim officers, etc. So it's not something that we have from that one. In fact, as part of this journey, we've mapped out the courses that you have from a probation right through the whole of your career, which are somewhere in the region of 34 or so just now, with dozens of trauma-informed training packages that are delivered across these just now. So what we're really doing is formalising everything and trying to bring it up to that professional standard, with the plan being that there will be that golden thread from any new probation that comes in right through your whole career, where you get the same trauma-informed, trauma-enhanced approach with the same language utilised and with the recognising that impact of trauma from that. You'll very much see the kind of the pillars or the key priorities we've come under was the culture and leadership, officer and care, support and wellbeing, the feedback loops and lived experience, which has been really key to us in developing some of our products and our training, knowledge, skills, confidence and capacity, policies and process. At this stage, we are ready to go now, and it's been approved. 2 training modules which were developed in conjunction with NHS Education for Scotland. Those are both trauma-informed and trauma-skilled. The trauma-informed will be for everyone in the force, and we're hoping that it is delivered by 31st of December this year from that, to bring everyone up to speed. And the DCC has ensured that that's been given protected time as part of a Moodle package. For those that are front-facing officers and members of police staff that deal with the public, they'll also be further trained with a trauma-skilled module. Again, it'll be about 4 hours in total for the 2 of them. And over and above that, we've in development and we've run a few pilots of a trauma-enhanced training module, which is specifically for those with the kind of detective training skill sets, the solos, Sarah's world from that one. And we have Dr. Caroline Bruce from NHS Education for Scotland assisting us with that training, along with a number of Vox groups and lived experienced, what would you call it, task forces to assist and bring us up to speed with that one. So I'll probably just stop there and just open for any questions. Thanks.
That's brilliant, helpful summary and lots of detail in the paper. Thank you, Derek. So we'll open it up to questions. Well, first off.
Yeah, thanks, Chair, and thanks again, Derek. Just a brief question. Obviously, you've said that there's a lot there that's ready to go. Obviously, the plan itself is a draft implementation plan. So, and it's obviously something that we and you've talked about its cross-cutting relevance, which I think is really important. It's obviously something that we're going to want to come back to as a committee. So if you could just give us some sense of the timeline for finalising the plan. I know there may be some engagement to complete in order to do that. That would be helpful. Thank you.
Yeah, as I say, I think the plan, well, it is in place and it's pretty much been endorsed within our Strategic Oversight Board, which is chaired by ACC Payton, and it's been through and presented to the executive by my team from that one. So it'll just really be, it's almost just going to be a formal process of taking it to the next board to endorse it fully. If there's no further objections or any questions from the SB committee today.
Thanks, Derek. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Derek. Thanks, Chris. Amina, I've got you next.
Yeah, thanks, Derek. So a couple of questions from me, just building on all of that work around training that you've talked about, specifically in terms of the Act, Don't React training pilot. Excuse me. Just wanting to understand if that training is now being rolled out, sort of in frontline, so beyond just the probationers who were trialing it, and also how much of the success of previous good practice is being captured in the ongoing training that's happening.
Oh, thanks.
And then,
sorry.
One supplementary as well. In terms of the detail around staff recruitment selection and kind of that assurance there that competencies are also capturing trauma-informed capabilities, is that being captured in the strategic dashboard also?
I will answer the first part and then come back to the second question from that one. So if I was just lost my train of thought there from that one. Yes, so Act Don't React, yes, it's been rolled out across the organisation from that one. In fact, we actually held an executive training course to train up the senior officers within, just so that we all understood the training and the thought process behind that. We're very much looking at taking the best practice from, as I say, it's not a stand and start, but what we've worked out is we've got a number of training modules that we have in place which use different language. They don't use, the specific terminology. And what we want to do is make sure that from a probationer right through your journey, you're going to get that initial base line, and then it will be enhanced as you move forward and given the specific, or depending on which role you need to go into. So what we're actually doing, we set up a subgroup with the mapping of that, and we're actually deconflicting each of the training modules. And what it should do is it'll actually free up time to allow duplication or stop duplication and allow for other important training to be delivered from that one. But it'll mean we'll get that consistent message. We'll take the best of each of those training modules from that, and likewise Act Don't React will continue to kind of supplement that. For the second one, the staff recruitment and engagement, they're very much involved within the groups as well as our LTD department from that one. So it's very much focused on if you want a whole system approach, everyone from C3 through criminal justice, because we recognise a lot of the training impacts, whether it be a call handler, whether it be an officer in a custody centre from that one. So they've tried to embed that across the board, and likewise with recruitment, bringing it in and very much focusing that kind of probationer training aspect and our staff training when they come in the door.
Okay, that's great. Thank you.
Thanks, Amina. Derek, I was really interested to read about the Act Don't React training, and it's not something I'd been previously familiar with, but it had some really impressive metrics attached to it in terms of the deliverables that were listed. Given that's now rolled out, I wonder, are those metrics being replicated across the wider workforce yet, or was there perhaps a bit of influence because those were new officers who perhaps weren't quite so hardened in battle, so to speak, in terms of the experiences they see? So what's are we seeing those repeated when it's rolled out on the wider basis, Derek?
Yeah, I think that the feedback seems to be really excellent from that, and I think it's the contrast between those new officers and the ones, shall we say, with more experience, in particular the executive and the kind of senior management team when we went for the training package in place from that. And I think we're all picking up different things from it. And again, as I say, it's probably reflective of a lot of the other training that's been delivered to ourselves over the years from that one. I think it just brings it in and really kind of focuses it and makes you think more about your responses ahead of time for that one. I see the ACC's coming in. Do you might want to comment more?
Yeah, Wendy, did you want to come in?
Yeah, Chair, thank you. I just wanted to add, so DCC Spears and I had spoken about your safety matters coming out of People Board and being a standalone again, and that's where we oversee all of the police assaults and we go into the detail around them. And we're just doing a piece of work at the moment for the next board in July to understand and track when we introduce certain things, what the impact and consequences are. And we'll do that on a kind of longitudinal basis. So, for example, when body-worn video is introduced, what impact does that have on our police assaults? And Act Don't React is also part of that as well. So just in terms of the benefits that we've seen in the pilot and then the early days of it, we're just trying to understand that in a more global perspective as well. So hopefully at some stage, Chair, we'll be able to bring you back more detail around your safety matters as well. Thank you.
Yeah, that's really encouraging, and that'd be fantastic to see. Thanks, Wendy, and thank you, Derek. I've got Chris again.
Yeah, thanks, Chair, and apologies. There was something else I was going to ask, and I didn't when I spoke when I asked Derek earlier about the implementation plan on trauma informed, and it's just around and it's to your point, Derek, around our assurance today. It was just around the having the appropriate capacity and capability within the trauma informed team, and if you could provide assurance in relation to that, I think that would be helpful to the committee. Thank you.
Yeah, I think we've actually got a really strong team dealing with that, and again, it's been further strengthened with additional police staff that were put in place and retained for this financial year from that one. I'm feeling confident that we're, as I say, we have the deliverables for this one, and unfortunately, Moodle packages are not always the most popular, but it's the only way we could really deliver this across the spectrum to ensure that everyone gets up to that kind of baseline that we want to do. But that's why we're really concentrating on the trauma enhanced, where it's a more in-person and should we say focused approach to deliver that in place, and the feedbacks thus far has been really good with that one as well. And probably just touching on the Act Don't React as well in respect of Your Lives Matter, we're actually putting markers in place for that to try and measure it against the outcomes and look at the kind of reduction in violence towards our officers. And I think you can probably see it across the board, everything we talk about from stop search right through to the race hate that we brought. Everything is focused within that Act Don't React to try and just upskill our officers and make them think that bit clearer ahead of responding.
Thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Thanks, Derek, and thanks, Chris. Do I have any other questions from anybody around trauma-informed practice? No, I can't see any. So thank you for that, Derek. Well done. Another really interesting paper, lots of good work going on. So that's great to see. I'll move us on then to 4.2 on the agenda, which is our COSLA update. And welcome, Maureen. I know you've already played an active part in the meeting, which is great to see as always. And we'll hand over to you now. The floor is yours.
Thank you, thanks, Chair. This is just a brief verbal update. We would normally have a written report, but it's been a wee bit different this last quarter because we've had a quieter period with the parliamentary elections, etc. And with the formation of the new government, we're engaged with the new government ministers and cabinet secretaries on the priorities that local government has at the moment. So, but I just wanted to start by saying that the COSLA President, Councillor Morrison and myself were delighted to attend the SPA board meeting at the end of March, where we had a really constructive session with you on shared priorities between local government and policing. You may recall we raised a number of key issues facing council, including budgets. We spoke about our COSLA manifesto and the challenges around community cohesion. And I know that Councillor Morrison highlighted the continued priority, and this continues to be a concern around the safety and security of elected members and the ongoing collaboration on Operation Ford. And while I updated on COSLA's work on the Joint Action Plan with the SPA, Police Scotland and COSLA, and an emerging response to the Sentencing Commission. I remember that we touched on prevention, early release from prison, civility and budget pressures, particularly social care and health. So thank you for the invite to come along and join your board meeting, and we really enjoyed taking part. I've referred a couple of times to the COSLA manifesto and the series of white papers that we produced to highlight what is needed to enable local government to deliver the best possible outcomes for our communities. So we'll share a link to all the white papers, but I particularly wanted to highlight our white paper strengthening local delivery to and eradicate violence against women and girls, which was launched last week and sets out our vision for greater investment in services and programmes to prevent and eradicate violence against women and girls, which we've already discussed today. Our paper on strengthening Scotland's approach to tackling poverty sets out the need for a simplified landscape, greater partnership working and placing communities at the centre of effort to tackle poverty. And this work is so much part of what we've been speaking about today, about the prevention work that we all want to engage in and would help alleviate some of the issues we've also been speaking about. And finally, our paper on strengthening local democracy says out why local government working with their partners must be at the centre of work around public sector reform. So, and we've got a cabinet secretary to work with, so that'll be a big piece of our work going forward. I wanted to touch on today prison population and sentencing and penal policy commission work. So COSLA, alongside wider local government colleagues, continue to engage in the command structures that have been established to address increases in the prison population. So I'll be participating tomorrow in the, I think, weekly at the moment, Gold command meetings that are being held and chaired by the new cabinet secretary. This work's included multi-agency working to look at a range of issues with a particular focus on avoiding short remands, as Mark was speaking about earlier, and the different approaches to breaches of community payback orders. Martin Evans, who has, as the chair of the Sentencing and Penal Policy Commission, has engaged with us at COSLA since the first week he was set up to take this work forward, and we've engaged with him throughout the process, and I was delighted that he and his commissioners attended a recent meeting of COSLA's justice conveners, who are the senior councils across Scotland leading on justice work within their local authority. And we discussed the report and the implications for local government. It was wide-ranging and constructive discussion on the future direction of justice policy. And following this, COSLA leaders agreed a local government statement in response to the Commission's recommendations. That paper will be published very shortly and will be the basis for COSLA's engagement with partners on next steps. But we welcome this work and we are looking forward to engaging fully in that work going forward. And then to close, we'll continue to engage with colleagues in a wide range of community safety issues, and I'm looking forward to meeting with the new Minister for Community Safety and Victims, and that will include work around CCTV, protocol for dangerous dogs, as well as discussing areas of shared interest, including mental health. COSLA's recent work highlights that police outcomes are fundamentally shaped by local system capacity, prevention investment, and empowered local decision making, underpinned by sustainable funding for local government. So, all stuff we will make sure that we take forward with the new government in the weeks ahead. So that's me, Chair. I'm happy to take any questions, and I think my colleague Matthew, who's our Chief Officer for Communities, has joined us for any detailed questions.
Thank you very much, Maureen. That's a really helpful update, and clearly a lot going on in your world as well. I mean, firstly, can I say how good it was to see you in March? It's great to have you at that meeting, and from my perspective as a new chair of this committee, it's fantastic to have you so embedded and so active in the work that we're doing. As we've seen across the discussion this morning, I think, you know, that to have COSLA as a key partner and have you embedded in this work is absolutely critical to the success of so many of the things that we're doing, and we will work so much more effectively together than we will do individually. Just by way of reassurance as well, I think I saw pop up in my inbox the white paper that you referred to. Good. So I think members have already got that. So the team's already on it and sent it out. So that's great to see. And you know, from a personal perspective, really look forward to continuing the great relationship that Alistair had with you and the team at COSLA, and building on that as we go forward. So that said, from me, I will pause and take any questions that there are for Maureen and Matthew. Nicola first.
Thank you. Thank you, Maureen, for that very comprehensive verbal update. You did touch on engagement around public sector reform. I presume you mean with Minister McKee and his views on that. I wonder if you could share a little more on what your agenda for that discussion looks like, and if there's opportunities to collaborate on that.
Thank you, Nicola. So I don't lead in this work, but I have engaged in quite a bit of it along the last year or so with, because Minister McKee has held, and the First Minister have held a number of events. So I suppose one of the pieces of work that I've been involved in, and I can bring Matthew in to give from an officer's perspective, but the work I've been involved in has been looking, for example, at how we bring together that whole family support within and tackling child poverty, and how we, and it's very much something that I think we've wanted. It's the Christie stuff, it's Christie Commission work, it's that, you know, starting to get out of our silos and work together to bring people together to work more closely to address what the problem is and to work with people to help them achieve what they want to achieve. So just as one tiny example, bringing that alive would be our council, my council here, South Lanarkshire, is one of the 3 Marmot councils where we're taking the work forward to tackle poverty. And one of the ways we're doing that is to bring together that diverse group of staff, of officers, of key workers to be in that place, working very closely with families in that community where we really need to tackle some very deep-seated poverty. And we spoke earlier on about violence against women and girls, and you'll be aware that one of the biggest drivers of homelessness, which is a key issue for us in local government, is domestic violence and the domestic abuse in families breaking up. So we really want to bring together all the right people to work collectively. Now, that sounds a kind of sensible thing to do, but it's actually, for a big local authority, that's quite a challenge. So that public service reform, to me, is about working differently to actually work with people to achieve what they want to achieve, and to tackle some of the deep-seated problems that we've got. I'm very aware that to some people that'll mean cuts to services or cuts to budgets. Local authorities done a lot of that over the years. So over the last 10 years or so, we will have consistently cut back on our budgets and services. So I think it's really the time that we want to try doing things differently. And that's just a tiny example. I'll bring Matthew in maybe to say a wee bit more about the broader COSLA work around public service reform.
Thank you, Councillor Chalmers, and thank you for the question as well. Actually, you were very comprehensive there, Councillor Chalmers. I won't actually add a huge amount. I suppose the couple of things I would flag is one, this is quite a fast-moving and new situation. I suppose there's been a renewed energy from the sort of new government coming in to have this conversation, as you mentioned, with the Cabinet Secretary post being in place there. So we've been having quite detailed bilateral engagement with Scottish Government colleagues on this, and I suppose that kind of approach that Councillor Chalmers set out there about how do we look at, you know, that preventative agenda, about looking upstream, about looking how we can kind of come together to challenge some of those issues, with key aspects being around, you know, community engagement, community planning, all being at core of that, is absolutely what we're at the focus on discussing just now. In terms of our views, I think there's been a lot of mention of the white paper on tactical violence against women. There was a separate white paper also on strengthening local democracy, as we described it, which we think is going to be core from our review of how a public sector reform should happen, noting that there's a lot of space locally for sort of that type of collaboration and early intervention, so we can make sure that's shared around members as well, because we think that's fundamental. And lastly, there has been a sort of policing, sort of local government specific strand to some of this work. As part of the partnership agreement plan that Councillor Chalmers mentioned, there's an oversight structure that includes members of COSLA, Solace, who represent local government chief executives, Police Scotland colleagues and SBA colleagues. And at our last meeting, this was an area that we actually discussed, and I think there's been an offline further discussion that's been going on between Solace colleagues and Police Scotland colleagues, where we're looking to try and see how we can, as you very rightly asked us, be collaborative as we can, understanding that often there's such a codependency between the services that we deliver in local government and what that means for policing as well. Thanks very much.
Thanks for that, Matthew. And obviously, Chair and Nicola, we've referred a few times to those things today. I mean, Mark was speaking earlier on about, when asked about the codependencies locally and the work that Mark referenced going on as part of this wider work too. So I'm hoping we've answered your question to some extent now, Nicola.
Helpful, thank you, and great to hear about the collaboration across the system with the SPM Police Scotland. That's helpful as well. Thank you.
Yeah, and I've got Chris as well with hand up.
Yeah, thank you, Chair, and thank you, Councillor Chalmers and Matthew. It's just a brief comment, really. I mean, I wanted to underline the point that that you made earlier, Chair, about the value of local government in this space, and I think that's been demonstrated amply today and at previous meetings and at the board. And to Nicola's point around public service reform, you know, we've talked a lot about prevention today. It's been a running theme, rightly, through much of what we've discussed. It's obviously a critical aspect, and you referred to Christie. It's a critical aspect of the public service reform agenda, and I think will merit further dialogue between yourselves and ourselves as we grapple with that agenda and the Cabinet Secretary's new remit. So I just wanted to underline that. Thank you.
Thanks, Chris.
Brilliant. Thanks, Chris. Very well underlined. Can't see any other hands for Maureen or Matthew. So no, thank you. I think that concludes your bit today.
Thank you. Thanks very much.
Yeah, having enjoyed a quiet period in the pre-election period, you'll be full on now, no doubt. And,
exactly. Yeah.
So great, colleagues. Thank you all for that, and again, thank you for self-regulating and keeping us well on time. So I'm going to propose now we just take a 10-minute break, please. So it's just ticked over to 14:41. To make my timekeeping easier, I'll make it a 9-minute break, and I'll see you all again at 14:50, please. Thank you very much. colleagues for coming back so promptly. Welcome back. And we're at 5.1 on the agenda now for the final leg. I'm going to hand over to Mark Sutherland. Mark, we've allocated 15 minutes for this. I know Nicola's got a really difficult question she wants to ask you, and she's due to finish at about 3 o'clock because she needs to be elsewhere. So you can either sort of like talk past that 3 o'clock window, or actually you can bravely summarise and take the difficult question up front.
Thanks, Chair. Expect a 15-minute introduction incoming. No, I shall be very quick and allow time. Partly because actually we've provided a lot of assurance on this previously. Colleagues were familiar with some updates as the UCCP, the United Communications and Contact Platform, was coming in, and then we saw some challenges as we went live. Some of which played out in the media, and we provided a very detailed report and spent some time on it the last time. And I think the outcome of that, which I think actually came from Nicola, was round about lessons learned and some assurance. And I said that I would bring the report back here further down the line. And this is this report now incoming. So just very quickly then, from my perspective, I think, we important that we don't lose sight of the scale of change that this was delivering. It was a 4-year programme of work and delivered a huge amount of change. Probably one of the biggest digital changes that we've seen in Police Scotland's history, and really a superb bit of work, but not without its challenges. For me, I think the key elements that I've taken forward into some of our other programmes of work within C3 and across the organisation have been applying the right resources into the programme at the right time. I think if we look back, particularly around about those who were going to be the users of the platform, and the operational experience came too late, and that was, I think, one of the key lessons that we've learned here. I think not uncommon within these types of programmes and projects has been creep, and I think from my perspective, the project was allowed to creep in terms of adding on, but the benefits realisation and some of the resources didn't quite align. So again, not something that we don't see in other programmes of work, but something for us to learn within the transformation portfolio more widely, and particularly for me in C3, and the kind of technical point for me as we move forward into C3, we've got a lot of work to do. Our next kind of iteration is the delivery of the new control system within our area control room, which is the next system, and then moving forward we have the Storm platform to look at, and the point I'm getting at is the point that's made within the report around about data migration and properly understanding and properly resourcing your data migration early enough to ensure that you're in a good platform moving forward. So that's the only points I want to call out, Chair, and I shall open up for some questions. Thanks.
Excellent, thanks, Mark. Questions then for Mark, please. And we'll start with Nicola.
Thank you. Well set up. And actually, I'm not sure it's a difficult question at all. First of all, Mark, thank you very much for the report. I thought it was very candid, very helpful, and very, very useful to see the scrutiny and the lessons learned and the consideration of lessons learned in undertaking such a piece of work. So thank you very much for that. I suppose you're already touching on some of the next steps. In terms of tech, and kind of real deep lessons on tech capability, I think, and resource might be one that you've reflected on. But noting that we have this broader ambition around tech, are there any other specifics that you would elaborate on? And particularly then, as we think about how we would utilise and get real benefit and realisation on a go-forward basis, I'd be keen to get your views on that, please. And my other thought, as I read the paper and just reflecting on your comments and indeed some of the discussions from earlier on, it is that point on data and the data strategy, the data governance, the data journey that we're perhaps on in Police Scotland. And could you give me some more detail on that and how that's considered on a go forward basis? Because I think it's the data alongside the tech that will help us really then think through on some of that future benefits opportunity.
Thanks. I mean, I think one of the important things is that I'm not leading this purely from an operational perspective, and Andrew Henry, as the Chief Digital Officer, sits very much alongside me. I sometimes feel that we are almost like we almost have joint strategic responsibility across C3 and indeed into some other areas of criminal justice, because they are so they are so digitally enabled now. The foundations of the foundations and the digital footprint become more and more every time we deliver a bit of change, and we work very closely together. And in fact, we now both jointly chair the Modernising Contact and Engagement programme, so that it is coming from a digital and an operational perspective. I think Andrew would say that he's got the skill levels that his staff have are absolutely first class and could deliver what we need. The capacity is another challenge, as it always is across policing, particularly when we are in terms of the transformation journey that we've got just now. So I think for me, the future of the programmes of delivery and transformation needs to be really clear in terms of what the change is you're trying to deliver, what the outcomes you want, but how you're going to do it as well, and being really, really clear up front. If you're going to have to buy in resource or specific capabilities or specific capacity, really the point that I'm making, then that has to be baked into the business case, properly understood and properly funded and resourced from the outset. So I think that's where we are in terms of the capacity piece. In terms of the data piece, obviously we're on a journey in terms of that master data management and continuing with that journey. We're still continuing to do that, and we have the data ownership groups. So obviously I sit across the C3 and the criminal justice data ownership groups, and above that sits our corporate data team, who are making sure that master data management is connected and in place right across the board. And so I think that's where we need to continue to make sure. I think the chair made the point about actually, is the data working right across the portfolios, or is it sitting in siloed operation, and how we connect that and understand it. So the work that's ongoing just now on the master data management to make sure that we catalogue and understand all the data we have, who owns it, what can it do for us, will allow us to take that forward in a better way moving forward. So hope I've answered your data question appropriately. It's not my area of expertise, but I hope that's what you were getting at.
It's helpful. I think the platform itself and the functionality of the platform is one aspect of the change. I guess then it's the benefits of that framework, if you like, because it's a framework, a platform that will allow us to think things through it. And I'm just curious about how that's considered as we think about the strategic opportunity, and data alongside other tech capabilities layered into that platform will be key. So I guess what I'm hearing from you is that there's close work with with Andrew and his team that's helping you think through some of the next steps, and perhaps addressing some of those points on scope creep and what might that look like. So that's very helpful in itself.
Yeah, I've just come back just for 2 seconds then in terms of that. I mean, I think maybe what you're getting at more then is the performance management side from me in terms of the data, or maybe not. But for me, this is we're really just at the start of the journey now of being able to unlock a whole level of performance that we haven't had before in C3. So understanding our failure demand and properly understanding our repeat call demand in a different way. So we are now, just beginning to unlock some of those reports and some of those benefits that we wanted from that system, that will hopefully allow us to make real grounds and real and make our 101 performance a lot better, along with our increasing the number of channels and the number of ways in which people can interact with us as a modern contact centre. So having delivered this foundation, if you like, we're now ready to start building on it and deliver some new capabilities as we move forward.
That's great, thank you. Because I think there'll be a broader conversation in due course about capabilities like AI and how that's utilised, and that will be so the data foundations and our data confidence will be so fundamental as we think about that, and indeed the data confidence right across the system will be useful to understand too. And I think I heard earlier about the work with the Edinburgh Futures Institute. I can't remember on which item that was, but really encouraging, who are world-class leaders in some of the data and data thinking there on a cross-system basis. So that's really positive. Thank you.
Thanks, Nicola. And Bex, I see your hand went up as well. Did you want to come in on the wider data point or the transformation linkage?
Yeah, the wider data point, if I may. I was just going to put an offer there around, we have a really comprehensive overarching data strategy which links to Andrew's wider sort of digital strategy reimagined. But really happy, Nicola, if it helps to offer some time with some of the leads within those teams just to talk you through some of that in terms of not least within Markswell, but just right across the organisation, I suppose, where we were, where we are now, and where we want to be in the future, because it's there's a lot that I think you would find really interesting into, with your sort of with your cyber hat on and what have you. Really happy to offer that if that would help, just over a couple of hours maybe to surface some of that, or a development day, Chair, if that's useful for the wider board.
I'm certainly happy to take you up on that offer. Thank you, Bex.
Yeah, Bex, I think that would be really helpful. Thank you. That'd be much appreciated.
Thank you, Chair. I'm so sorry I need to nip off now.
Not a problem. Thanks, Nicola. We'll see you soon.
Thanks, everyone.
Mark, I just wondered if I might come in. Firstly, can I thank you for the visit that you hosted for us up at Govan. That was really helpful to see it actually in action and in practice. I think it's right that we should note the closure report, because landing a project of this nature and scale so effectively is a very impressive thing to do. And that's worth noting and congratulating everybody that's been involved in that. So really well done. And I think the way that you've done that in terms of being so open and candid and sharing that learning with others has been really beneficial, not just across Police Scotland, but also the other forces in the UK that you've engaged with that as well. So I think it's a really enviable piece of work that you've delivered, and you should be rightly proud of that. So really well done. I mean, linked to that then, because you've touched on some of the opportunities that it gives you around performance, and I know we've spoken outside of this about potential opportunities for the future, and one of the big ones is channel shift, which I know hasn't been exploited yet, but you're keen to have a look at that. I wonder if you just give us a bit more detail perhaps around what the opportunities for channel shift now are and what your thinking is around that and potential future developments.
Thanks, Chair, and your thanks is noted, and I will pass that on. There was a lot of people more heavily involved in this than I was in terms of bringing it to life, just as I took over the portfolio. So I'll pass that back with thanks. I think from my perspective, I mean, we've already done some really quick shifting of channels. So we now have our online retail crime form. So and that is taking a huge amount of churn out the system already. We now have the option, I think I referenced earlier, whereby when people phone into 101, they can now request a link which comes straight into their phone and takes them into their contact us form. So whilst it doesn't take out that demand per se, it shifts it and allows us to deal with it at a different time in a different way. And that comes through contact us. So we are now seeing our 101 demand drop in terms of our option 4, as in people who are actually remaining on the call to report a new incident or seek an update, and our contact us form is increasing significantly in terms of our online contact. The next element for me, and one of the good things, is the platform that we've brought in and the partners that we have in Content Guru and CNOS allow us to move forward from pulling from other products that they have. So we will be able to bring in a future point in time automation, AI elements, where in essence you would not speak to a physical person should we choose to do that. and what's the purpose of your call, and we can shift people through a different way, a different range of opportunities there. Some of that, of course, what we don't want to do is just create a switchboard which then holds it. What we need to do is bake in to that opportunities to direct demand to the appropriate service. So if it's I'm phoning about a dog, then, or whatever it might be, fly tipping, it may well be that system should automatically direct you to the appropriate local authority and actually take that demand out of the system altogether. What that will also do will allow us to properly understand why people are phoning the police, what are the kind of key elements to it, and within that we're also working on automated transcription. So what we want our service advisors to do is focus more on the individual and the service that they're providing, rather than speaking to an individual and trying to type, and so the system itself should intuitively be transcribing what is being said and auto-populating certain elements of the system as it goes. So there are a number of opportunities. All of this, of course, needs to be considered in terms of whether it's right for police and whether it's right for us. It only need to go through due diligence and process, and perhaps even through our ethics panel and other areas. But there are a range of opportunities that we can do. We're looking at best practice down south. We've been engaging with a number of forces down south who have got similar systems, looking at what's available elsewhere, how they use it, what the benefits have been, what the trip hazards have been within that as well, which I think is really important. Let's not go and fall down the same hole if it's been patched up. So actually a really exciting time for us in terms of how we take this forward now. Having got that secure digital platform, we've got lots of opportunities that we really quickly want to get into, so that we can continue to deliver that service in the right way through those different channels.
That's brilliant. Thanks, Mark. Really good to hear, and look forward to seeing that develop over time as well. So thank you for that. Are there any other questions anybody's got for Mark around 101 and 999? Okay, good. Thank you, Mark. So I'll move us on then, and 5.2 on the agenda now. And Patrick, over to you again. We've got 15 minutes set aside for this one, please. So I'll hand over to you.
Thanks, Chair. I'll be very kind of brief on this again, but I just want to bring some new information to the committee that's not in the kind of paper. So there's obviously significant overlap with this paper, with obviously the remit of the Audit and Risk Committee, who members will be aware have been raising kind of concerns around the volume of delays, particularly in discharging a number of the recommendations, both from HMICS as well as internal audit. Internally within Police Scotland, we are driving a kind of programme at the moment to basically kind of make improvements in this area of discharging our recommendations. And over the course of this week and next week, myself and Director McMahon, along with the audit team, are meeting every ACC and director with a number of outstanding recommendations to really just get beneath the bonnet on what the kind of dependencies and the issues are with discharging a number of these recommendations to drive that accountability level. DCC Spheres has also established a number of extraordinary internal audit and risk boards over the course of June and July to expedite the process on some of these recommendations. What we are finding in the one-to-ones that we've had already this week is confirming the kind of issues that we've identified from the central audit team on where the kind of challenges are on discharging a number of these recommendations. And in line with ask from Katerina previously, where Katerina had asked us to try to group it with the issues, that's what we've tried to do in the second half of this paper from paragraph 1.11 onwards. And I just want to kind of bring some of this to life across the kind of 19 recommendations. So if I could start with, for example, section 1.12, recommendations that require technology. We'll particularly talk about the new computer system around undercover operations. So that improvement plan is one of our oldest improvement plan. That has been about 95% complete for a long while, with the final recommendation of that 5% being this computer system. But the dependency on the unique nature of some of this and the developments that we've struggled to gain suppliers to make those implementations. But I'm glad to report that is due to go live within the next quarter, which will close that down. But it's just to link to technology. Just another example I would like to bring out is of the 19 improvement plans that we're reporting against here, 7 of them are in relation to custody inspections. And just across those paragraphs from 1.11, I've highlighted the number of dependencies that we've kind of got here, which is really a lot of it is working with partners. So for example, on the cleaning regimes required for custody, we have made some great progress, but it is still dependent on strong partnership working with NHS, which I know ACC Sutherland may wish to comment on, as well as ACC Middleton previously in charge. That's one of the areas that we're struggling to discharge because of that nature of dependency working on other partners. That also carries out through the hate crime example that we have put there. And the final part, which is really kind of causing us challenges, is the lack of resources on areas of investment that's required, either in technology, but particularly across the custody reports. It's the improvements that's required to modernise the estate, requires that increased level of investment, and we're trying to deliver that through our combined estate strategy, which the Resources Committee is obviously delivering. So what we've just tried to do in this report this time, based on feedback from the committee, and thanks to Amanda working with the authority as well, is just to try to bring it a bit more alive about the challenges that we are facing to discharge these in a timely manner. Not to underplay, though, the optimistic nature that we have sometimes been in terms of setting the timelines for these, which is causing the knock-on delays, which we are trying to learn from this process. So, Chair, sorry I took a wee bit longer to explain that there, but I just wanted to bring you up to the updated position on the kind of robustness that we're taking internally in this over the next quarter to try and improve the situation. Thanks, Chair.
Yeah, Patrick, that's fine, not at all. That's really helpful to have that additional context and colour. I'll probably just start us off with a question before I invite some other ones, because I'm quite interested, and it's good to hear that DCC Spears has got that added oversight at the moment to give this the energy to kind of work through the backlog. But aside from any of the numbers or detailed recommendations, I'm quite interested to understand what the governance will be on an ongoing basis once the initial bit, once you've got over the hump of dealing with what's there, what's the governance that's then in place in the future and the process, so we make sure we don't end up here again in another 12 months with another load of findings that's popped out and having to stand up something extraordinary again.
Yeah, thanks, Gary. I think we're taking a lot of learning from kind of two elements of it. We received an internal audit report on our management of recommendations that gave us a number of areas to kind of increase the kind of level of scrutiny and management of this. A couple of actions that we've already taken into place is now quarterly we are issuing dashboards effectively to all ACCs and directors with the level of outstanding recommendations, particularly reporting on the delays. Secondly, we're moving to more of a partnership approach where we do have a very small and very proactive audit team that I know Mr. Naylor has reflected on kind of previously. So how do we still utilise that more in a bit more of a partnering approach to understand these dependencies and how we can bring people together? And thirdly, it's refocusing some of our time at our audit and risk boards, less on just looking at the kind of arching kind of numbers and strategy, but doing those deep dives of independencies to bring the relevant people together that can make it happen. So there are kind of 3 key actions that we're taking forward, which were key recommendations that also come out from our internal audit on managing recommendations in its entirety across HMICS, internal audit and other audit and inspection bodies as well.
That's really helpful. Thanks, Patrick. It's good to hear. So I'll open it up for other questions, if there are any, please. Amanda.
Thanks, Chair. Yeah, so just a couple of questions from me in regard to the open recommendations, which are obviously around kind of longer term transformation, linked to longer term transformation programs and things. And you've mentioned dependencies already in relation to some of the recommendations. Does that affect the underlying risk, or how the underlying risk is understood and how it's also being managed? So I guess sort of moving away just from sort of time frames to kind of just that that management of risk in relation to that. And secondly, absolutely vital, of course, that Police Scotland responds to all kind of inspection findings. But I guess the kind of broader question is also, is there an ongoing focus on kind of being proactive in identifying and addressing issues before, you know, they're identified by external oversight bodies as well, or scrutiny bodies, sorry. Yeah, so just a bit of detail around those two would help.
Thanks, Amina. So kind of great questions. So obviously we have our kind of strategic risk framework, which is managing kind of all risks, and as each internal audit or inspection recommendation from HMICS or other bodies come in, they are given a risk rating in terms of the risk rating, how it ties into a strategic risk register and what is out of tolerance. And we try to focus on delivering obviously all the high risk recommendations kind of up front to make sure we're addressing that underlying risk. If, for example, if we just build again on the undercover policing element one, what we then do is ensure that there's a number of risk mitigations put in place until we deliver that element. So I obviously won't go into specifics on that one, given the nature of that kind of programme, but all of these, until we address it, we put as many risk mitigations in place, and they are then managed by the SRO or audit action kind of owner. On your second question about proactively addressing the issue, yes, alongside the audit and risk team within the kind of strategic centre under Director McMahon and myself, we also have a business assurance team, which kind of works on a kind of two-basis approach. If teams across the organisation are becoming concerned about high-risk area where they may have challenges, they will come into us to ask for business assurance to come out and review that business area and suggest risk mitigation. A live example of that is obviously challenges that we've had around information management. At the moment, the business assurance team has went in to offer recommendations on how we manage that. So that was an ask from the business area to business assurance to do that. The second element is the advantage of having audit and risk and business assurance sitting alongside each other under the one kind of directorate is strongly as risks are emerging through the risk register. The risk manager, Sarah McKenzie, is able to identify areas where we may need to go and seek a business assurance review to provide mitigations and recommendations early and effectively through an annual business planning process of the business assurance team. We identify those areas, deploy that team to come up with kind of recommendations. All of that said together will come with the recommendation from HMICS and Audit Scotland about how do we continuously learn. And we're kind of looking at that structure just now about how audit and governance, our business assurance team and our continuous improvement team can really kind of become a stronger collaboration to take that learning and managing that going forward. I hope that's helpful.
Yeah, that's really helpful. Actually, really great to hear about just the kind of governance around that, and also I guess the alignment between those kind of three strands which intersect. So yeah, really helpful. Thank you.
Patrick, that has been really helpful. I wonder if I might just extend it a little bit, because I know I started out asking a question around process, but there's a risk this becomes all about process when in actual fact the foundation for this is about improving our service. So is there anything in what you're doing that actually tracks the recommendations through to implementation and then monitors impact on service delivery at the other end of that as well, and then feeds it back into the cycle, I wonder?
It's a really kind of good question, Gary, and I do think it is something where the organisation does do it, but as HMICS and Audit Scotland recommended, we do it in pockets and we are not doing it in a systematic way. And I think what we are building through the recommendation coming from HMICS and Audit Scotland around the organisational learning is how do we do that in a systematic way that we can report it back. And that will be something we'll be looking at over the next year and how we build that into a 3-year plan going forward. So it's there, Gary, in pockets, but it's definitely an area of improvement to make it a more systematic and holistic approach to that going forward.
Thanks, Patrick. And I see His Majesty's Chief Inspector Constabulary has raised his hand. Craig, I've seen you've been with us on the screen for a little while. You're very welcome this afternoon. Is there something you wanted to add at this point?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I'm sorry for being cheeky thinking I could jump in at this point, but Patrick is wrestling with a problem that we're wrestling with ourselves, which is how do we track that impact? But I might just give you a wee sort of snapshot of stuff you've discussed earlier in the day around the performance report from the Chief Constable and the work that has been seen over the last 2 years since we reported on missing persons. The numbers and the metrics of missing persons is going remarkably in the right direction. And I think a lot of that is down to the really strong work done by Derek Cree and Kat Payton and others on the national framework, aligning better with partners and doing all of the work that came out of work they were doing already, but also improvements that we recommended. So, there are things like that that we need to get better at tracking as well as the force tracking them. So I'm really content that some of the things that we are seeing in the report from Chief Constable today can be attributed back to the work done around the recommendations that we made 2-3 years ago. So I'm really pleased with that. It's not an exact science, and it's, I think Mark mentioned at some point as well, you can't always count the prevention effort that you put in, but at some points in the future, you're going to make a difference, and this is one of those points that I think we can say, go back 2 years when we did that work. There is now clear empirical evidence that not only were you good at the time, but you're better now, and the metrics on this are going in the right direction. So we are keen to work with Patrick, with Tom, and the rest of the team to make sure that they're holding the senior responsible owners who are the SROs on the inspections we do, to make sure that the work is done to the standard that the centre wants, and then report it back to us to hopefully sign things off. Again, many of the things that we will look at, we have that sort of proportionality approach to it. How much are you investing to get this over the line? How much are you investing to get the delivery of service better for the public? And are we content that sort of 80-20 rule would apply in most cases? Generally, yeah, we're very happy to look at that. There are some aspects, and Patrick's mentioned the undercover piece, which is, I am determined before I finish this job that you have an undercover system working, because it's been running for 7 years, in fact maybe 8 years this year. So there are some things that need to be 100% compliant, partly because you need to be compliant with RIPSA and other regulation that requires that, and partly it will save huge amounts of effort on part of a hard-pressed area of business, which is the organised crime and counter-terrorism teams. So really happy with the work and the engagement we get from Patrick and the team. But I just want to sort of drop in that sort of, this is complex, this is difficult, and we're all trying to make improvements so that we can talk about what we're doing to drive the improvement across Scotland. Thanks.
Yeah, thanks for that. It's a really useful intervention and a great example on the missing person one of inspection due to service delivery improvement. So that's really good. Thank you for that, Craig, and thank you, Patrick. I don't see any other hands at the moment on that. So I've already welcomed Craig. It is our pleasure to be joined today by 2 of His Majesty's Chief Inspectors. So obviously we've got Craig from the Inspector of Constabulary. We're also joined by Deborah Dimmick. I'm not sure if I pronounced your name correctly, Deborah.
Yeah, perfect.
Excellent. From His Majesty's Chief Inspector of Prosecution as well. So it's great to have you both here. We'll hand over to you. I think you've got a presentation you're going to share with us. We've allocated 20 minutes on the agenda for this. So colleagues have been very good at self-regulating today, because I know everybody's very busy and we're trying to keep people on time. But without further ado, the floor is both yours.
Thanks, Chair. I'll kick off, and I think Deborah and I have agreed while we were watching the time tick over that we would take the time not to give you the slide deck of 75 slides. We know the report was massive in its own right, but we will try and keep to that position that you've read the report, that you've had it for a bit of time, and that we just wanted to give a bit of a double act on why we've done this piece of work. So I'll start off with that and I'll hand over to Deborah, and I'll come back to me later on. So we wanted to look at the end-to-end journey of witness citations and the whole system in terms of how a witness works through that system, how they feel. And we started this piece of work about 18 or 19 months ago. Now, as you can imagine, looking at a whole system which starts off with a witness statement being taken from a police officer, by a police officer from a member of the public, all the way through to a court prosecution and giving evidence in the sheriff or sheriff and jury trial, that is a complex piece of business. It involves many handovers between organisations. and it involves many delays and difficulties from evidence, from people's involvement in that, and so on and so forth. But we wanted to look as much as we could to the end point of the process, despite recognising that Scottish Courts and Tribunal Service do not have an inspection body. We pushed as far into that door as we could, recognising their lordship's role in overseeing that body. We did have huge engagement from the service, from COPFS, from fiscals, and we did touch on a survey where we got 988 responses from officers or staff, including forensic staff, so SPA staff. We got 144 responses from victims or civilian witnesses, and 35% of those professional witnesses, so doctors, etc. And we took that as far as we could to sort of analyse and understand the feelings of people who are involved and engaged in the system, and what that felt like to be both a witness and give evidence in court. I'm going to hand over to Deborah for the next bit about what did we find.
Thank you very much, Craig. Good afternoon, Chair. Good afternoon to the committee. It's nice to see some familiar faces, and nice to make the acquaintance of the rest of the committee. For those of you who don't know me, I was a prosecutor for almost 26 years with COPFS before becoming His Majesty's Chief Inspector of Prosecution last summer, and came straight into the thick of this beast of a joint inspection with Craig and his team. So you'll have seen, having read the inspection report, that it is 50 recommendations in total. And as Craig says, we probably make no apology for the size of it, because to my knowledge, despite the fact that citation is such a fundamental part of the criminal justice system here in Scotland, it hadn't been looked at or scrutinised in any meaningful way, certainly not from cradle to grave as we have done. And I think it was begging out for proper scrutiny, and that's what we have done. So in those 50 recommendations, some are for Police Scotland, some are for COPFS, and some are for both organisations to implement. And of course, there are naturally some interdependencies between the organisations. Some of the recommendations, as you might expect, are far more wide-ranging, which include the Scottish Government, SCTS and SPA Forensic Services. I noted from the previous presentation that there was the paper provided, and that there is work ongoing in relation to implementation of the citations inspection between Police Scotland and COPFS, which we were delighted to hear about, because certainly when we were working together on the inspection, we very much envisaged that Police Scotland and COPFS would have to work together to successfully achieve implementation in relation to a great many of the recommendations. So it's heartening to see that that is happening. We understand that both organisations accept all of the recommendations, and we look forward to being cited on the action plans, or plan, if it's to be a joint plan between both organisations. Some of the recommendations have timescales for implementation, which is a new thing. Just in terms of urgency, not many, they are used sparingly, 3 in total. 2 of those relate to training, and 1 in relation to process change. Police Scotland colleagues will be interested, I think, to know that the process change relates to excusal requests, which I appreciate is very impactful for Police Scotland. So COPFS have 6 months in which to bring about fundamental process change in relation to how they deal with excusal requests. So by my calculation, that's by the beginning of September, 3rd of September, because we published the report at the beginning of March. So really that's it in a nutshell in terms of the size of it. Overarching finding was that we need to improve the witness experience, whether you're a civilian witness, a forensic scientist, a doctor, or indeed a police officer. We accept that summary case management has, of course, in terms of figures, the amount of citations and recitations made a significant difference. If figures are your thing, there was an evaluation report published on the 27th of May, which certainly makes for very interesting and positive reading. And it's estimated that over 100,000 fewer police officers were cited to give evidence during the pilot period of summary case management, SCM. And that there's been a reduction of 47% in first witness citations, with recitations down by 59% compared to September 2022. So that's all very positive, but from our perspective, as we all know, there required to be a certain proportion of people who still will have to come to court and give evidence. They still require to be cited. And what is their experience? And certainly from what we found in relation to our surveys and our focus groups, was that the majority of people's experience as witnesses was a negative one in Scotland, which is why we've made a number of recommendations in that regard to improve things. Craig, I'll hand over to you.
Thank you. I'm going to pull out two themes and I'll hand them back to Deborah for a couple of final points. There were two things that really struck me, and one of them is getting it right early. So from the very early point of someone becoming a witness, and Gary, you'll remember this from down south, the MG11 process and taking a witness statement of a member of the public is very, very clear in that you sign away your life saying that you will become a witness and you're expected to give evidence in court if you're so required. In Scotland, that doesn't happen. There is not the same clarity of purpose. And what we found when we did our case file reading was that often we found poor quality witness statements, poor quality data, lack of mobile phone numbers, lack of email addresses. So if you're starting that process of taking someone through a whole process that takes you into different organisations and you don't have decent quality information, then that is a detriment at the very start. So things are likely to go wrong during that process. So we're aware that the Standard Prosecution Report is about to come to version 3, I think it is, Mark. That there is likely to be an awful lot of movement in that space around requiring mobile phone data, requiring email addresses, requiring physical addresses, because what we want to get into is a much more digitally enabled capability that allows the Crown to do what it needs to do in a digital way, rather than sending a letter or sending a police officer or sending a service delivery person to a physical address. That is not, in this day and age, an effective way of running a business. Sometimes it's required, and we need to be aware of those who are not digital natives, and we need to be able to meet their needs. But we can't do it if we don't have the information from point one. The other point I wanted to talk about was cultural change. It beggars belief in this day and age that there are two separate systems for managing citations, both in reality the same architecture, both in reality can speak to each other. But in reality, Police Scotland have, for some reason, and we struggled to find out what it was, a system that after 3 months the data is weeded. So if a citation is for Craig Naylor and it's delivered to my address, 3 months from today, that data will be weeded, despite the fact the case is still ongoing, despite the fact that you hold my data in other places, despite the fact that the Crown still need that data, and so on and so forth. So when you start asking the questions about it, there's a lack of performance data. So no one really knows, other than maybe 2 divisions we looked at, what information is held on how long citations have been sitting there. Are they being delivered on time? Are they being actually delivered? Because that's a key aspect. And the cultural understanding of what the purpose of a citation is seems to be sadly lacking. They don't understand. The majority of people we spoke to, the majority of people who are involved in this process, don't seem to understand that this is a key aspect of delivering justice in Scotland. Now, Katrina Casper mentioned earlier on in this meeting, if it's measured, it gets managed. What we found is there's no performance data, so it's not getting measured. So it's often not getting managed. And because of that, cultural barriers build up, the trust between the Crown Office and Fiscal Service and policing breaks down, people apply for excusals, people tell there's doctor's appointments, whatever else. And because there's no real data, things fall apart.
So that's all I wanted to say on this. Deborah, I think you've got a couple of points you wanted to finish off on.
Yes, absolutely. I'd like to talk a little bit about trauma-informed approach and also about technology use and electronic and digitisation of the citation process, which is fairly obvious, I would say, not very difficult recommendations to make in 2026, frankly. I see from your agenda you've already had a presentation in relation to trauma-informed approach. Mindful of that and mindful of time, I'm obviously not going to go over the key principles of trauma-informed approach, but it is a recurring theme that we saw in relation to the citations inspection. Obviously, both Police Scotland and COPFS are organisations to whom the Victims, Witnesses and Justice Reform Scotland Act 2025 is going to apply, and trauma-informed approach will need to be embedded across both organisations and throughout the criminal justice process in Scotland. There were a number of concerns we had in relation to a lack of trauma-informed approach, really from the get-go, as Craig highlights, in terms of information being sought from victims and witnesses, but also lack of understanding as to why they might be being asked to provide a witness statement, and indeed that might ultimately lead to them giving evidence at court, and how things unfurl really from there, as he says. That's then compounded by the language which is used in formal citation documents by the prosecution service. From the perspective of the current committee's interests, there were a number of recurring themes in relation to how police witnesses felt and what their experience was when they were cited as witnesses. Though broadly speaking, they were very similar to those we found with civilian witnesses as well. The first was poor communication. 95% of survey respondents did not receive a prompt response to excusal requests. Operational impact, the time taken by COPFS to deal with excusal requests, and indeed having to then attend a court, sometimes not to give evidence. We understand that only 15% of police and forensic scientists gave evidence. Often shifts were changed half the time or more. There were impacts on rest and recovery for police officers, which resulted in stress and burnout, with 84% of them having changes to their shifts. Some had annual leave cancelled. There was disruption to daily life, including plans to attend birthday parties, funerals, and indeed attend medical appointments being cancelled, and in particular difficulties with caring responsibilities, with 45% of survey respondents advising that they required childcare, which probably is combined with financial loss. 44% of survey respondents said that they experienced that. In totality, the citation process led to stress and anxiety, particularly around late countermands, as I have said many times now in relation to the excusal process. I think it's also important to talk about court scheduling. I'll just very quickly touch on that. I am mindful of time. As Craig says, Scottish Courts and Tribunal Service are the odd man out in terms of the criminal justice landscape, and they do not have an inspectorate. But it is worthy of note that the police scheduling app for police witnesses, which I understand has been piloted in Dundee, Aberdeen and Ayrshire, isn't broadly used by SCTS. That's what we found in relation to our evidence gathering, which obviously leads to problems in terms of dates being fixed that do not suit police witnesses. And indeed, there is little or no consideration given to availability of civilian or professional witnesses when court dates are fixed. It doesn't really take too much thinking to realise that if you set a date that doesn't take into consideration people's availability, that it may not suit, and it requires therefore have to be an adjournment, and then we're into churn territory. So one of our key recommendations is to mirror what they do in Northern Ireland in terms of the COSLA system. They have a clever algorithm which identifies 3 common dates which are suitable for all of the witnesses, whether you're a police officer, a victim or a doctor. And from those 3 dates, 1 date is selected, which results in most cases in Northern Ireland going to trial the first time, and there are very few adjournments there. There are all sorts of good things which flow from that, not least an ultimate restoration of faith and confidence in the justice system. The fact that your availability as a witness has been taken account of in of itself. So one of our key recommendations is that an algorithm or something similar is adopted here in Scotland, but that will obviously require investment by the Scottish Government, working together with all of the justice organisations. And the other very obvious key recommendation is that witnesses should be cited electronically by email. That's the very strong preference by all of the survey respondents, and then really all of those whom we spoke to in focus groups, that in 2026, when we are communicated electronically by our dentist, our doctor, even my hairdresser, that really the justice system ought to be able to do that. And so that's one of our key recommendations. Craig, I don't know if there's anything you want to add to my very quick canter through before we perhaps take any questions that there might be.
Oh, nothing else from me. I think you've summed it up well. Thank you.
No, well, thank you both of you for managing to compress that so impressively as well. So really well done. I'll open it up to questions if there are any, please. So I'll start with Mark.
Chair, apologies for jumping ahead of board members or others who may have questions. I just thought it might be helpful just to give a very quick overview of what we've done with the report thus far, just to provide a wee bit of extra context. So first of all, as you would imagine, absolutely welcome the report and the detail that's in it. Love a 50 recommendation, 150 page report, as you would imagine.
I'm sure you were all delighted, Mark. That's smaller than it was, if that gives you any comfort.
But genuinely, a bit like Craig's point around about missing persons, it gives us a nudge into the right direction, into the right direction, and a direction that we've been on in terms of a journey that needs accelerated. So, I think the starting point for me is we need to take that demand out of the system, full stop, in terms of how we actually have better case management, full stop, in terms of that, and obviously under Wendy's stewardship and SCM, we've heard the benefits that are now coming to that in terms of the huge volume of citation reductions, not just across police but across the criminal justice system. And your point about criminal justice confidence, I think, is massively important here. If you're a witness once and you get messed about, 3 cancellations, citation goes awry, the next time you see something, it's not unreasonable that people turn the other way or don't want to get involved in a system which is currently not fit for purpose. On the back of this report, I've already met John Logue, the Crown Agent. We've sat down and had a good discussion about how we take this forward. I then had a conversation with our Divisional Commander, Chris Stewart, along with Jim Brisbane, who's the Head of Strategy. So COPFS have already added the citations onto their strategic work plan for the year ahead to make sure that it has proper visibility and proper accountability. Within COPFS, as most of the work and the responsibility sits within COPFS. I think there's absolutely no doubt that it comments on the need for that digital transformation. We absolutely support that, and there's wider work looking at digital transformation more broadly within the criminal justice setting. That's currently being led by Andrew Henry and Malcolm Graham from SCTS. So there's the opportunity to push it into that system, but quite simply moving it to email, pretty quickly has to be the way forward. Craig, I think you referenced the lack of quality. I think what we have is a broken system, which then creates a culture where people are almost like, well, it doesn't really matter if I've got it or not, because they're not going to use the email address or the phone. It's going to be a paper citation. It's going to land back at my desk to deliver anyway, or it will go out by post. So what we need to do is create a system that has clear scrutiny, accountability, data matrix, and then generates a confidence and a comfort that it's then that it's adding value. So there's no doubt that we are 100% behind this. This isn't, for me, non-core demand. And when we think about the opportunity cost which is being lost in the background, we will absolutely be behind this. The reality of this now is a working group that's being led by Lynn Barry and COPFS, and along with Chris Stewart and our team. They had the first meeting, I think, 2 weeks ago, of what the future looks like for the citations piece. And on the back of that, they will take that forward. The first meeting was clearly just having a look at the report, what it meant, set in terms of reference, etc. So that working group is now established with the strategic connection at the COPFS working group. It will come through my oversight and governance board, and then into DCC Smith's transformation and operational board internally. So and back to the relevant SPA committees at the appropriate point in time. There is some positivity happening. COPFS are currently piloting the nudge system, as kind of being locally referred to, which is the text message alert system, into for accused persons at the moment, in terms of reminding people of when they're due to be at court. We know across the UK and beyond, actually, court attendance has fallen after the pandemic. There doesn't really seem to be a clear reason as to why that is culturally. But we also know that a lot of the people who come into the criminal justice system sadly have a huge number of complex needs and vulnerabilities. And of course, very often are moving address frequently, losing phone numbers, etc. So, there are other challenges there which we need to get ahead of. So, in summary, to go back, joking aside, we welcome the report. We're giving it due consideration. We have already began moving on it, I suppose, is the confidence that I would give the board, and that there'll be more to follow in due course. Thanks.
Thank you, Mark. And Wendy, I see you've indicated. I'll bring you in quite briefly, please, if you could.
Yeah, Chair, it was just for one specific point, and it was around the court scheduling app, which we had developed, which was probably not necessarily a policing function to do it, but it was really important to try and get a handle on our availability. And I think there's some maybe quick wins in that without huge investment, but it does require partner agencies to engage in it, and that's been the difficulty so far. So the algorithm that we have is not unlike what I'm used to in Northern Ireland. However, it's getting that used widely, and in those high volume areas, I think is really important. So thank you. That's all I wanted to add.
I'll just come in on that, Wendy. You're absolutely right. In essence, there's nothing wrong with the app, and it should work. So it's frustrating on one view that it's not being used properly, and certainly our recommendation is until such times as perhaps the wider recommendation, which we realise will take time to bring about, not least because we're living in days of austerity, that COPFS and Police Scotland, but with SCTS as well, should be realising the benefits of what tools they currently have, and that certainly includes the Police Scheduler app, which is in existence. So yeah, absolutely.
Thanks, Wendy. Thanks, Deborah. Chris, I've got you next, please.
Thanks, Chair. It's not so much a question at this point in the process. It's really a comment, and that's partly because Mark's already stepped in. I guess just to acknowledge to Deborah and to Craig, it's obviously extraordinarily detailed report and set of recommendations. They're really far-reaching. Cultural, operational, performance management, partnership working. There's so much in there. It's obviously going to be incumbent on us to take assurance in time on benefit realization in terms of the intended outcomes of all of these recommendations, and not just the benefit realization, but the embedding in business as usual. And so, as I say, Mark's already addressed how Police Scotland are going to go about that, but it will be something for us to come back to in due course to take assurance on all of that, Chair.
Yeah, thanks, Chris. And I'll just echo your comments. Mark, I think you probably answered the questions that members might have had in that area. But I just wanted to kind of reinforce the point. I've always viewed inspectorate reports as kind of free consultancy. And I think when you look at the product that we've got from the joint effort you'd have had to have paid a huge amount of money to get such an in-depth report that understands the business so well and gives really detailed, workable recommendations. So I think, commend the product and commend the work that's gone into it. We've got something now which is over to Police Scotland to implement, and will clearly, when implemented, lead to some really significant improvements across the system. So I think a big thank you to all involved for that and for your attendance, both of you today, and the presentation that you've given. That's really helpful. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you. Thank you for having us.
Thank you.
Cheers.
Thank you. Okay, so that takes us then to item 5.4 on the agenda, and I understand that Kimberly O'Neill is unfortunately unable to join us now, which is unfortunate because I wanted to extend the thanks of this committee and the authority specifically to Kimberly and the rest of the team that does such a fabulous job of custody visiting on behalf of the authority. But that being the case, hopefully that'll get passed on to her separately, and the members that are involved. And Scott, I know you will very ably and capably step into the space that's left by Kimberly and take the report, please.
Yeah, no, thanks, Chair. So absolutely. So yeah, I would like to also take the opportunity, if I can, to thank the dedicated independent custody visiting team here at the Police Authority, who keep the visiting scheme running, and obviously all the visitors who give up their free time, Chair, to ensure the treatment of those who are detained within police custody. As you say, Kimberly can't be here today, unfortunately, but I'm sure we'll have a visitor at the next kind of biannual update. Just really quickly, Chair, I'm just pleased to report that there has been 925 successful visits to custody suites, and in that time the visitors managed to discuss directly with 1,299 people or individuals who were detained in police custody. And just for the record, we can highlight that there's been no concerns relating to OPCAT, so that's the optional protocol to the Convention Against Torture and other cruel, inhumane or degrading treatment or punishment. Within all the reports, Chair and members, I should note the vast majority of visits ICVS highlight the professional care for detainees and the high standard of welfare and dignity that is maintained whilst persons are in custody. There's probably a number of key findings in here, but I'll just highlight two. One is there were incidents regarding underwear hanging outside custody cells in Police Scotland, and members will recall this seems to be a bit of an annual occurrence, and I just wanted to state that we recognise, the visitors and the authority, that custody is a dynamic operational environment, and that may mean that this may occur from time to time, you know, when there's a kind of dynamic and fluid kind of operational incident going on in the custody environment. But our expectation is that this is limited as far as possible and stored away appropriately, and we've been having active conversations with Police Scotland and ACC March Sublime just about that and how we can rectify some of that. And then the second key bit that I wanted to raise was that my team and visitors have both recorded a number of custody suites have been closed over the course of the year, and they are also reporting a kind of lower amount of staff in custody, or the perception of a lower amount of staff in custody. And that has led on to conversations with visitors about staff morale in custody suites and a kind of limit on maximum number of cells within custody suites as well. So those are the two key things that I would kind of highlight as things that the visitors will continue to monitor going into the next year. And I would just lastly ask members to note the positive comments that are within the report about the work that custody visitors see and their relationship with officers and the officers and staff that work within custody and how they continue to ensure the care and welfare despite some challenges within the environment. So thank you.
Thank you, Scott, and that is absolutely and definitely noted, I'm sure, by everybody. So I'll take questions if there are any, please. Amina.
Thank you. Yeah, very helpful report, and yes, a number of good areas, good practice, which I do commend. And also, I'm sure the committee wants to extend their thanks to the volunteer custody visitors as well, in terms of maintaining sort of welfare of those detained. Just on that, you mentioned the issue with you know, the underwear storage, and it's really just a comment that yes, good to hear that there's work ongoing to kind of rectify that, and I appreciate the context given. but of course it is a dignity issue as well. So yeah, we'd be keen to see a resolution around that in due course.
Thank you, Emily. Mark, did you want to offer any response to that? So yeah, Mark, I'll bring you in.
Yeah, thanks. I think my starting point, if I may, Chair, is to similarly thank the independent visitors who give their time up across custody, and give us that value. I mean, I think what I really liked from this report was almost a sense of a partnership rather than an inspection, in terms of they were having real honest conversations there and then, and issues. But I think 900 and odd were resolved there and then in terms of that point that's there. I think the other point to raise is that we look after the care of almost 100,000 people every year across Scotland. It's a huge undertaking, and the staff, and I was really pleased to see the largely positive elements of the report about the compassion that our police officers and our police custody staff show day in, day out, and the largely positive outcomes. So there are always areas that we can do better. As Scott alluded to, it can be a dynamic and challenging environment without getting into the why an individual was not or was without their underwear. There still needs to be a dignity layer on top of that. There is property boxes, there's areas where that can be stored for whatever that reason might be, and that rationale should be well recorded on our system, and we've taken immediate steps to put out communications across all our supervisors in that regard to make sure that that's not happening. So that's all I would say in terms of that. Thanks.
Thank you, Mark. That's extremely reassuring. I'm sure, Amina, you're content with that. Lovely, thank you. I suppose there's probably just one other issue to draw out that's worthy of a bit of additional consideration from the report, and that is the staffing levels that are raised. I know it's been raised elsewhere and discussed elsewhere, so it's just really to seek a bit of assurance that there is a plan around the sustainability of staffing for custody going forward, please.
Thanks, Chair. Yeah, I'll give you assurance actually, and I'll take that point and raise you one as well round about the estate, I think, which is really important in terms of the estate. We are doing a lot of work to make sure that we're connected into the estate strategy, the estate's master plan 3 as we move forward, and making sure that we've got a clear, or that the estate strategy has got a clear understanding of what we as the customer, if you like, need from estates moving forward, and that any future strategy has a connection between the work that Wendy did round about custody 2030 and how that then connects into the estates moving forward. In relation to, sorry, what was the other point again, Chair? It was.
So I was just asking in relation to the staffing levels and the sustainability of the staffing levels.
I mean, we've been wrestling with this for some time now in terms of capacity versus resource, and then we've got decisions to make about, do we maintain cell capacity, and if we do that, how are we doing that then? Because the resource level won't allow us to maintain all the cells that we would normally like, or that the current operating model would work to. Then we've got the position of, do we bring in local policing, trained staff, of course, which is a frontline issue for us. So for me, actually, what we really need is a longer term sustainable operating model, which is focused on demand and current and future. And we've been doing a significant amount of work, and we've now got effectively an options appraisal ready for, first of all, for the DEPs and the chiefs, which they'll be seeing over the next few weeks, and then in due course can come through the relevant police authority board as we move forward into what needs to be a more sustainable model that's appropriately resourced, and gives us a kind of firmer setting to move forward from and to meet some of these challenges and recommendations.
That's excellent. Thank you, Mark. Are there any other questions for Mark or Scott? Okay, I don't see any other hands, which means that we have reached the end of the agenda for today, on time as well. Just to conclude then, if I might, because I mean that I know from personal experience how much effort is required for us to prepare as authority members for this meeting, but I can only begin to imagine the level of effort that is required from all of the participants and authors and contributors in terms of, you know, papers and preparedness and everything else. It's genuinely impressive, and I think what we get to at the end of it is quite an impressive product, actually, in terms of our ability to scrutinise, hold to account, and also to recognise some really strong performance and improvements across the organisation. So from my perspective, this is the second one that I've sat on and the first one that I've chaired. I'm really grateful to everybody that's involved for the effort and contribution that's made. And I'm really looking forward to seeing the things that we've talked about today play into operational practice and out into service improvement for the public. So thank you all to everybody for your preparation and also the effort and the, you know, the no loss of enthusiasm through what is at times quite a long meeting. But actually the energy level's been great all day, and I'm really grateful to everybody, and look forward to seeing you all in a different environment.